Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
Decolonizing my love life. What I learned when I stopped dating white men. My type wasn't just a preference, it was an algorithm shaped by media and colonial history. I received my first lesson in desirability politics via an unexpected text. A white boy from my high school, who wouldn't make eye contact in the hallways but somehow found my number, sent me a message one night. "Is it true what they say about Asian pussies?" he wrote, followed by a string of winking emojis. I was 14. I didn't understand, so I Googled it. And then I understood too much. That night, something lodged itself deep in my subconscious. At the time, I didn't have the language for it, but I felt the weight. To be seen was to be exoticized. To be desired was to be othered. My body wasn't just mine, it carried assumptions, stereotypes and histories I hadn't agreed to. It was my first realization that attraction isn't just neutral, it's racialized. Growing up as an East Asian girl in a predominantly white town felt like inheriting an unspoken rulebook on desirability. First, it was a slow accumulation of images, cues and social reinforcement. In school, girls debated who was the hottest, Zac Efron, Ian Somerhalder or Chase Crawford. 17 magazine's Hot Guys of the Summer lists were exclusively white. I saw how the most popular girls gained social currency when the most popular boys flirted with them. I wanted that. Not necessarily them, but what they represented: acceptance, validation, proof that I could belong. I convinced myself of multiple lies, that I simply got along better with white boys, that I just happened to be more attracted to them, that holding hands with someone white would make my otherness disappear. And so, my dating life became a rotation of white men who, in retrospect, viewed me as something between a conquest and a curiosity. There was the white finance executive who proudly told me I was his first Asian. The Polish fitness guru who needed to call me his Chinese bitch to finish. The doughy-faced man at the club who whispered in my ear, "I wish you were off the boat Asian, so you wouldn't know how to speak English." Then, there was my white ex, who cheated on me with another East Asian girl, then updated his bio to "Stop Asian Hate." If you've looked into interracial dating patterns, you already know the statistics. Asian American women prefer dating white men over men of any other race, including their own. But what motivates these preferences is more tragic than romantic. Studies show AAPI women often seek white partners for economic security, assimilation and social mobility, even when those partners fetishize them. Simply put, we are conditioned to put up with a lot. Chasing white validation made my own identity and heritage feel insufficient. I taught myself to minimize anything too Asian, avoiding speaking Chinese in public, tossing my mother's hesitating to order chicken feet at dim sum. But if I had been conditioned to see white boys as the ultimate prize, then what did that mean for the boys who looked like me? I wish I could say I was immune to the stereotypes about Asian masculinity, but I wasn't. The messaging was relentless. Asian men were nerdy, awkward, nice guys, but never the ones who got the girl. In middle school, through the gossip grapevine, I learned an Asian friend had a crush on me. I dismissed it immediately. Not because he wasn't attractive, I just hadn't considered him. I had already absorbed the idea that dating a white boy would elevate me socially. That was the priority. And then there were Asian women. I wasn't just dating white men, I was competing with other AAPI women for their attention. I saw them not as friends, but as threats, albeit unbeknownst to them. To comfort myself, I crafted a fragile self-affirming mythology. I'm different from the other Asian girls. I have layers. I have individuality. If a white boy had to choose from a lineup, I convinced myself I'd stand out. My mind clung to reminders of my uniqueness. I like film and the arts. I lift weights. I play competitive chess. But the more I repeated it, the hollower it became. What if I'm not as different as I think? Then the fear twisted into something even uglier. What if they are more unique than me? What if I am the forgettable one? Instead of seeking solace among other AAPI women, I retreated into a self-imposed exile, ashamed of my own scarcity mindset. Where was my feminism? Where was my solidarity? These thoughts festered in the shadows of my mind, the shame, the fear, the humiliation of knowing I had been complicit in my own erasure. It took another Asian woman to show me what I had been too ashamed to see. She was petite with a straight-layered haircut, a few years younger than me. She lived on the other side of the country, and I had never met her before. She was also the woman my white ex-boyfriend had been cheating on me with. She found me on Instagram and messaged me, "Are you guys dating?" "I'm so sorry, I had no idea." She was honest and forthcoming, sharing screenshots of their messages. There was no defensiveness, no misplaced jealousy, just the quiet understanding of someone who knew what it felt like to be reduced to a preference. In a way, she was protecting me. I dumped him that same day. She did, too. It was in that moment I realized she wasn't my enemy. She was me. And yet, I had spent years seeing women like her as competition instead of my allies. Thus began my quest to decolonize my desire. I followed a framework from the Invisibilia podcast, where an East Asian woman decided to stop dating white men. 1. Bombard your brain with images of hot men of color. 2. Be suspicious of white men. Is he actually hot, or does he just take regular showers and wear cool glasses? 3. Swipe left on white men. It wasn't even about never dating them again, it was about interrogating why they had always been the default in the first place. I had dated 2 men of color before, but I had never fully reckoned with how much whiteness had dominated my desires. I sought to reject the system that conditions attraction in harmful ways and liberate myself from a societal hierarchy that had never served me. Just days after that pivotal breakup, I re-downloaded the dating apps. At first, my thumb hovered over white faces. The old reflex kicked in. Then I caught myself, was it a good jawline, or just bone structure and basic hygiene? Attraction isn't just personal, it's programmed. Studies show that repeated exposure to certain beauty standards literally rewires our brains to associate desirability with what's most familiar. My type wasn't just a preference, it was an algorithm shaped by media and colonial history. If my brain could be trained to prioritize whiteness, it could be retrained to desire something else. But desire also isn't just about attraction. It's about recognition. No matter how close I got to whiteness, I was still othered, operating on borrowed terms. What I truly craved was the ease that comes from being understood without explanation. There's an unspoken recognition forged through the shared struggles of people of color, the pressures of assimilation, the need to navigate multiple worlds, the tension between honoring our heritage and surviving in a world that wasn't built for us. Eventually, I met my long-term partner, son of Pakistani immigrants. With him, I no longer feel the pressure to shrink, dilute, or translate my culture to make it more palatable. There's no need for exhaustive explanations, why my relationship with my parents is fraught, why they insist he sleep in the guest room when visiting, why I instinctively modulate my behavior around them. The relief reveals itself in the smallest moments, the ease with which I now order chicken feet, without hesitation. He loves chicken feet too. The simple pleasures of cooking with scallions and gochujang and lotus root without having him ask, "What is this?" The way that he seamlessly fits into conversations with my AAPI friends without missing a step. And perhaps most comforting of all, the assurance that I can leave him with my parents and trust that he will meet them where they are, with curiosity, warmth, humor, and not a flicker of discomfort at my mother's broken English. With him, my reality is simply understood. Perhaps most healing of all, I have redefined my relationship with other AAPI women. Before, I saw them as competitors in a scarcity game built by white supremacy. Once I let go of needing to be different from other Asian girls for the sake of appealing to white men, I found so much joy in sharing spaces with them. We have dumpling-making parties on Lunar New Year. We go to Hot Pot and joke about how our lives would be different if we grew up with loving parents. We protect each other. We watched Parasite win Best Picture and have a group chat called Bong Joon-ho's. Decolonizing my love life wasn't just about avoiding fetishization. It was about reclaiming my narrative and untangling years of internalized messaging that told me my worth was tied to my proximity to whiteness. White men were never the dream, they were just the default, the easiest illusion to chase.
I hear a lot of people saying, protect Asian lives or stop Asian hate, but where is that same energy when an Asian woman is dating outside her race? It sounds like you might not even actually care about a whole community, only when it's convenient for you. People are doxing, harassing Charlotte, releasing her personal information without her consent just for dating a white man and for speaking up against anti-blackness within our community. Yet that same energy doesn't apply to Caleb, who has said essentially the same thing. And listen, if this doesn't apply to you, then that's great, because we know that it's not all Asian men. But for those of you who are doing this, seriously consider whether your resentment is misplaced. There are women who do play into the white supremacist idea that Asian men are less masculine than other men, and that's a problem. But for you to attack Asian women solely for dating outside her race and blaming Asian women for the emasculation of Asian men within media is simply misogynistic. We are entitled to our bodies and our choices, and you do not own us.
I don't know who I heard this from. You have an exclusive white dudes only policy. Is this true?
Kind of, yeah.
All right, let's hear this.
It's not like intentional, I feel like. For some reason, I just attract white dudes.
Wait, is that your type though?
What is about those white guys? I'm curious.
In the Philippines, they'd be like, when you grow up, I should marry like a rich, white, tall guy.
Oh, it's like a status thing?
Yeah,
it's like having a Chanel purse. A white guy is an accessory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've gone on Tinder and all that. I'd be matching with like other races and all that too. I just didn't know how to fit in with their type of vibe.
What is the race of guy you are least attracted to?
Probably Filipinos.
I was never the girl that guys are like lining up to date. I didn't look like this blonde white girl, and that's what all the guys liked in my high school.
What's it like dating white men as an Asian woman?
It's tricky because you're always like, am I an experiment? I have to be really mindful about like, am I really just chasing some sort of validation to kind of heal this childhood wound of like not getting picked by them? I think the biggest question that always lurks in my head is like, are you open-minded enough that I can bring you home to my family in China and you'll be able to survive my crazy family and be open to experiencing like a new culture. A lot of guys don't pass that test. And I think that's also why it's like, I've been single.
I got a lot of comments on my 10 reasons why you shouldn't date Indian girls article video from men, of course, that were like, you're insecure because you know on some level this is true. That's why you have to make jokes about it. And you know what? For a long time, I really was insecure about it. I wanted to be white. I felt not pretty. I felt inferior. But all of that changed my freshman year of college. I went to this party with my friends and I was flirting with this white man. We were really hitting it off. We were about to go back to his place. And right before we were about to head out, you whispered in my ear, "Hey, I bet your pussy tastes like curry." And you know what? I haven't been insecure about it ever since.
Where are you from?
India.
I'm going to have you take a quiz, and we're going to try to look for your ideal man.
Okay.
We're going to see the probability of him existing. What age do you want your man to be?
24.
What's the most?
28.
You like a guy that's a little older than you?
Yes.
Can they be married?
No.
White, black, or Asian?
White.
Very nice.
Come on.
I knew that was coming.
Minimum height.
Let's do 6 feet.
Why can't he be shorter than you?
No.
You're competing with like the rest of the population of women.
So look at me.
Minimum income.
It doesn't matter.
Don't lie to yourself.
No, it really doesn't matter.
So they can make no money.
Yeah, I'll support. Let's just do 60K.
60K.
Let's be safe.
So the probability of this man existing
It's pretty high.
is 1.3%. Are you good with statistics?
Yeah.
Is that good or bad?
That's my life. I'm not surprised.
Would you lower your standards a little bit?
My standards aren't that high.
Let's see if everybody else agrees with that, all right?
White wife, black husband marriages have the highest divorce rate of interracial couples. They are twice the divorce rate of white wife, white husband couples. Black wife and white husband marriages have the lowest rates of divorce. They are 44% less likely to end in a divorce than a white wife and a white husband. So not only are we not divorcing, we're 44% less likely to divorce. Yeah. We staying together. Yeah. We locked in. Yeah. That's after 10 years. Stand on it. Yeah.
This is so funny because people are definitely coming for me in the comments, but I stand by it. I love my interracial couples, but only when the girl is black. I didn't make the rules. Like, I just happen to be the one saying it, and it is what it is. And yeah, but yeah, you know what I mean? You know the vibes. The people who know. You just know. It's just like a different vibe.
Always had a preference for white guys. And I've actually always been like scared to tell people this, especially on dating sites. Like when I get so many black guys in my messages.
I was never the girl that guys are like lining up to date. I didn't
Always had a preference for white guys. And I've actually always been like scared to tell people this, especially on dating sites. Like when I get so many black guys in my messages, it's mostly black guys, but I really just want to put on my profile like I just prefer white guys. And I did that one time, but I feel so weird saying that out loud. Like, people will judge me for that, and I guess think that I'm like racist, but I'm not. It's just what I prefer, and I don't see what is so wrong with that. Like, why does it have to be something that like people need to get shamed for? That we have, you know, like a preference for a certain race. That's just the way I've always been. My very first crush, ever since I was 6 years old, was Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic. And Titanic is my next favorite movie. So I've just always been like that. And then my very first like puppy love was this little white boy in my elementary class when I was like 6 or 7. And he showed up at my birthday party and he kissed me on my cheek. Yeah, he's married now. It's kind of weird to say, but yeah, he's married now. So he was like my first puppy love. That was so sweet. And I remember us like holding hands in elementary school. Yeah, he was a little sweetheart. But yeah, so that's just the way I've always been. I mean, I'm attracted to all races, but I do prefer white guys. And it just feels so weird to say that. Like, everyone kind of has always made me feel a little type of way, like a little ashamed of that fact. But it's like, you know, it just is what it is. I don't really see anything wrong with this. Like, you know, if someone has a preference for a certain race, what are we supposed to do? Just like settle for what we're not as attracted to?
That word settle.
I don't think that's
that word settle.
So I'm not doing that. Like,
that word settle.
I'm going to just be with the people that I'm the most attracted to. So yeah, I'm not going to let other people like make me feel so ashamed of that, or like, you know, pressure me into something that's not me, or that isn't what I actually really want.
Hola, mi amor. Hello and welcome. Today's topic is somewhat interesting. It's why I love white men. So let's talk about it. If you like this video and this type of content, please feel free to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel to see more like this. Also, I'd love to hear your thoughts. If you'd like to share them in the comments, I would love to read them. Okay, this is why I love white men. So I love them for a couple different reasons, and probably not what you think. White men historically have the audacity, and first and foremost, I just have to respect that. They just have the audacity, and so that's one of the reasons why I love white men. And it's like, I don't know, like, what they think, but like, being a Latina, like, I don't know, like, it just hits different. Like, some of them really do hit different. Y'all know the spicy whites. Spicy whites. So first and foremost, I love their audacity. 2, we can actually learn a lot from these people, and especially their ancestors, I think. And the trends that we've seen in history, we can learn a lot about them. They have always been very powerful in society, I want to say. Like, they make themselves known. They're great at imperialism. They've had a lot of power, and of course, this is exclusively for white men, but the British invaded, like, what? How many different countries? I think maybe the Congo, India. They've been everywhere. These white bitches been everywhere. So they really are one for the streets, but I don't know how they do it. So I just think that in general, we can learn something from.
You know what I find odd in America? Black man got to be 5 to 10 times better than a white man for a black American woman to be attracted to him. If you take a nerdy, lame-ass white man who has no kind of swag, no kind of communication skills, no dick game or nothing, it's not going to be an issue for them. He's going to be the prize for them. But if you take that same reverse for the black man, if he's a nerdy man, have no good communication skills, and he doesn't know how to dress, a black woman sees no potential in him. A black man down there has to be perfect in America for the average black woman to like him. This is full of thought. That's a fact. You can get mad all you want, but it's the fucking truth. And I'm going to give you an example for a minute. Let's just talk about DDG for a minute. DDG is way richer than a white man who Halle Bailey's fans want to date. He's way richer. He has more swag, better communication skills. He was valedictorian in high school, and he makes way more money than Halle. But they still would prefer Halle to date an average YT man. It's crazy, right? It's because they value the white man more than they value the black man.
Would you date me though?
No, I only like white men.
Okay. No,
I'm Hispanic, but I'm like very whitewashed.
So you don't like Hispanics?
Not really.
Why not?
How about this? I want to have mixed children.
Okay. I hear that answer a lot from Latinas that are straight from fucking the pueblo that.
But then again,
they want white men. Like,
I don't have an accent when I speak English.
This white man gets on his page and says, "The love of my life is probably a Takis eating black girl, and I'm over here with these stuck-up white hoes. And I see black women in the comments eating this shit up, on their knees, so happy to get acknowledged. Y'all are so embarrassing. I swear if we were still slaves, them white men would have had a motherfucking field day with y'all hoes. Get up, stand up, get a grip. Like, for real, this shit is so embarrassing. I was appalled. You know y'all get secondhand embarrassing, bitch? I was appalled. Y'all need to stand up. These white men do not want y'all for real."
Let me explain what's going on.
This white man gets on his page and says, "The love of my life is probably a Takis eating black girl, and I'm over here with these stuck-up white hoes. And I see black women in the comments eating this shit up, on their knees, so happy to get acknowledged. Y'all are so embarrassing. I swear if we were still slaves, them white men would have had a motherfucking field day with y'all hoes. Get up, stand up, get a grip. Like, for real, this shit is so embarrassing. I was appalled. You know y'all get secondhand embarrassing, bitch? I was appalled. Y'all need to stand up. These white men do not want y'all for real."
Let me explain what's going on. Trust me. Watch this. So you know how when a video on TikTok gets a lot of traction, there's a search bar automatically. When you click the search bar, this is what you see. This Republican, you see the same thing. It's white men pandering to black women, right? And you notice something? They're conservative white men. They're Republicans. Right? And then the ones that don't have their trucks, this one, he started out like this and then he goes to his truck. This is the best looking one of them. You go see them. These guys are the ugliest looking white men. Now, remember when I said this?
Something I've been saying for a very long time, which is the black woman is the easiest person to manipulate.
All right, so what is going on right now? Let me put it all together. Conservative white men, right, have lived their whole lives. They've seen videos. They've seen black women going, "Do you like white guys?" They've seen an unfair level of thirst that black women have for them. They didn't give a fuck about black women until Trump came in. Trump policies have started to hurt these men. They have no money. They are hurting. I'm not saying that they want to date you. I'm not saying they're coming for your pockets. No. They're all on TikTok. All their videos are a minute long. These men are building a following. All they have to do is those women who have been writing books about white man's whore, pasta lobster, blah, all those women who have been thirsty, all they have to do now is give those women a little bit of attention, and those women will come running. So now, conservative white men with farmers that are hurting, all these men that ain't got shit no more, whose Trump policy is fucked, the DEI highest, they are now going to TikTok. On TikTok, if you make a video, this is for the people on Instagram. On TikTok, if you make a video that is more than 1 minute and you are part of the Creator Rewards program, black people were not in this shit. I'm not in Creator Rewards program. You get paid for your video. So if they make a video, 1 minute video, saying, "Oh, I love black women," and black women keep coming in there, commenting, y'all gonna run that man. All he has to do is do 3, 4 of those videos a week. And y'all will guarantee that man $5,000 every fucking week by going in this page, going, "Oh my God, yes, we're gonna make mixed babies. Oh my God, where have you been? I wish black men loved." They don't have to fuck with y'all. They just have to put that there, and they know the black woman is the easiest person to manipulate. They're hurting. Trump has hurt them to the point that they have decided, we're gonna use the female nigger to get bread. And sadly enough, it will fucking work. But yeah, can't hate the player, hate the game.
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that.
In a very brief generalization, there's a lot of detail in the book, but I'm going to give you a quick summary of what those findings were of how people interacted with each other. So what we found is that race is the deal breaker of all characteristics. It operates more strongly than education, physical characteristics. It is the deal breaker. And, you know, one of the things that we often found, which I thought was interesting in interviewing, especially many of the white men, is this aggrieved feeling that they were disadvantaged in online dating and that they were being ignored. And yet in our quantitative analysis, we find that white men are the most desired of all men. And this has been shown in many other platforms too. So this is not specific to the platform that we're looking at. Our quantitative analysis showed that almost all women or all women of all races and almost all gay men, actually black men did not show this, that their preference was strongest for white men. Now this preference for white men was statistically significant for other races, but especially strong for white women. But I found it really interesting that you know, women and gay men of other races would respond first to white men and only secondly to men of their same race. So on the other hand, when it comes to preferences for women, so if we look at the ways in which straight men and lesbians, who their preferences are, who they interact with, et cetera, we found that unlike for men, whiteness was not the defining characteristic per se, but the defining pattern was for same race preferences, so contacting others of the same race. Men of all race and lesbians of color do not seem to have a first preference for white women, but their same ethnic group. And unlike straight women and gay men, they're also more open to people from all racial groups, and this is really important, except black daters. So we document a persistent and specific anti-blackness that operates among the sexual preferences of white, Asian, Hispanic, multiracial, straight men and gay women. You know, we have lots of theories based on our interviews for why this may be, but basically, in terms of why is it that white masculinity is so highly valued, more so than say white femininity, because we assumed that if given racial hierarchies and norms around hegemonic beauty, that white femininity would also be highly valued. But what we find is that, you know, white femininity does not carry the same kind of appeal across all groups, in large part due to patriarchy and gender norms, right? So the association with white masculinity is not just associated with sexual allure, but it also symbolizes economic and cultural power in a way that femininity generally does not, right? And, you know, in our interviews, while there is plenty of resistance to this among individuals, we also see that this sort of valorization of white masculinity is really something that's been internalized and reproduced by marginalized groups as well. So, you know, that's a sobering finding.
Right. So as a This is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Wow. Z, damn near 30 minutes. Z, damn near, nearly 30 minutes. Wow. And by the way, there's so much more where that came from. There's so much more. Z, how many times, Z, how often are you going to cover this same thing? Yes. Wait, that's not an answer. Yes, it is. Right. So shout out to Shay Sade. Shout out to, was it Saint Cyr? I can't remember who it was who sent me the or who told me to look up the article about the Asian lady speaking about decolonizing, right? And herself, or decolonizing her love interest, or decolonizing. And you heard, and same thing with the Indian chick, these women, the white guys talk to them all type of crazy from the start. Huh? The white men are talking to them crazy during the XXX Act. The white men are talking to them crazy, flirting with them for the first time, meeting them. The white guys are talking to them crazy. Y'all recall the black young lady that we covered years ago who told you the white guy damn near held her down and raped her? Wow. and she still went back. Ooh, ooh, huh? Oh, from Africa I came said it was me. Yeah. And so, from Africa I came, and Shay Sade, the reason why I'm covering this for the 1/0 time is mainly for you guys and to emphasize this is the colonizer's booty. Women of color and some LGBTQ men, oops, are the colonizer's booty. Huh? And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. And that's how it needs to be seen. It needs to be seen the correct way. That's why Mr. Z plays the clips of different women trying to justify it differently. I couldn't, no pun. I couldn't fit the clip that I spliced out where the Chinese woman and her white, I guess boyfriend or husband, I'm guessing boyfriend, both have shirts that say F China on them. The young lady is of Chinese descent. Apparently her parents or her grandparents were deleted, or her grandfather was deleted by the Chinese government. But her and the white boyfriend with shirts saying F China, and she's defending him to the hilt. Huh? Oh boy. So we are playing different clips. And Mr. Z's gonna cover this ever so often. And by the way, I can do this forever. I can do this forever with new clips where women of color are being so very overt, right? So for the black women who are bragging about, look how low our divorce rate is when we marry white men. Yeah, because you follow them. Ooh, because you know your place. Ah, Z. Ooh, Z, not sexism, Z. Huh? Uh-oh. I'll let y'all women of color talk for yourselves. Huh? Uh-oh. Y'all heard what the Filipina lady said? I just attract white men. But you're describing that you are not attracting white men as much as you're chasing after them. Here you go.
I don't know who I heard this from. You have an exclusive white dudes only policy. Is this true?
Kind of, yeah.
All right, let's hear this.
It's not like intentional. I feel like for some reason I just attract white dudes.
Wait, is that your type though?
What is about those white
I feel like
guys?
it's
I'm
because
curious.
In the Philippines, they'd be like, when you grow up, you should marry like a rich, white, tall guy.
Oh, it's like a status thing?
Yeah,
it's
pretty
like
much,
having a
yeah.
Chanel purse.
Yeah.
A white guy is an accessory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've gone on Tinder and all that. I'd be matching with like other races and all that too. I just didn't know how to fit in with their type of vibe.
What is the race of guy you are least attracted to?
Probably Filipino.
First of all, Filipino is not even a race. Number one. Number two, the interviewer asked her and said, I heard you have a white guy exclusive policy or a not dating Asian guy exclusive policy. What did she say again? Let's go.
I don't know who I heard this from. You have an exclusive white dudes only policy. Is this true?
There you go. Exclusive white guys only policy. And then she goes on, well, I just attract white guys. Here you go.
I don't know who I heard this from. You have an exclusive white dudes only policy. Is this true?
Kind of, yeah.
All right, let's hear this.
It's not like intentional. I feel like for some reason I just attract white dudes.
Wait, is that your type?
It's not intentional. I feel like for some reason I just attract white dudes, but you have a white guys only policy. Women of color, y'all. Hey, shout out to Dr. Thunder. This Mr. Z's been on this since y'all known Mr. Z. I had to do it like this because what is Mr. Z saying? They are the colonizing agents. Ooh, goddamn. Women of color are the colonizing agents, and I say it to anyone in their face. Huh? Why this background and why the thumbnail? For those of you who get it, y'all get it. Matthew Perry, Commodore Matthew Perry, forcing Japan to open up. Ooh, goddamn. Do y'all get it now? The colonizer's booty? Huh? Is that a pun, Z? Yes, it is. Huh? The colonizer's booty. Now, when people think of that, they usually think of pirates. But no, the colonizer's booty. Huh? Look how easy it is to make fools of women of color and make them seem like total and complete hypocrites. When it comes to that white man, pun intended. When it comes to that white man, they start moonwalking, they start not making sense. 1 + 1 = 11, 12, 15, 37. Huh? Ah. The lady literally asked her, I heard you have a white man exclusive policy. Well, actually, it's not on purpose. It's not intentional. I just feel like I attract white guys. Ma'am, do you attract white guys or do you make sure that you only speak to white guys? And then she later on says, well, I match when I swipe and I'm on Tinder. I match with all these other guys. I just don't know how to. You don't know how to connect with other people of color? Weird. Huh? Ah. From Africa I Came. That's hysterical. And From Africa I Came says, when the white man shows up, they all start clapping with no hands. Oh, man. Hysterical. Huh? I'm emphasizing this point. Huh? And I played the young brother speaking about how the lengths that black men have to go to be impressive to black women. No, brother, that's not let's be very clear. Yes, for black women, but that's not exclusively a black woman thing. Ooh. Uh-oh. The white man just has to be there. Huh? The white man just has to be there. And the white man could talk to women of color all type of crazy. You doubt, Z?
I got a lot of comments on my 10 reasons why you shouldn't date Indian girls article video from men, of course, that were like, you're insecure because you know on some level this is true. That's why you have to make jokes about it. And you know what? For a long time, I really was insecure about it. I wanted to be white. I felt not pretty. I felt inferior. But all of that changed my freshman year of college. I went to this party with my friends and I was flirting with this white man. We were really hitting it off. We were about to go back to his place. And right before we were about to head out, you whispered in my ear, "Hey, I bet your pussy tastes like curry." And you know what? I haven't been insecure about it ever since.
She thinks it's funny. She thinks it's funny. Huh? Ah. Revelot, say it. Nasty work. Ah. Huh? And no, she's not the only one. Straight off the boat, Indian.
Where are you from?
India.
I'm going to have you take a quiz, and we're going to try to look for your ideal man.
Okay.
We're going to see the probability of him existing. What age do you want your man to be?
24.
What's the most?
28.
You like a guy that's a little older than you?
Yes.
Can they be married?
No.
White, black, or Asian?
White.
Very nice. Come on.
I knew that was coming.
Minimum height.
Let's do 6 feet.
Why can't he be shorter than you?
No.
You're competing with like the rest of the population of women.
So look at me.
Minimum income.
It doesn't matter.
Don't lie to yourself.
No, it really doesn't matter.
So they can make no money.
Yeah, I'll support. Let's just do 60K.
60K.
Let's be safe.
So the probability of this man existing
It's pretty high.
is 1.3%. Are you good with statistics?
Yeah.
Is that good or bad?
That's my life. I'm not surprised.
Would you lower your standards a little bit?
My standards aren't that high.
Bruh. Let's see if everybody else agrees with that, all right?
We'll see.
She was willing to pay for the white dude. She was willing to be the primary breadwinner for the white dude. Huh? Oh, man. Yeah. Say it again with me now.
Does it end? Yes, it goes on and on, my friend.
Huh? Meanwhile, you have black women bragging, our divorce rate, see, black men and white women, they have a high divorce rate, but our divorce rate with white men.
White wife, black husband marriages have the highest divorce rate of interracial couples. They are twice the divorce rate of white wife, white husband couples. Black wife and white husband marriages have the lowest rates of divorce. They are 44% less likely to end in a divorce than a white wife and a white husband. So not only are we not divorcing, we're 44% less likely to divorce. Yeah. We staying together. Yeah. We locked in. Yeah. That's after 10 years. Stand on it. Yeah.
Mr. Z has said this multiple times. All you social designers, social scientists, sociologists, take your books and throw them in the incinerator if you're not talking about this. The colonizing agents truly being the women. Uh-oh. And how they view the world and how they speak. Huh? If you're not having an honest conversation about this weirdo stuff and how the ladies, the women of color, justify their hypocrisy, then you're not having a real conversation.
This is so funny because people are definitely coming for me in the comments, but I stand by it. I love my interracial couples, but only when the girl is black. I didn't make the rules. Like, I just happen to be the one saying it, and it is what it is. And yeah, but yeah, you know what I mean? You know the vibes. The people who know. You just know. It's just like a different vibe.
Huh? Doesn't she sound like the Latina we cover? Miss, I want to be part of the imperialism. Doesn't she have that same kind of weird vocal fry? And they're pretty much saying that if you know, you know. Oh, almost threw up in my mouth. Huh? Who are the true colonizing agents? And they find all different type of weird ways to justify it.
I hear a lot of people saying, protect Asian lives or stop Asian hate. But where is that same energy when an Asian woman is dating outside her race? It sounds like you might not even actually care about a whole community, only when it's convenient for you. People are doxing and harassing Charlotte, releasing her personal information without her consent just for dating a white man and for speaking up against anti-blackness within her community. Yet that same energy doesn't apply to Caleb, who has said essentially the same thing. And listen, if this doesn't apply to you, then that's great, because we know that it's not all Asian men. But for those of you who are doing this, seriously consider whether your resentment is misplaced. There are women who do play into the white supremacist idea that Asian men are less masculine than other men, and that's a problem. But for you to attack Asian women solely for dating outside her race and blaming Asian women for the emasculation of Asian men within media is simply misogynistic. We are entitled to our bodies and our choices, and you do not own us.
And let's pause right here and read this. And thank you for this super chat, KMS. And KMS's shout out to face down, ass up diplomacy. What do you hear with all these ladies? Huh? What do you hear from all the women? Is it not face down, ass up diplomacy? I mean, the Indian young lady literally said it. Huh? This is why we speak about decolonizing your mind. The pro-black spaces, that's what they speak about, decolonizing your mind. Now, how well are they at doing that? That's a different conversation. But decolonizing your mind. I'm going to let y'all up in a minute, but let's go over that article again. I'm going to pause it at one specific point so we can emphasize the decolonizing, well, maybe more than your mind, part of the conversation. And here I go.
Decolonizing my love life. What I learned when I stopped dating white men. My type wasn't just a preference, it was an algorithm shaped by media and colonial history. I received my first lesson in desirability politics via an unexpected text. A white boy from my high school, who wouldn't make eye contact in the hallways but somehow found my number, sent me a message one night. "Is it true what they say about Asian pussies?" he wrote, followed by a string of
Now remember, the Indian young lady just told y'all said told you the white dude was talking about curry vagina. This young lady is telling you what that was middle school, high school, middle school. No, she said middle school. Middle school, the white boys, not even men, the white boys talking crazy about Asian vagina. I want everyone to appreciate this. The white guys know they could get away with this. White boys, white men. They just like to play stupid. They like to play coy. They like to play dumb. The women of color are playing dumb. The white dudes are playing dumb. They are the colonizer's booty. As KMS says here, shout out to face down, ass up diplomacy. And that's what it is. Huh?
followed by a
Continuing.
string of winking emojis. I was 14. I didn't understand, so I Googled it. And then I understood too much. That night, something lodged itself deep in my subconscious. At the time,
Giggity.
I didn't have the language for it, but I felt the weight. To be seen was to be exoticized. To be desired was to be othered. My body wasn't just mine, it carried assumptions, stereotypes and histories I hadn't agreed to. It was my first realization that attraction isn't just neutral, it's racialized. Growing up as an East Asian girl in a predominantly white town felt like inheriting an unspoken rulebook on desirability. First, it was a slow accumulation of images, cues and social reinforcement. In school, girls debated who was the hottest, Zac Efron, Ian Somerhalder or Chase Crawford. 17 magazine's Hot Guys of the Summer lists were exclusively white. I saw how the most popular girls gained social currency when the most popular boys flirted with them. I wanted that. Not necessarily them, but what they represented: acceptance, validation, proof that I could belong. I convinced myself of multiple lies, that I simply got along better with white boys, that I just happened to be more attracted to them, that holding
That I got along better with white boys. To all the black women. No, the white guys, they treat us better. The first person to ever compliment me about my skin tone was a white guy. The first person to compliment me about my hair was a white guy. The first person, and the white guys don't treat me like this, and the white guys gotta be gentlemen. This Asian lady is telling you straight up, she convinced herself, huh? She convinced herself that she simply got along better with the white guys. Oh. Huh? Ouch. Continuing.
someone white would make my otherness disappear. And so, my dating life became a rotation of white men who, in retrospect, viewed me as something between a conquest and a curiosity. There was the white finance proudly told me I was his first Asian. The Polish fitness guru who needed to call me his Chinese bitch to finish.
Ah. Wow. Huh? You imagine? Because let's be clear. He choking her out when he's saying that. You know he choking her when he's saying that. Ooh. Wow. Huh? I said it. Them white dudes have those women of color jumping off of ceiling fans. Huh? This is why, shout out to Accountable Commentary. No reach backs. Not just for black women, for any women of color. Y'all can stay over there forever. Huh? Oh, party. If it's throat, that's even worse. That's even worse. If that's what she's saying, that's even worse. Huh? Look at Passport OG saying, finish what? You know what she talking about. Huh? Huh? He gotta call you his Chinese yitch to finish. Ooh, when did she said Asian yitch or Chinese yitch? Either one. Ah, huh? This is why we say no reach back. Shout out to Accountable Commentary. No, it's not no reach back just for black women. It's no reach back for any woman of color who done did anything with the white guys. Ah, huh? You imagine?
To
Continuing.
finish. The doughy-faced man at the club who whispered in my ear, "I wish you were off the boat Asian, so you wouldn't know how to speak English."
Ah, huh? I wish you were off the boat Asian so you wouldn't know how to speak English. Ooh, huh? I wish you were off the boat Asian so you wouldn't know how to speak English. The white guys talk to them all type of crazy. And half of them will go. More than half of them will go. Continuing. Ah.
Then, there was my white ex, who cheated on me with another East Asian girl, then updated his bio to "Stop Asian Hate." If you've looked into interracial dating patterns, you already know the statistics. Asian American women prefer dating white men over men of any other race, including their own. But what motivates these preferences is more tragic than romantic. Studies show AAPI women often seek white partners for economic security, assimilation and social mobility, even when those partners fetishize them. Simply put, we are conditioned to put up with a lot. Chasing white
This is why Mr. Z says let them talk. This is why Mr. Z says let them talk. The Asian ladies tell you we're conditioned to put up with a lot. I wish you would have continued and said from who. None of these women are conditioned to just put up with a lot from random men. Nope, nope, nope. White men exclusive. Whether it's a black woman, a South Asian, Southeast Asian, East Asian, Latina, indigenous, all these women, y'all are conditioned to put up with a lot from the white guy because y'all value well the white guy. Because he's white. Huh? You wonder why Mr. Z says no reach back. Shout out to Accountable Commentary. You're not just conditioned to just put up with a lot. No, you're conditioned to put up with a lot from the white guys. We have yet to see Mr. Z. I live on YouTube. Y'all don't understand. Mr. Z got a problem. Outside of this space, no one's speaking about that racial hypergamy. Huh? No one. Shout out to Dr. Green Gorilla. No one's having that conversation. They want to stay a million miles away from that. Shout out to the left, you supposed leftists. Oh, we gotta be anti-patriarchy, anti-hierarchy, systems of oppression. Huh? All you supposed anarchists. Does this not sound like a hierarchy that the women are enforcing and imposing and playing into enthusiastically? Uh-oh. Huh? We could question men all day, every day. We could question men, why they like what they like. We could call them sexist, misogynistic, patriarchal, aspiring for patriarchy, aspiring for white patriarchy. Huh? White male identified, all of that. No one wants to speak about all of these women of color who are white male identified, who live for white patriarchy. Huh? Can't have that conversation. Oh no, because then we'll be being misogynistic. And we'll be what? Victim blaming? Yeah, that's it. Huh? No one wants to have the conversation about racial hypergamy. Nope. Enforced, imposed by women of color. And what they're willing to do to be with the white guy. Because let's be very clear. Patriarchy is quick hand for white man. Huh? When you hear any one of these women of color say, I only date white men, she's saying, and this is quick hand for I only date the men who are on the top. Power. I only want to be with the man whose skin color represents high status, whose skin color represents some type of money, whether he has it or not. That's what the Indian lady with the man on the street interview was saying. I'll take him any kind of way. He's a white dude. I'll do it. I got the money. I'll do it. I'll take care of us. Uh-oh. Because he's white. Ah. Huh? What did Dr. Jennifer Lundquist tell us? Race is the essential part. It's the most essential, and white men are on top of that. Ah. All of these supposed women of color who are supposed to be anti-patriarchy, anti-systems of oppression. You even have the East Asian young lady thinking that she's saying something slick. All these women are supposed lefties right until you put the white peen in their face. Ooh, goddamn, Z. Huh? All these supposed leftist women of color, and then the white man walks in the room and then they start sounding like this.
I hear a lot of people saying, protect Asian lives or stop Asian hate, but where is that same energy when an Asian woman is dating outside her race? It sounds like you might not even actually care about a whole community, only when it's convenient for you. People are doxing and harassing Charlotte, releasing her personal information without her consent just for dating a white man and for speaking up against anti-blackness within our community. Yet that same energy doesn't apply to Caleb, who has said essentially the same thing. And listen, if this doesn't apply to you, then that's great, because we know that it's not all Asian men. But for those of you who are doing this, seriously consider whether your resentment is misplaced. There are women who do play into the white supremacist idea that Asian men are less masculine than other men, and that's a problem. But for you to attack Asian women solely for dating outside her race and blaming Asian women for the emasculation of Asian men within media is simply misogynistic. We are entitled to our bodies and our choices, and you do not own us.
Uh-oh. Huh? Supposed leftist or left-leaning women of color, but the second you start speaking to them about why the white peen chase, that's how they start sounding. Huh? Only logical. You asked me a question earlier, and I'm trying to find it. Boom, there it go. And Only Logical says, Z, do you like Asian or Indian females? I find some attractive, some not so attractive. They're just women to me. Right? But the reason why I cover Asian women so much is because of the juxtaposition between Asian women and black women. And someone said it earlier, I think it was Revelot, who said, they're not so dissimilar. One of you said it earlier. They're not so dissimilar. It's just one of them is getting way more access to the white men than the other. But the aspirations to be with the quote unquote the man, the white man, it's the same for women of color writ large. Huh? Asian women may not be so antagonistic to Asian men, but they kind of are. You saw what that young lady just said? Right? And that you don't even want to see the clips from talk shows in Australia, right? Or some of the in-house conversation East Asians in particular are having about East Asian women and white men. It's getting real ugly. Huh? So I cover this and I focus on Asian women, East Asian women in specific, because of the juxtaposition what black women are saying and what East Asian women are saying. Why? Because black women are saying black men aren't masculine enough. They don't build. They're losers. We're more educated than them. Right? we shouldn't be stuck in the black community with black men. We're too loyal to black men. That's what black women are saying. Black men need to be forced to, quote unquote, rise to our level or we'll date out. This is what black women are saying. Huh? Black men don't earn enough. Black men don't earn enough more. Huh? Black men are secretly LGBTQ. All of the negative stereotypes about black men. That's what black women are saying. On the other side of the spectrum are Asian women and what Asian women are saying. And what are Asian women saying about Asian men? They're calling them their brother. They too are saying Asian men are aspiring for white patriarchy, or that Asian men are too overbearing, too patriarchal. Huh? So yes, Asian men may earn more. Asian men may be better, quote unquote, family men. Asian men may, quote unquote, stick around and do right by their families. But either way, the black women and the white women and the Latina women and the Asian women and the indigenous women, it's all about the white man. And you would think, particularly for those of us on that kind of skew a little left, you would think others see when women of color say white man, it's quick hand for patriarchy. When they say white man, it's quick hand for power. When they say white man, it's quick hand for status. When they say white man, it's quick hand for money. You would think the Kim Fosters of the world understand that. Uh-oh, but they might, and they just don't want to talk about it. You would think the FDs of the world understand that. Uh-oh, but they might, but they just don't want to talk about it. You would think the foreign man in the foreign lands understand that. Uh-oh, they might, but they don't want to talk about it. You would think the Julesies and the T Noirs and the Napier Jehobas and the Cat Blacks, you would think they understand that. Uh-oh, they might, but they just want to talk about it. Huh? You would think these people, Andrewism, all these people, Lil Bill, you would think they get it. Ah. Huh? Wow. Continuing.
Identity and heritage feel insufficient. I taught myself to minimize anything too Asian, avoiding speaking Chinese in public, tossing my mother hesitating to order chicken feet at dim sum. But if I had been conditioned to see white boys as the ultimate prize, then what did that mean for the boys who looked like me? I wish I could.
If I was conditioned to see white boys as the ultimate prize, what would that mean for the Asian boys that look like me? Uh-oh. What about the boys that look like me? That's what she's saying. Ah. Black women message. Huh? Continuing.
I was immune to the stereotypes about Asian masculinity, but I wasn't. The messaging was relentless. Asian men were nerdy, awkward, nice guys, but never the ones who got the girl. In middle school, through the gossip grapevine, I learned an Asian friend had a crush on me. I dismissed it immediately. Not because he wasn't attractive, I just hadn't considered him. I had already absorbed the idea that dating a white boy would elevate me socially. That was the priority. And
dating a white boy would elevate me socially. Let them talk, y'all. Let them talk. Huh? Remember, this is the other side of black women. The Asian folk, they're not talking about, oh, black Asian men, they're not there for their children. And Asian, that's not the stereotype. Huh? And yes, Mr. Z caught some of that Cynthia G and Dr. Umar Johnson interview. Yeah, I caught it. Huh? And Cynthia G admitted there, this is why Mr. Z says let them talk. The daddy issues. The daddy issues. And how that originated when she was like 10 years old or something like that. Asian women are, by and large, I'm saying, Asian women don't have those stories. And yet it's still the white male worship. Huh? It's still, I don't date Asian guys. What is that? If Asian women and black women have two different upbringings, by and large, largely two different community narratives, stories about the men in their same group, their ethnicity, their race, then how is it that they still end up with the white man as the pinnacle? Uh-oh. Huh? Continuing.
And then there were Asian women. I wasn't just dating white men, I was competing with other AAPI women for their attention. I saw them not as friends, but as threats, albeit unbeknownst to them. To comfort myself, I crafted a fragile self-affirming mythology. I'm different from the other Asian girls. I have layers. I have individuality. If a white boy had to choose from a lineup, I convinced myself I'd stand out. My mind clung to reminders of my uniqueness. I like film and the arts. I lift weights. I play competitive chess. But the more I repeated it, the hollower it became. What if I'm not as different as I think? Then the fear twisted into something even uglier. What if they are more unique than me? What if I am the forgettable one? Instead of seeking solace among other AAPI women, I retreated into a self-imposed exile, ashamed of my own scarcity mindset. Where was my feminism? Where was my solidarity?
Where was my feminism? Where was my solidarity? When it comes to white men, there is no, it's every woman for herself. When it comes to white men and ended up with the white man and using him as a status symbol to flex on other women, there is no feminism, there is no solidarity. It's every woman for herself. Huh? At least she's saying it. Once again, let them talk. Where's the feminism? This is why Jason Black tell y'all white men are the true serum. Jason Black say, hey, anybody you think have a secret, put them in the room with the white man and walk out. You'll get the truth. Huh? Uh-oh. Continuing.
In the shadows of my mind, the shame, the fear, the humiliation of knowing I had been complicit in my own erasure. It took another Asian woman to show me what I had been too ashamed to see. She was petite with a straight-layered haircut, a few years younger than me. She lived on the other side of the country, and I had never met her before. She was also the woman my white ex-boyfriend had been cheating on me with. She found me on Instagram and messaged me, "Are you guys dating?" I'm so sorry, I had no idea. She was honest and forthcoming, sharing screenshots of their messages. There was no defensiveness, no misplaced jealousy, just the quiet understanding of someone who knew what it felt like to be reduced to a preference. In a way, she was protecting me. I dumped him that same day. She did, too. It was in that moment I realized she wasn't my enemy. She was me. And yet, I had spent years seeing women like her as competition instead of my allies. Thus began my quest to decolonize my desire. I followed a framework from the Invisibilia podcast, where an East Asian woman decided to stop dating white men. 1. Bombard your brain with images of hot men of color. 2. Be suspicious of white men. Is he actually hot or does he just take regular showers and wear cool glasses? 3. Swipe left on white men. It wasn't even about never dating them again, it was about interrogating why they had always been the default in the first place. I had dated 2 men of color before, but I had never fully reckoned with how much whiteness had dominated my desires. I sought to reject the system that conditions attraction in harmful ways and liberate myself from a societal hierarchy that had never served me. Just days after that pivotal breakup, I re-downloaded the dating apps. At first, my thumb hovered over white faces. The old reflex.
A hierarchy that never served me. Recondition myself. A hierarchy. Uh-oh. Continuing.
Then I caught myself. Was it a good jawline, or just bone structure and basic hygiene? Attraction isn't just personal, it's programmed. Studies show that repeated exposure to certain beauty standards literally rewires our brains to associate.
So, the white dude just gets to be basic, number one. And what she's saying here is, studies show repeated exposure to a certain type of beauty standard, you pretty much adhere to it. And everyone is willing to accept that when we say European beauty standard, assuming it's just men in general, particularly men of color, but men in general, seeking white women as some type of status symbol. And yet you have a number of women of color willing to admit that's how they see white men. Now, they say it in different ways. This young lady is willing to just say it overtly. But other women of color, they get to it in some weird roundabout way, which is pretty much insulting the men of their demographic. Uh-oh. Huh? We don't belong to you. Isn't that what the Asian lady said earlier? Uh-oh. Black women, on the other hand, they get to it by insulting black men and saying black men aren't real men. Because black men aren't educated enough, black men aren't rich enough, black men don't have enough societal power and status. We get to the same point. Huh? The glorification of white men, white masculinity, and white patriarchy. Huh? And better you, wherever you are, no, Mr. Z did not miss what you said when you said patriarchy is inherently white. Ooh, goddamn. Apparently, that's what the women are saying too. And they're not against it. Ooh, goddamn. Continuing.
It literally rewires our brains to associate desirability with what's most familiar. My type wasn't just a preference, it was an algorithm shaped by media and colonial history. If my brain could be trained to prioritize whiteness, it could be retrained to desire something else. But desire also isn't just about attraction. It's about recognition. No matter how close I got to whiteness, I was still othered, operating on borrowed terms. What I truly craved was the ease that comes from being understood without explanation. There's an unspoken recognition forged through the shared struggles of people of color, the pressures of assimilation, the need to navigate multiple worlds, the tension between honoring our heritage and surviving in a world that wasn't built for us. Eventually, I met my long-term partner, son of Pakistani immigrants. With him, I no longer feel the pressure to shrink, dilute, or translate my culture to make it more palatable. There's no need for exhaustive explanations, why my relationship with my parents is fraught, why they insist he sleep in the guest room when visiting, why I instinctively modulate my behavior around them. The relief reveals itself in the smallest moments, the ease with which I now order chicken feet, without hesitation. He loves chicken feet too. The simple pleasures of cooking with scallions and gochujang and lotus root without having him ask, "What is this?" The way that he seamlessly fits into conversations with my AAPI friends without missing a step. And perhaps most comforting of all, the assurance that I can leave him with my parents and trust that he will meet them where they are, with curiosity, warmth, humor, and not a flicker of discomfort at my mother's broken English. With him, my reality is simply understood. Perhaps most healing of all, I have redefined my relationship with other AAPI women. Before, I saw them as competitors in a scarcity game built by white supremacy. Once I let go of needing to be different from other Asian girls for the sake of appealing to white men,
Scarcity mindset. Well, it's scarcity for white men in particular. It's not scarcity for men. It's scarcity for white men. Huh? It's scarcity for white men.
I don't know who I heard this from. You have an exclusive white dudes only policy. Is this true?
Kind of, yeah.
All right, let's hear this.
It's not like intentional, I feel like. For some reason, I just attract white dudes.
Wait, is that your type though?
What is about those white guys? I'm curious.
In the Philippines, they'd be like, when you grow up, you should marry like a rich, white, tall guy.
Oh, it's like a status thing?
Yeah,
it's like having a Chanel purse. A white guy is an accessory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've gone on Tinder and all that. I'd be matching with like other races and all that too. I just didn't know how to fit in with their type of vibe.
What is the race of guy you are least attracted to?
Probably Filipinos.
Filipinos not even when you see that categoric rejection, Filipinos not even a race. She's Filipino descent, and she made sure to say, "Dear white men, I'm not attracted to them at all. You don't ever have to worry about me leaving you or cheating on you with any one of these other men of color. Definitely not one from my same demographic or background, ethnicity, not race, ma'am. You can nationality. The home of my parents. But she wanted to make sure to stress to any random white guy that might be watching that show, that podcast. Hey, look, I just want you to know. You don't gotta worry about me looking at any one of these Asian guys, especially one from where my people from. Ooh, goddamn Z rhyming. Continuing.
I found so much joy in sharing spaces with them. We have dumpling making parties on Lunar New Year. We go to hot pot and joke about how our lives would be different if we grew up with loving parents. We protect each other. We watched Parasite win Best Picture and have a group chat called Bong Joon-ho's. Decolonizing my love life wasn't just about avoiding fetishization. It was about reclaiming my narrative and untangling years of internalized messaging that told me my worth was tied to my proximity to whiteness. White men were never the dream, they were just the default, the easiest illusion to chase.
Were they really just the easiest delusion to chase? Or do women of color see white men as the fastest way to prove and show her worth to herself and to other women in particular? Huh? As Mr. Z said, is being with the white man just the quickest way to flex on other women and to feel some type of self-esteem, and to feel like you actually achieved something? Huh? Trell said both of them. Huh? Oh man. Barry says the latter, Z. Right? And so let's play the clips. So I played that for y'all. Let's play the clips that I got from Shay Sade, and then I'll let you guys up in a minute. Once again, thumbnail and the picture that you see here, the background is Commodore Matthew Perry essentially forcing Japan to open up, no pun, right? And once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Mr. Z gonna read you guys super chat. As a matter of fact, before we get underway, let's read this from Joe's. And Joe says, no diamond ring, only pearl necklace. Hysterical. Skeet. Anyway. Huh? Oh man. That's funny, Joe's. Huh? And let's be very clear. For many women of color, I would say most women of color, that's what it is. That's what it is. Yes, Asian women have a way larger interracial marriage rate than black women. But let's be very clear. Listen to this, what this young lady was saying. You trying to tell me all those white guys that had triple X fun with her moved on and married some type of Asian woman? Or did many of them, if not most of them, move on and marry a white woman? But if you meet them, he'd be like, hey, man, let me tell you, once upon a time, I was dating this Asian chick, let me tell you. And I was there, and when I let go, I'll be calling her all type of Chinese yitch and everything. Uh-oh. All type of Asian yitch and everything. Yikes. Huh? And once again, Joes, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Detroit says, play that Uncle Luke Doodoo Brown. It's funny because the second I read it earlier, I thought of the song. It's hysterical. It's funny, actually. Huh? That's hysterical. Good song because the white guys definitely they definitely playing in the dirt. Uh-oh. Huh? What did that was it the black woman? Was the black woman on Bad Santa, or was it Badder Santa? She was like, I couldn't walk right for a week. Well, she said she couldn't walk right for a week, or she couldn't walk right for a month. Yikes. Huh? If you know, you know. So let's be very clear. Them white dudes is definitely, I'm telling you, the white guys got those women of color jumping off of ceiling fans. Huh? So Doodle Brown, that's pretty accurate. Pretty damn accurate. And once again, thank you for the super chat, Detroit. Thank you for the super chat. Right? And Guy Incognito says, and thank you for the super chat. They project this onto what black men want. Black women in specific, yes. Black women in specific definitely project this. This is what you're looking for thing. When in reality, it's women of color that put white men on high on this pedestal. It's the way they view white men. Huh? And we're letting them talk. They have the internet, they have high-speed internet, and they're uploading videos of themselves, downing the men of their own demographic, and these women of color. It's white guys, white guys, white guys, white guys, white men, white men, white men, white men. We're letting them speak, and they're all coming to the same conclusion: white men. And I definitely want to cover the young lady that was speaking about Black Lives Matter and whatnot, because she sounds like she skews to the left. Regardless of where these women are on the political spectrum, the party they're affiliated with, or at least the side of the political spectrum they're more likely to lean to, they'll just find different ways and different justifications for the white peen chase, whether conservative or liberal, whether centrist or not. Oh man. Wow. Huh? Next. And thank you for the super chat, God Carnino. Thank you for the super chat. And Detroit says, Alexa, play Wild Cherry, play that funk music replay gang, man. Hey, there is so many different songs. Like Mrs. Z was I was running late, clearly, short on time. So I couldn't put all the links, couldn't put everything, right? Either way, you see what we could come up with. And shout out to Shay Sade once again, right? But women of color are like saying the same thing. When you let them talk, this is where we end up. When you let women of color steer the car, somehow we end up under the scrotum of white men. Somehow. Every single time. Whether she's a lefty, whether she's conservative, centrist. Huh? Somehow we end up under white men's scrotum. Somehow. Weird. In Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Once again to KMS, I gotta read this one more again. KMS said, shout out to face down, ass up diplomacy. Huh? Chef Butter Biscuit says, and thank you for the super chat. The mayonnaise juicer, white supremacy, that's hysterical, by the way, will have the highest body count in human history. And that body count extends beyond sex. Say that. Say that. Huh? Let's be very clear. What's that? Necrophilia? These women of color will let the white dude do what he want to do to her next to your dead body. Ooh, Z, you did not say that out loud. I said it. Huh? It's that whole thing of power being an aphrodisiac. No. Say it the right way. Power is an aphrodisiac for women, and they don't care how you got the power. They don't care how you maintain it either. Ooh, goddamn, Z, stop saying it out loud, Z. You got to give them space for denial, Z. Huh? And once again, Chef Butter Biscuits, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And he also says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, at that moment, she experienced a fraction of the weight of upholding her version of the stereotype of the BBC. Giggity, we didn't ask for this. Huh? Wow. So the way and the way I'm taking this, number one, is the way these women are telling you how the white guys are talking to them about the Triple X Act. Huh? About the white guys are, who was it? Didn't one of the black women on Fox News behind the scenes, I think, accuse Bill O'Reilly of calling her some type of chocolate, whatever the hell? White guys walking up to these women of color, talking to them all type of crazy from the jump, talking to them all type of crazy from the jump. Let that Indian lady tell y'all again where she at. Where did she go, Miss Indian lady? Where'd you go? Here you go.
I got a lot of comments on my 10 reasons why you shouldn't date Indian girls article video from men, of course, that were like, you're insecure because you know on some level this is true. That's why you have to make jokes about it. And you know what? For a long time, I really was insecure about it. I wanted to be white. I felt not pretty. I felt inferior. But all of that changed my freshman year of college. I went to this party with my friends, and I was flirting with this white man. We were really hitting it off. We were about to go back to his place. And right before we were about to head out, you whispered in my ear, "Hey, I bet your pussy tastes like curry." And you know what?
Huh? First, you're gonna go back to his place just meeting him. First time meeting him. Shout out to for those of us that remember the story of the black woman who said she got piped down by some racist dude with the KKK. I'm not KKK, sorry, with the bars and stars. Huh? The Confederate flag on the living room wall. She met the white dude. I guess they quote unquote hit it off again. Oh boy. She let him smash. And when she's leaving the room in the morning, or she's leaving the room and she's walking through the living room, his racist homeboys are sitting on the couch and she see the damn Confederate flag on the wall. These white guys are first night stand all these damn women of color, as many as they could get. Huh? Inspired Truth says date number 0. The white guys don't have to date women of color. They just got to meet them. Meet them and beat them. Ooh, goddamn Z rhyming. Huh? No, dating is for all of you dusty men of color. Definitely you dusty Negroes. You dusty black men. Huh? That's why this brother said this.
You know what I find odd in America? Black man got to be 5 to 10 times better than a white man for a black American woman to be attracted to him. If you take a nerdy, lame-ass white man who has no kind of swag, no kind of communication skills, no dick game or nothing, it's not going to be an issue for them. He's going to be the prize for them. But if you take that same reverse for the black man, if he's a nerdy man, have no good communication skills, and he doesn't know how to dress, a black woman sees no potential in him. A black man down there has to be perfect in America for the average black woman to like him. This is food for thought. That's a fact. You can get mad all you want, but it's the fucking truth. And I'm going to give you an example for a minute. Let's just talk about DDG for a minute. DDG is way richer than a white man who Halle Bailey's fans want to date. He's way richer. He has more swag, better communication skills. He was valedictorian in high school, and he makes way more money than Halle. But they still would prefer Halle to date an average YT man. It's crazy, right? It's because they value the white man more than they value the black man.
This is the same thing that black women were on with Simone Biles Owens. They wanted her to end up with a white guy, also Zac Efron once again, Pause on the comment. I don't know what it is. I don't know what these women of color see, but okay, whatever. You know what? We ain't even gonna go there. I'm not a woman, so I don't know. But what? Whatever. Okay. All right. Huh? That's the same thing they were on with Simone Biles Owens. They wanted her to end up with one of these white guys once again, Zac Efron in particular. Huh? And it doesn't matter to this young brother. It doesn't matter how intelligent DDG is and that he was valedictorian in high school. They're not trying to hear it. Young brother with dreads, and he's not getting his money some white collar way. By the way, that speaks to the status of everything. Huh? Ah. Huh? So, give me a second. And that was that. Let me see. Oh, Saint Cyr got okay. Give me a second, Saint Cyr. And Saint Cyr says, Z, I'm about to do another, and once again, thank you for the super chat. Chef Butter Biscuits, thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Saint Cyr says, Z, I'm about to do another pay to play for you. LOL, check your email. There's women of color that police other men of color, not even the same ethnicity, for dating outside their race, all while dating white. Wow. Okay, I'll bring it up. As a matter of fact, give me a second. And before we play that, Saint Cyr, let me play. I'm gonna play two videos back to back. I'm gonna review what you sent, and then we'll let a panel up. Give me a second. Let's first play this from Shay Sade's channel. Shout out to Shay Sade. We got this from her channel. We're covering this because of Shay Sade, and here you go. And then we'll play and then we'll play the Dr. Jennifer Lundquist, and then we'll get to your video so that I could take one of these off. As a matter of fact, let's play this one first. Okay, here you go.
In a very brief generalization, there's a lot of detail in the book, but I'm going to give you a quick summary of what those findings were of how people interacted with each other. So what we found is that race is the deal breaker of all characteristics. It operates more strongly than education, physical characteristics. It is the deal breaker. And one of the things that we often found, which I thought was interesting in interviewing, especially many of the white men, is this aggrieved feeling that they were disadvantaged in online dating and that they were being ignored. And yet in our quantitative analysis, we find that white men are the most desired of all men. And this has been shown in many other platforms too. So this is not specific to the platform that we're looking at. Our quantitative analysis showed that almost all women or all women of all races and almost all gay men, actually black men did not show this, that their preference was strongest for white men. Now this preference for white men was statistically significant for other races, but especially strong for white women. But I found it really interesting that women and gay men of other races would respond first to white men and only secondly to men of their same race. So on the other hand, when it comes to preferences for women, so if we look at the ways in which straight men and lesbians, who their preferences are, who they interact with, etc., we found that unlike for men, whiteness was not the defining characteristic per se. But the defining pattern was for same race preferences, so contacting others of the same race. Men of all race and lesbians of color do not seem to have a first preference for white women, but their same ethnic group. And unlike straight women and gay men, they're also more open to people from all racial groups, and this is really important, except Black daters. So we document a persistent and specific anti-Blackness that operates among the sexual preferences of white, Asian, Hispanic, multiracial, straight men, and gay women. We have lots of theories based on our interviews for why this may be, but basically, in terms of why is it that white masculinity is so highly valued, more so than, say, white femininity, because we assumed that if given racial hierarchies and norms around hegemonic beauty, that white femininity would also be highly valued. But what we find is that, white femininity does not carry the same kind of appeal across all groups, in large part due to patriarchy and gender norms, right? So the association with white masculinity is not just associated with sexual allure, but it also symbolizes economic and cultural power in a way that femininity generally does not, right? In our interviews, while there is plenty of resistance to this among individuals, we also see that this sort of valorization of white masculinity is really something that's been internalized and reproduced by marginalized groups as well. So, that's a sobering finding.
Right. So as
And continuing.
Always had a preference for white guys. And I've actually always been scared to tell people this, especially on dating sites. When I get so many Black guys in my messages, it's mostly Black guys, but I really just want to put on my profile I just prefer white guys. And I did that one time, but I feel so weird saying that out loud. People will judge me for that, and I guess think that I'm racist, but I'm not. It's just what I prefer. And I don't see what is so wrong with that. Why does it have to be something that people need to get shamed for? That we have, a preference for a certain race. That's just the way I've always been. My very first crush, ever since I was 6 years old, was Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic. And Titanic is my next favorite movie. So I've just always been like that. And then my very first puppy love was this little white boy in my elementary class when I was 6 or 7. And he showed up at my birthday party and he kissed me on my cheek. Yeah, he's married now. It's kind of weird to say, but yeah, he's married now. So he was my first puppy love. That was so sweet. And I remember us holding hands in elementary school. Yeah, he was a little sweetheart. But yeah, so that's just the way I've always been. I mean, I'm attracted to all races, but I do prefer white guys. And it just feels so weird to say that. Everyone kind of has always made me feel a little type of way, a little ashamed of that fact. But it's it just is what it is. I don't really see anything wrong with this. If someone has a preference for a certain race, what are we supposed to do? Just settle for what we're not as attracted to?
That word settle.
I don't think that's
that word solution. Settle.
So I'm not doing that.
Shout out to Shay. Shout out to Shay.
I'm going to just be with
Shay got me dying.
I'm the most attracted to. So yeah, I'm not gonna let other people make me feel so ashamed of that, or pressure me into something that's not me, or that isn't what I actually really want.
Now, when women say settle, ooh, Z, please don't ask that question. Please do not ask that question, Z. When women say settle, when women of color say settle, when black women say settle, what are they attempting to achieve, aspire for, and what do they think and feel they're settling for, or they're being forced to, or being encouraged to settle for? Oh, Z, these questions though. Damn, Z, huh? The young lady said settle. Shay caught that. Shay was laughing. What did she mean by settle? Who's the settle? Uh-oh. Who's the settle? Ah. Indigo says, and this is hysterical, Belle Hookington over here. For those of you that don't understand the reference, in Bell Hook's book, Ain't I a Woman, she pretty much says straight up, um, women adopt the status of their men, women get the status of their men, and she encourages black women to marry white men if they can. She encourages black women to do that. Indigo, is that what you're referencing? Huh? Bell Hooks, yes, that Bell Hooks says that women get the status of their men, and it would behoove black women to marry white men, and that's what you're trying to do, is trying to get that status up. Huh? That's if the white man chooses. Uh-oh. Huh? And St. Cyr, once again, thank you for the super chat, and here we go.
Where's my wife from? Connecticut. The whitest of whites. I've realized it shows sometimes people ask me how I met my wife or what race my wife is, and women, Indian women will get mad when they find out I have a white wife. That my wife is white. Why not? See, this is the thing. How did it happen? I'll tell you. This is a genuine question. This is why you need immigrants. They're fucking curious people, and they solve problems. Is your husband or boyfriend? He's gringo. ¿Qué? Por favor, explain. Gringo, how did you conquistador this Venezuelan woman? How did you manage to plant your flag? Bumble. You already. She's rehearsing for her appointment tomorrow. I need a good story for the lawyer.
I've seen another video of him, and somebody asked him what his wife is, and he's like white as ish, right? So yeah, I've seen another video of him also. Isn't this exactly what we're saying here? Isn't this exactly what we're saying here? A Venezuelan woman with a white boyfriend chastising the Indian man with a white wife. Did y'all see what Mr. Z said there? White boyfriend, white wife. She asks, how did that happen? How did what you ended up in happen, ma'am? This shows the hypocrisy. There's another clip, and somebody saw this before. She looks Latina, kind of petite. It's a man on the street interview. It might be at the beach, but either way, man on the street interview. They ask this young lady, very young, looks like she's early 20s, maybe even late teens, but early 20s. Her preference and whatever, and she describes her preference. The man on the street literally moves the microphone over and asks a young man his preference and what he's looking for, or whatever, and he describes it, and then she goes about either calling him sexist or saying that's not fair or that's not right, something along those lines. And he literally says, "But you just described what you wanted." And the look, but it's different. Yeah. Huh? Uh-oh. Huh? Uh-oh. Indigo says to Z, "You giving me too much credit, Z. That's valid, but I think she resembles her." Yeah, no, when you said it, I saw it, but I didn't see it before until you said it. Until I read this. Yeah, right. I love that he caught her up right there. You imagine the gall, the unmitigated gall, the audacity, the temerity of asking a South Asian guy, how did he end up with a white wife? And he made a joke about this on another stand-up and said, Indian women, they don't do aspiration. No, you need to be established. And I'm putting words to it. This is not, no, he did say the established part. The you have to have like pretty much be somebody. But we already know the stereotypes. You either work in tech, you a trader, right? You a doctor, right? If you're South Asian, you got to be some big money, big, at least have some type of status. So he explained it on another stand-up. But here you have a Venezuelan woman chastising a white comedian about his white wife and asking, how did that happen? Wow. We see this in the black community. Black women who are with white men or who would be with white men if white men would choose them, chastising black men who are or might be or who they suspect to be with a non-black woman, any woman who's not black. Huh? She's essentially chastising this South Asian guy, this Indian guy, for not being quote unquote loyal to an Indian woman. Meanwhile, she with a white dude. The hypocrisy, this Mr. Z says, let them talk. The internet will expose us all. How many of us would have saw this if it wasn't for social media and the internet? This is why Mr. Z says, let them talk. Huh? The hypocrisy. We're going to play that one more again. Huh? The hypocrisy of it all. Here y'all go.
Where's my wife from? Connecticut. The whitest of whites. I've realized it shows sometimes people ask me how I met my wife or what race my wife is, and Indian women will get mad when they find out I have a white wife. That my wife is white. Why not? See, this is the thing. How did it happen? I'll tell you. This is a genuine question. This is why you need immigrants. They're fucking curious people, and they solve problems. Is your husband or boyfriend? He's gringo. ¿Qué? Por favor, explain. Gringo, how did you conquistador this Venezuelan woman? How did you manage to plant your flag? Bumble. You already. She's rehearsing for her appointment tomorrow. I need a good story for the lawyer.
I love how he brought up the conquistadors. Shout out to him knowing exactly what button to press. Conquistador, plant your flag. Perfect. Huh? That's exactly. This is why when you know a little bit about a person's history, a little bit about their nationality, or a little bit, you can hit them right where it hurts when they start talking dumb. I love he brought up the conquistadors and plant your flag. Well, you plant your flag right on her. Huh? How did you conquistador her? Huh? 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 And he's jabbing at the man, and he's jabbing at her, reminding her, by the way, you were a white dude. You said gringo. You didn't even say he's white. You said gringo. Huh? And he's jabbing at her. Oh, you ended up with the colonizer. He's telling you ended up with the colonizer. Because the conquistadors, that's what they are for pretty much all of everything south of the border. South of the border, that's all Latino, that's all conquistadors. Huh? And he jabbed her with that. You ended up with the colonizer. Huh? You gotta love it. In front of you imagine doing this in front of everyone. This is not even like some private conversation, or this is not at a dinner party. You're at a comedy show, and you're yelling across. How did that happen? Huh? Ah. Saint Cyr says women of color have no shame. Apparently not. Apparently not. Right?
Are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
Huh? And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Leon says, give Tina a break. She says she was scared of black women. Yeah, no, I gotta clip that out too. She might strike me for that, but yeah, that little piece with her and FD, and her just straight up saying, FD saying, how am I supposed to tell these women who have the house, the car, the lifestyle, the job, whatever, that feel like all they got to check off now is the man. How am I supposed to tell them that's patriarchy? As a straight man, as a man, and T Noir says, yeah, and how am I supposed to say that as a queer woman? Huh? I thought this too. And Telescope says, too many cosmos at her table at the comedy show. Alcohol equal true serum. Say that. I thought that too. I should have said it. I thought that too. Huh? Gil Gami. And Gil Gami says, Gil Gami says he discovered her on Bumble.
He's right, you know.
Oh man. Huh? That's funny, Gil Gami. That's funny. And Chef Butter Biscuit says, anyone that, thank you for the super chat, thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Chef Butter Biscuit says, anyone notice how non-white women are pushing their own men towards white women, and some no white women and some non-white women, I get what you're saying. Sooner or later, we're all gonna run out of road. So Dr. Jennifer Lundquist already said that white women don't gain with being with men of color, and men of color don't gain any particular status with being with a white woman. So that flies in the face of everything we've been hearing in the black community. Oh, you're dating the white woman so y'all can get status because you're not the white man and you want the white man's trophy. So that flies in the face of that. But no, it's where women's femininity lies, right? So I believe that it's only getting worse, right? It's only getting worse and more intense with this because our society is hell-bent on stripping away men of color in particular's performance of manhood. And when I say that, I mean the providership, the status, right? The quote-unquote headship, leadership role. And as you quote-unquote equalize things, what you're going to see is people are going to go for what they deem as the status, the man. And it's going to be random white men. White men that actually have it, white men that have a little bit less, white men that have a little bit less, white men that have nothing. Because his skin color is the status. His skin color represents manhood. His skin color is the passport through this society. Huh? So the women of color and chasing after the white man and fighting each other for the white man. And you heard what the Asian young lady said, the article. She saw other Asian women as competition, as competitors. Huh? So at one point at least, as you saw this culture war and the certain worldview getting victories and making this system and this society, quote unquote, more fair and equal, we see how the women are actually responding to that in their love life, dating life, and marriage. Once again, women are all for quote unquote equality. They want preferential treatment, but fine for argument's sake. They're all for equality until you say to women, that's all women. When you say to women and when you show them what equality looks like for their dating and marriage prospects, that's when they jump off the train. And even Anne Marie Slaughter speaks to this. That's when women jump off the train. Huh? They don't actually view that as equal. They don't value those men. Anne Marie Slaughter said it. And that's a feminist. Huh? So seeing the women of color try to push white women to end up with men of color as they chase after white men, the problem that these women of color are going to have, namely black women and more indigenous looking Latina women, is white men want children that look like them. By and large, white men want children that look like them. Will they have triple X fun with an Asian or indigenous looking Latina, a black woman, huh? A South Asian woman who's clearly very, very visibly South Asian? Yeah, maybe. Is he trying to marry you and have children with you and have a family with you? That's a whole different conversation. Y'all keep on thinking there's plenty of JD Vances out there. There's not. Mark Zuckerberg's out there. There's not. Huh? Keep thinking that. Huh? So if non-white women are pushing towards white men, that we get it, right? Racial hypergamy, right? This is something the right's gonna pretend like they don't even know. So let's be very clear. If you lean to the right politically, appreciate the white guys know they get it. And if you push them far enough in an argument, or if you joking with them, they'll say it. Ask Mr. Z how he know. The conservative white dudes, they like to play coy, like they don't, because for them it's about ignoring and denying race and the hierarchy of race. So they won't mention it. They won't even entertain the conversation until you push them far enough. Uh-oh. Huh? Then they let you know they appreciate it. And they know where they stand in the minds of women of color. Yikes. On the left, it's no love is love. You can't help who you love. Are you sure that it's not black men and the way y'all respond and y'all don't value black women? And are you sure that's what it is? Huh? What did FD say to Z? No, I met these white dudes, these white guys. They're not patriarchal. They're not any of that. His skin is. His status in the society is. He doesn't individually have to be that. What does his skin say in this society? Ooh, goddamn Z. Huh? Ah, the hypocrisy of it all.
This is so funny because people are definitely coming for me in the comments, but I stand by it. I love my interracial couples, but only when the girl is black. I didn't make the rules. Like, I just happen to be the one saying it, and it is what it is. And yeah, but yeah, you know what I mean? You know the vibes. The people who know. You just know. It's just like a different vibe.
Huh? Party say that. And Party says Brad can be Trans and the point still stands. Who was Alicia Garza married to? Goddamn, Z. Who was Alicia Garza married to? They filed for divorce recently. I think she filed for divorce. Huh? Yikes. There's a couple floating around on the internet somewhere, kind of pudgy black woman who dresses like a little schoolgirl with the colorful braids and whatnot, and she with this heavy set, balding, looking white dude who dresses like a woman. Somebody seen the couple I'm talking about somewhere on the internet. Huh? Dude dressed in all type of womanly clothes. Huh? Colorful hair. And homegirl over here rocking around with the bright, colorful braids. Huh? With like schoolgirl dresses. Somebody seen this couple. I know Mrs. Z not the only one. Huh? From Africa came says, nah, Z, I try to protect my mind. I ain't seen that. Huh? Ah. And Congruous says, didn't Usha Vance marry down in class with JD? Yeah, but he was at what, Yale? So his background would dictate that. But I don't count it. When you're at Yale, that's a pretty good indicator that you're going somewhere. Now, could he have graduated or just dropped out when he met her? And yes. Could he have dropped out when he met her and kind of proved the point that you're making here? Yes. Could he have graduated and then not make anything of his life? Yes. With that, he was at Yale, so they met at Yale, and I think she helped him to start some type of white organization. If I heard correctly, I think I heard that. Huh? I'm so mad, and hopefully when I'm gonna let you guys up. Hopefully, somebody. Oh, how am I gonna get that? I'll timestamp it. I'll send the time, but I want to play a clip of or play a part of one of these super long videos. It's like 3.5 hours long of white guys and Asian women. But white guy and Asian woman got the F China shirt on, and the white lady is like, she's standing on it. Pause. Well, not pause, but no giggity. Huh? Say that. GC says women of color will work their asses off for white men. Yes, they will, because they value the white man because of white man status. And let's be very clear. It's not anything an individual white man accomplished. Right? It's him being a white man on planet Earth, and where white men find themselves over the past 500-ish years, definitely over the past 300 and some odd years, 3 centuries. This is why we call it racial hypergamy. Huh? That's why we call it that. It's the way women writ large see manhood, masculinity, particularly exhibited by white men. It's the way they view patriarchy, even the women that claim to be anti-patriarchy. They could be anti-patriarchy all they want until you show them what that actually means for their love life, their dating life, and their potential marriage and family formation. And then all of a sudden, huh? Yes, we remember the mission statement from BLM. Yeah, anti-patriarchy. Tell the average woman of color, white woman that, and show them what that really means and see if they sign up for it. Huh? Y'all gonna admit that, nah, patriarchy isn't being imposed on women. Women sign up for it willingly and enthusiastically. Ooh, goddamn. Particularly white patriarchy. Ooh. Because for many women of color, and white women, that's the only patriarchy that exists, and that better be. Ooh, goddamn! So you did not just say that out loud, huh? Uh-oh. Huh. And this is what I was saying. And Black Guru says, Indian female marrying a white man who matriculated into Yale is not marrying down. Yeah, that's what I was saying. And his being ex-military is definitely a bonus. Yeah, yeah, right. So, okay, so seeing that we have all of that, let me read this. So, Mr. Z got let y'all up in a minute. And Els Active says, and thank you for the super chat. When the white empire crumbles, like all empires do, I get what you're saying. Women of color will have to answer for all of this white worship in the history books. I have something to say about that. The winter the winter will look tropical compared to the incoming ice age. I think that depends on who's writing the history books. Women of color have to answer for their treasonous ways. That depends on who's writing history books, because if we freeze history right here, they won't have to answer for their ways, because very few of us are actually thinking about this the way Z and the rest of you might be thinking about this. It's definitely not in the history books the way it should be. The treasonous ways of women of color, nah, that's, if we were to freeze history right here, we're to freeze frame this right here, not enough people are viewing this way and contextualizing, wait a minute, are they marrying for quote unquote love? Or is this like a hierarchical thing? Do they see white men as like being the men, or like on top of the heap, and this is why they're choosing what they're choosing, how they're choosing it? Right? But if enough men of color are to be honest about what this is, and you see this with the Asian men get it. Huh? Then yes. Right? Then yes. So I'm gonna let y'all up, but we're gonna listen to this one more again, and then I'm gonna let y'all up, and here we go.
Decolonizing my love life. What I learned when I stopped dating white men. My type wasn't just a preference, it was an algorithm shaped by media and colonial history. I received my first lesson in desirability politics via an unexpected text. A white boy from my high school, who wouldn't make eye contact in the hallways but somehow found my number, sent me a message one night. Is it true what they say about Asian pussies? He wrote, followed by a string of winking emojis. I was 14. I didn't understand, so I Googled it. And then I understood too much. That night, something lodged itself deep in my subconscious. At the time, I didn't have the language for it, but I felt the weight. To be seen was to be exoticized. To be desired was to be othered. My body wasn't just mine, it carried assumptions, stereotypes and histories I hadn't agreed to. It was my first realization that attraction isn't just neutral, it's racialized. Growing up as an East Asian girl in a predominantly white town felt like inheriting an unspoken rulebook on desirability. First, it was a slow accumulation of images, cues and social reinforcement. In school, girls debated who was the hottest, Zac Efron, Ian Somerhalder or Chase Crawford. 17 magazine's Hot Guys of the Summer lists were exclusively white. I saw how the most popular girls gained social currency when the most popular boys flirted with them. I wanted that. Not necessarily them, but what they represented, acceptance, validation, proof that I could belong. I convinced myself of multiple lies, that I simply got along better with white boys, that I just happened to be more attracted to them, that holding hands with someone white would make my otherness disappear. And so, my dating life became a rotation of white men who, in retrospect, viewed me as something between a conquest and a curiosity. There was the white finance executive who proudly told me I was his first Asian. The Polish fitness guru who needed to call me his Chinese bitch to finish. The doughy-faced man at the club who whispered in my ear, I wish you were off the boat Asian, so you wouldn't know how to speak English. Then, there was my white ex, who cheated on me with another East Asian girl then updated his bio to, Stop Asian Hate. If you've looked into interracial dating patterns, you already know the statistics. Asian American women prefer dating white men over men of any other race, including their own. But what motivates these preferences is more tragic than romantic. Studies show AAPI women often seek white partners for economic security, assimilation, and social mobility, even when those partners fetishize them. Simply put, we are conditioned to put up with a lot. Chasing white validation made my own identity and heritage feel insufficient. I taught myself to minimize anything too Asian, avoiding speaking Chinese in public, tossing my mother, hesitating to order chicken feet at dim sum. But if I had been conditioned to see white boys as the ultimate prize, then what did that mean for the boys who looked like me? I wish I could say I was immune to the stereotypes about Asian masculinity, but I wasn't. The messaging was relentless. Asian men were nerdy, awkward, nice guys, but never the ones who got the girl. In middle school, through the gossip grapevine, I learned an Asian friend had a crush on me. I dismissed it immediately. Not because he wasn't attractive, I just hadn't considered him. I had already absorbed the idea that dating a white boy would elevate me socially. That was the priority. And then there were Asian women. I wasn't just dating white men, I was competing with other AAPI women for their attention. I saw them not as friends, but as threats, albeit unbeknownst to them. To comfort myself, I crafted a fragile self-affirming mythology. I'm different from the other Asian girls. I have layers. I have individuality. If a white boy had to choose from a lineup, I convinced myself I'd stand out. My mind clung to reminders of my uniqueness. I like film and the arts. I lift weights. I play competitive chess. But the more I repeated it, the hollower it became. What if I'm not as different as I think? Then the fear twisted into something even uglier. What if they are more unique than me? What if I am the forgettable one? Instead of seeking solace among other AAPI women, I retreated into a self-imposed exile, ashamed of my own scarcity mindset. Where was my feminism? Where was my solidarity? These thoughts festered in the shadows of my mind, the shame, the fear, the humiliation of knowing I had been complicit in my own erasure. It took another Asian woman to show me what I had been too ashamed to see. She was petite with a straight-layered haircut, a few years younger than me. She lived on the other side of the country, and I had never met her before. She was also the woman my white ex-boyfriend had been cheating on me with. She found me on Instagram and messaged me, "Are you guys dating?" I'm so sorry, I had no idea. She was honest and forthcoming, sharing screenshots of their messages. There was no defensiveness, no misplaced jealousy, just the quiet understanding of someone who knew what it felt like to be reduced to a preference. In a way, she was protecting me. I dumped him that same day. She did, too. It was in that moment I realized she wasn't my enemy. She was me. And yet, I had spent years seeing women like her as competition instead of my allies. Thus began my quest to decolonize my desire. I followed a framework from the Invisibilia podcast, where an East Asian woman decided to stop dating white men. 1. Bombard your brain with images of hot men of color. 2. Be suspicious of white men. Is he actually hot or does he just take regular showers and wear cool glasses? 3. Swipe left on white men. It wasn't even about never dating them again, it was about interrogating why they had always been the default in the first place. I had dated 2 men of color before, but I had never fully reckoned with how much whiteness had dominated my desires. I sought to reject the system that conditions attraction in harmful ways and liberate myself from a societal hierarchy that had never served me. Just days after that pivotal breakup, I re-downloaded the dating apps. At first, my thumb hovered over white faces. The old reflex kicked in. Then I caught myself. Was it a good
Sound like
design, or
crackheads
just
for the white man.
bone structure and basic hygiene? Attraction isn't just personal, it's programmed. Studies show that repeated exposure to certain beauty standards literally rewires our brains to associate desirability with what's most familiar. My type wasn't just a preference, it was an algorithm shaped by media and colonial history. If my brain could be trained to prioritize whiteness, it could be retrained to desire something else. But desire also isn't just about attraction. It's about recognition. No matter how close I got to whiteness, I was still othered, operating on borrowed terms. What I truly craved was the ease that comes from being understood without explanation. There's an unspoken recognition forged through the shared struggles of people of color, the pressures of assimilation, the need to navigate multiple worlds, the tension between honoring our heritage and surviving in a world that wasn't built for us. Eventually, I met my long-term partner, son of Pakistani immigrants. With him, I no longer feel the pressure to shrink, dilute, or translate my culture to make it more palatable. There's no need for exhaustive explanations, why my relationship with my parents is fraught, why they insist he sleep in the guest room when visiting, why I instinctively modulate my behavior around them. The relief reveals itself in the smallest moments, the ease with which I now order chicken feet, without hesitation. He loves chicken feet too. The simple pleasures of cooking with scallions and gochujang and lotus root without having him ask, "What is this?" The way that he seamlessly fits into conversations with my AAPI friends without missing a step. And perhaps most comforting of all, the assurance that I can leave him with my parents and trust that he will meet them where they are, with curiosity, warmth, humor, and not a flicker of discomfort at my mother's broken English. With him, my reality is simply understood. Perhaps most healing of all, I have redefined my relationship with other AAPI women. Before, I saw them as competitors in a scarcity game built by white supremacy. Once I let go of needing to be different
They
from
fighting
other
for the
Asian
white
girls
man.
for the sake of appealing to
They
white
fighting
men,
each
I
other.
found so much joy in sharing spaces with them. We have dumpling making parties on Lunar New Year. We go to Hot Pot and joke about how our lives would be different if we grew up with loving parents. We protect each other. We watched Parasite win Best Picture and have a group chat called Bong Joon-ho's. Decolonizing my love life wasn't just about avoiding fetishization. It was about reclaiming my narrative and untangling years of internalized messaging that told me my worth was tied to my proximity to whiteness. White men were never the dream, they were just the default, the easiest illusion to chase.
Y'all gives me a second. Y'all gives me a second. Y'all gives me 1 second. Wait a minute. Right. For y'all real quick. Here y'all go.
Where's my wife from? Connecticut. The whitest of whites. I've realized it shows sometimes people ask me how I met my wife or what race my wife is, and Indian women will get mad when they find out I have a white wife. That my wife is white. Why not? See, this is the thing. How did it happen? I'll tell you. This is a genuine question. This is why you need immigrants. They're fucking curious people, and they solve problems. Is your husband or boyfriend? He's gringo. ¿Qué? Por favor, explain. Gringo, how did you conquistador this Venezuelan woman? How did you manage to plant your flag? Bumble. You already. She's rehearsing for her appointment tomorrow. I need a good story for the lawyer.
You see how he caught her up? What's going on? What's going on, Better You? What's going on, Nemo? What's going on, Black Guru? What's going on with you?
Took you long enough to drop the link? Man, you just love to hear yourself talk. And you claim I'm
Oh, wait a minute, Nemo. I didn't know you had a channel. You have a channel, Nemo? Oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. All right.
Really.
I didn't know. My apologies. And you're skipping over Better You. Go ahead, Better You. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hey, well, how's it going, brother?
What's going on with you?
Nothing much, man. This pretty much exactly what I was getting at when I shot you them emails a few days ago. Like, the environment has really shaped this longing, this yearning for white men and white validation, and it's been toxic for so long that I don't think a lot of women even recognize it and even understand why they think and desire some of the things that they do.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, let me play this because this speaks exactly to what you're saying. What I listen to every single word she says because y'all gonna catch her up at least 2-3 times. There you go.
I don't know who I heard this from. You have an exclusive white dudes only policy. Is this true?
Kind of, yeah.
All right, let's hear this.
It's not like intentional, I feel like. For some reason, I just attract white dudes.
Wait, is that your type though?
What is about those white guys? I'm curious.
In the Philippines, they'd be like, when you grow up, I should marry like a rich, white, tall guy.
Oh, it's like a status thing?
Yeah,
it's like having a Chanel purse. A white guy is an accessory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've gone on Tinder and all that. I'd be matching with like other races and all that too. I just didn't know how to fit in with their type of vibe.
What is the race of guy you are least attracted to?
Probably Filipinos.
There you go, Better You. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, it says it all. Like, what hates themselves? Like, I don't know if a single thing that doesn't want to procreate and continue itself. It's really, I don't know. It's really befuddling in a sense.
I get it, especially when you count hierarchy and whatnot. I understand, because look at how she got caught up. The interviewer asked her, or said, "I heard you got a white guy exclusive policy," and she was like, "Yeah, but it's not like that." And I just attract white guys. No, if you have a white guy exclusive policy, it's not that you attract simply just white guys. You're only choosing white guys. And you're only open to white guys. Okay, fine, cool. Continuing. She says when she's on the dating app, she's matching with other men of other backgrounds, other ethnicities, other races. And she doesn't know how to connect with them. What?
Oh, I want to point out one thing, and then I'll let Neyma and Uru have it.
Go
How
ahead.
many times have you shown different things or come across different things where ladies of whatever race are saying that, oh, there are these guys, guys of my own race, and after this, like the last one was like the black chicks. Oh, there were tons of black guys that were all in my DMs, but no, I wasn't interested in any of them.
Oh yeah. The Africans, the sister that said the African dudes were trying to hit on her, go at her. Yeah.
And imagine, like, yo, how deep and how widespread this thing actually is, because there's I would wager there's a good chunk of even black guys who sitting next to, married, laying in bed next to somebody. You wasn't their first option. You was the check down.
Does anybody remember the Chris Rock album?
Neyma, let him land. Neyma, let him land, please. Let him land, please. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. All right. Look, we
He did land.
Entertainment references right now. Yeah, no. So yeah. Look, go ahead.
No. I mean, I just want everybody to think about that. Like, there are a lot of. How well do you know her past? You might be thinking you was the primary receiver for that play, but nah, you was the check down, homie. She was feeding behind something else that she couldn't get, and she decided.
Well,
like,
that's why accountable commentary says no
reach
back home. Yeah, exactly. That's why accountable commentary says no reach back. That's exactly why. Because let's be very clear. Mr. Z has met black women. As a matter of fact, I think Cheska Lee said her mom was married to a white man. Now her mom's with a black man, or dating or married to a black man again. I have met black women to white men, and they don't give you no type of weird vibes or anything like that. And they met in college. Like, that happens. The friend circle. Telescope speaks about that all the time. You know, the friend circle and whatnot. That happens. But that's not how it really go down, man. That's not how it really go down. And I'm glad that women of color are just straight up telling everybody what it really is for them. Right? So yeah, no, I agree with you that, hey, and this is why Black Guru says what he says, it was just like, hey, if you really want to know how down your girl is for you, let her be around a good looking white dude and just stand back and see how she responds to him. Exactly. And that'll let you know, yeah, maybe she never did anything with a white dude, but that doesn't mean she's not opposed to it. Right? That doesn't mean she's not opposed. Maybe the guys at work just ain't flirt with her like that, or talk to her like that, or they don't see her like that. But if one of them did, well, right, a white boss gonna have her pinned to the wall, literally. Oh man, right.
I think it's more insidious than that. I think there are a lot of them that done been in the fruit roll up, and they just didn't close the deal.
Well, yeah, that's why. That's it. Go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. That's it. They done been in that fruit roll up. They couldn't close the deal, and for some of them, it might be a thing of shame. It might, might be something they want to hide and cover up. But like it's prevalent. Like, even the other day, my brother was taking my aunt and my mom. We was taking them out to eat, and there was a white guy that stopped by and was talking with my aunt. My aunt and my mom started talking about how this white guy was trying to get at all the black ladies that worked at the plant, and how he was pulling a lot of them.
Yeah. Racking up. I bet you he got stories. I bet you he has stories.
I was like a little kid, all the grown folks' business. I was like, oh, Miss Green, Miss Terry. Miss
Yeah,
Coca. Oh,
yeah,
fuck.
yeah,
I hear
yeah,
that,
yeah.
Sean.
And we're racket, and then that's the open kept secret in the black community. That Mr. Z is helping to blow a lid off of, which is like this is what's really going on. There's some frustration there that black men get hit with, right? And we just have to be honest. Like, and somebody said check her social media exactly. Like, excuse me, let me. Excuse me, yeah, because what we have to establish here, number one, with no reachbacks, is we're not going to be the consolation prize because you and the white dude didn't. You couldn't seal the deal, as you said, with the white guy, right? And this is why, once again, accountable commentary says no reachbacks, because oftentimes that's what it is. You couldn't seal the deal, or you. Let's be very clear, and I mean pun, by the way, double entendre on this one. You couldn't hack it. That white man was putting you through something fierce, and you couldn't hack it. And maybe you're the one who ended it. But why? Ooh. Huh? Look at the one that and y'all were shouting out, and rest in peace, David Carroll. Some of y'all were shouting out David Carroll in the comments. David Carroll kept on reciting that story over and over again about the black woman that was, and she might have been mixed, but either way, black woman that took on the white dude who was homeless, took him on and his kid. He didn't work, she worked. This same guy, as Trump was ascending back in 2016, was talking crazy, because I saw that clip, the actual video clip. I didn't know this whole backstory. I only got to hear it through David Carroll. As he's ascending, this guy talking crazy about black people to the black woman who's taking care of him and his kid. They break up. Guess what? She ended up with another white dude. Oh, there you go. Huh? So yeah, you know, it's ugly out here, right?
Basically, this is something the Master Yao taught me. Okay, black women are emotional masochists. Okay, they like being victims. They like being emotionally abused, and black men are too low on the totem pole to do that.
Wait, BGS. Black men are too low on the totem pole to correctly abuse black women.
Who's more victimized than black women?
Black men.
How you gonna be a victim to somebody who's more victimized than you?
No, you're actually the aggressor in that case.
But you know what? This dawned on me when you said
After
that.
this, we got to get Neighbor in. Go ahead, Lion, and then we got to get Neighbor.
But you know what? This dawned on me, BGS, when you just said that.
What?
You know what I just noticed the thing with black men?
What?
Black men are the only men who are afraid to be the villain. Black men are the only men who are afraid to be the villain, even though I'll take it a step further. You deserve to be the villain. You should be the villain. Why
Are
not?
black men afraid to be the villain?
We're not afraid. We're not afraid to be the villain. Okay. The thing is, we don't have the power to be the villain like that. Okay. How do you have the power to be a freaking villain? Okay. Anything that you do, I don't care to whom, you're going to pay a severe penalty for it. How are you going to be a villain?
Don't we always pay?
So go ahead.
Nah, don't we always pay for it regardless? Do or don't do?
No. Think what happens if you do.
I think what happens if we do. I understand that, but do we not pay for it even when we don't?
No, there's payment and then there's payment, right? Okay, you know there's penalties for everything, right? Okay, if basically if we steal something, we get double the penalty. If we hurt somebody, we get double the penalty. Okay, we get double.
We don't get to claim affluenza.
No, we don't.
They misdiagnose you brocolepsy more often than not.
That's hysterical, by the way. That should be an excuse too, by the way.
And we're also socialized to take the blame for everything. Okay, it's not villains. Most villains are not born; they're made. Okay, and the reason that the black manosphere is so outlawed is because we're not afraid to be known as the villain.
Yeah.
And guess what? The whole world jumps on us. Okay, is because we do play the villain.
But I don't know if it's villain if we're asking for things to be just. I think we're being framed as villains, but that's insane to be framed as villains for asking for justice.
who's the villain and who's the hero is depends on whose eyes the point of view you're actually looking from, right?
That's true.
And one man's terrorist is one man's freedom fighter.
Yep. Right there. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighder.
I mean, the only thing is with they can't claim that they're a bigger victim when you look at the stats, and that's what they hate about it. We pulled the numbers, okay?
Absolutely.
So black women would love to claim that we beat on them, we hurt them, we do all kinds of crazy stuff to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would love to claim that, but when they pull the numbers, it's not true. In fact, if you pull the numbers, black women that victimize black men way more than the opposite.
That's a fact. Go ahead and name it before BGS. Let him go before you explode.
What I'm saying is, if brothers really want to play the villain, especially in this society, get ready. Okay, get ready, because you might as well go to Gaza and live, because that's what's going to happen to you, and we know it.
How many people are willing to pay the price to be the villain?
How many people are willing to pay the price to be a villain? I mean, name us from Africa. You know what that is.
Yes, I do.
Shout out to Trump.
Yeah. I mean, especially during colonialism and whatnot, I know I'm going to be held accountable no matter what. I mean, I live in Europe. What am I going to be made? The designated scapegoat for everything. The same thing if my people who are trapped in the Middle East, especially in that little European country, like Mr. Z likes to mention. By the way, Z, the brocolepsy thing, that's from a D.L. Hughley joke.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link.
Okay.
But I want to know, what do black men get about being the villain? I'm saying, you might as well embrace it. You're gonna get blamed anyway. But the thing is, if you want to play that role, what are you gonna get?
I think you described it perfectly when you said Gaza. I think that was perfect. I can't even add to that.
They would love to go ham on you. Okay, it's even including your own women. They would love to go ham on you.
Give me a reason, bub.
Give me a reason. Yeah.
That's the entire society when it comes to black men. That's literally the entire society.
Go ahead, punk. Make my day.
Make my day. I knew you was gonna say that exactly. That's the whole society. Exactly.
What they can't stand is black men being indifferent. That's what they can't stand.
Yes.
Like I said, I just came on there because it said if a black woman wants to go to the other side, do the reach back, make her pay for it. Okay, you got to treat me like you treated that white man.
Oh,
because you bowed down for him. You did what he said. You took his verbal abuse. Okay, treat me like you treated that white man.
I got you, BGS. I got you.
Man, if you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock and getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that.
That's the part. That's the part about, because I'm a Sigma, so I never put up with this shit. Okay, that's what I understand. Okay, why do black men embrace black women's bad attitudes? I look at Papa.
Somebody answer that.
I mean, I think BGS. I mean, we know obviously they've been trained in the womb to put up with it, brother.
Okay.
I mean, they've been so acclimated. It's like born into a hostage world.
I was born in the darkness, huh?
Yeah. So you're born into the situation where from the jump you're being abused. You don't necessarily know you're being abused, but you're being abused. And you know how we're abused and don't know it? When you observe how white children treat their parents, particularly their mothers.
Yeah.
That's how you know, and we cringe.
Yes, we do.
At what white children do to their mothers in particular. Yes. I don't know if they are quite as aggressive against their fathers, partly
Oh
because
no,
they
no,
think
no,
their fathers
no, they're not. Have
boot,
you ever heard? Have you
boot
ever heard?
to heal or whatever. Yeah.
Have you ever heard a white boy cuss out his dad?
You don't. I mean, if that's happening, there might be some gunplay at some point in that event. There might be some gunplay in that event. But but my point is, yeah, but we're bred into a situation where we're made to become accustomed to it. We go to school. Most of our schools are female led. Many of black schools are black female led. So I just think it's a training, that occurs throughout all of our developmental years.
Like I was using Dr. Umar's supposed daughter. I think that's his daughter. I guess he says that's his daughter, right? Call him a B word, right? Okay. And to me, that would be grounds for I never speak to you again. I don't care what the circumstances is.
Yeah.
I mean, because you hear white boys call their moms that, okay, but thing is, why is it the opposite when it comes to black men? We're upside down.
It gets worse, BGS. She just interviewed with Cynthia G. I
Yeah, she did that
I caught like half of it.
Yeah,
I caught half of it. That's crazy.
I don't even have to hear Cynthia G's. I heard what she did on her own accord with her own thing. Most of it is coming from her mother, and I don't care. I don't care what your father is. Okay, you disrespecting your parent like that is not acceptable under any circumstances, and that shows you how far the mother has fallen to allow that stuff, because her mama should have checked her.
Well, here's
I
to me
mean,
a
from my perspective, it's actually ironic. It's actually ironic to me, Mr. Dr. Umar, Pan-Africanist, Kufi and all, black women save black women, the black woman queen. And what does your daughter do? Go talk to? It'd be funny if it wasn't so pathetic.
Which I know it's coming from the mother, because if the mother, there's no way in the Pan-African community or the black national community that Dr. Umar could get away with not taking care of his kid if his mother said so. There's only one reason: she didn't want him to.
This is, to me, why I give some empathy to Umar. It's a very important element to what has been presented in that thing. Apparently, this estrangement started when she was 10 years old. It did not start at birth. It did not, like Umar just sort of abandoned his parental responsibility right in the beginning. For whatever reason, it started when she was 10 years old. Now, I think
she got remarried.
Yeah, there is a stepfather. There you go.
There's a stepfather.
So this estrangement, to me, seems to be less about what Umar wanted to do and be for her, and more about the choices that her mother made.
It always is. It always is. But guess who gets the blame? Jermaine always gets the blame, right?
And the disrespect and the venom that she has for him is just, I mean, it's just out of this world. It's just so much venom, so much disrespect. It's creepy.
Back in the old days,
That's mom.
Back in the old days, Uri can tell you, okay, whatever you say in private, you would not be able to disrespect either one of your parents like that in public.
No, it just would never happen.
It would never happen.
The mother would not allow it to happen.
No,
the mother would not allow it to
happen. Umar, no matter what he feels about the mother of his children, you never heard Umar disrespect the mother.
No,
ever.
No.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm sitting in Colombia right now, waiting for my wife to get her nails done. But I just saw this black man with 3 of his sons, and he's just happy, in control, and they're all ahead of the woman. The wife is sitting behind them.
I think Tunnel Runner jump on our panels to brag. I can't even let you finish those things. I just gonna let you brag on my channel like this.
Tunnel Runner is giving you guys a vision of the future.
The thing is, what I've been saying for the last 10 years, okay, Tunnel Runner's down there seeing it, right? Okay, these women didn't come out of this thing from nowhere. They're trained from the ground up to be that way.
Yeah,
that's what Tunnel Runner is saying. It's more about culture than it is about the woman. Am I not right? Am I wrong, Tunnel Runner?
You are right. You are right. I mean, sometimes I'll be speaking, and I'll have her 4 or 5 sisters. They like looking at me speaking. You know,
Yeah.
with like this guy. You know, with a certain level of respect that I
Yeah.
haven't really did anything, but they just have that. And I mean, most of them are all married, but they all seem to be, you know, just it's just inside of
You
them
know
that
why,
they
Tunnel
forget to
Runner?
listen.
You know why, Tunnel Runner? Because a man is speaking.
Because a man is speaking. Yeah.
Say that.
That's all it,
Say that.
it's no more complicated than that. A man is speaking.
Yeah.
In most human cultures, that's the regard given to a man who's speaking.
Yeah, and so I have to catch myself sometimes because of my training, you know, and not to do things. Because like at one time I was like, oh, I was, you know, my wife was cooking every day, whatever, and getting up in the morning with me, would go to work, and you know, I was going to be like, oh, you don't have to get up and stuff like that, and I'd be like, no, don't start nothing,
Don't mess up the game, huh?
yeah. And I had to, you know, tell myself, you know, if, you know, she's doing what she thinks she's supposed to be doing and it's right and it's enjoyable. And these American ways are
It's almost like, Tunnel, you should keep a daily journal.
You
A
should.
diary and review
Yeah.
that shit to make sure you stay on point.
But it's if he did, it's helpful because, you know, I don't know why, because like I said, I was talking to, you know, the argument I had with the homeboy, okay? I was trying to get him to understand where I was coming from, right? Okay, but he's so indoctrinated into this gynocracy, it flies over his head. We actually won't penetrate. Okay, it's not. The thing is, you think that your narrow view of the world in this small little bubble is what the world should be, and it's not. And it's not. Okay.
That's horrid.
Yeah, that's like you see these black dudes getting in on Passport Bros, calling them weak. No, okay. I said, why don't I said? Cause sometimes some of these cats say, well, you know, we'll finance you a month down in Colombia or Central America, right? So you just stay there and go around and observe, okay, how the women are different, and then come back.
I think you're way more. You explained way too much on that, BGS. For me, it's simple. Why do black men owe black women anything? What do black men owe black women? Why not go? For who?
You know there's a word for that question you just said. There's something you get called for asking that question, Z. What's that word?
Sassy?
No.
What is it?
Coon?
No.
Coon, traitor?
No. A villain.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, yeah, that's actually good.
Just
That's
for
the
asking
answer.
that question. Just for asking that question, you're a villain. That's what I mean by villain. You're a villain just for asking the question. The Black Manosphere are a bunch of villains just for simply saying the word no.
I'm not putting no gynocratic heritage on them Colombia people or any of them other people down there. We see black women going over to Japan trying to turn Japanese women into feminists and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that to them people.
Yeah. That to me. Here's the thing, Lon. Posing that question, well, in a well-ordered society, well-ordered black community, it should inspire a thought, a feeling like, yeah, actually, what should we? What? Because it's one big Negro thing. One random black man, and I'm not saying this is actually true. One random black man did one random black woman wrong, and so we all got to pay for it. Once again, I'm not saying that's actually the truth, but this is the narrative, right? And so we all got to pay for that. Go ahead.
Most of that crap is made up.
Yeah.
You know, I had somebody send me a video of this mother beating her damn near grown son with a golf club because he was doing something, right? And that's very common.
I wasn't going to go that far, BGS, but I was just simply going to talk about the relationship stuff, the stuff they make up. Even if they're not making it up, you know what they're leaving out? They leaving out what they did.
Of course, they did.
Line by omission.
You know what? Because I forget her name. She was actually a lawyer, and she came from the same city that my mother came from. So we had the same, Shreveport, Louisiana, same roots. Okay, and she talked about how about black men being violent and stuff like that. I asked her one question, okay? I said, if you're up like 11 o'clock at night and you hear a pot of water boiling, what do you think that means? She started laughing.
She knew exactly what it meant.
She knew exactly what it meant. And those daddy not home, and he probably out there gambling, and mama got something with because she gonna start some shit, and he gonna get this pot of water if he come in starting some stuff. Okay.
It was that water or the grits?
No, the grits. Well, the grits burn more. So water does damage.
Grits, you trying to do permanent damage. With the water, not as much.
Not as much, yeah.
Fair enough.
And plus, the sound of the boiling water tells him that he needs to go get sober before he comes in.
We need to have an adjustment.
He
walk in the door. He walk in the door. He hear a kettle. He like, oh shit.
That's why Kevin was much gentler than I would have been. That's on a show. He was much gentler. People thought Kevin was hard. Kevin was gentle. Because I don't play that, because the chicks ask me, what would you rate me? I'm 5. I think I'm a 10. Well, go prove it. I don't see it from here. You can be on here.
Yep, no, gotta read this. And SL says, BGS tax, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right, and once again, thank you. And let me read this from Eric. And Eric says, better you black women are catching on to black men vetting them better, because they are vague when they start asking them questions that are deeper than surface level. They know we are looking at past relationships.
The thing is that black men are tuned to sell buy the propaganda that black women spit out. Okay, and most black women, all their propaganda is passed down from their mothers and their aunties. And once you get one layer deep, all of a sudden that shit starts to fall apart.
All you have to do is ask a couple of questions. Anything involving the logistics of when it could have occurred and who was involved and etc., and right away the whole damn thing unravels.
Yeah, it unravels. That's why, the thing is, and I heard somebody said that you worry about whether you're that woman's first choice. Can we cuss? Can we cuss here?
No, you good, BGS. Go ahead.
You don't hear them say, granddaddy or whatever supposed to spend up all the money or whatever, and then you ask, okay, but who bought this house?
Yeah.
And he been dead 20 years. Who paid for this house?
Who paid for the house?
Just basic kind of questions like that.
Yeah, because people say, is somebody your first choice? I said, bitch, it's a motherfucker. That bitch ain't your first choice. Stop. Don't worry about whether she's the default. Every chick I ever been with, I said, why am I here? What do you want out of me? Because it's something.
No, I think,
Yeah, I know I'm not my wife's first choice.
No, I mean,
I don't even fit the profile of them niggas.
I mean, if men are honest and they say, what if you had to pick what kind of woman you really wanted, 99% of men would choose something different. Even the people on the top, okay, they choose something different. Okay, most chicks, 99% of chicks are not your first choice. Okay, so to expect you to be their first choice. Like I said, my thing is, bitch, do your job, okay?
But BGS, the racial element. Damn, I just pulled a bit, but BGS, but I had to do it. But BGS, the racial element. I don't think if I found out my lady, I know if I found out her preference was some no neck 6'3" gym nigga, that wouldn't really bother me. But if it was a white dude, oh no, I'm ending it. There would be no conversation. There would be no nothing, because I don't fit that profile at all. There's no aspiration. There's no, what? If I go to the gym, I can fix that. You can do.
No.
You can't fix not being white.
The thing is, if her preference is white guys, right, and that's what she wants, right? Why is she with you?
Because she don't qualify.
Exactly.
No. In other words, why is she with you? If she don't qualify, okay, that means she not up to stuff. So if you're with me as a default, I expect something out of it. Okay, treat me like that white man, because you already know how. Stop that bullshit.
True.
Well, here's a question.
Can't do it.
Here's a question I would ask, because I think
it doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me.
I think I'm somewhere in the middle, because what will her desire for that white man or that white male archetype what will that compel her to do?
Don't
Will
know.
it compel treachery? Will I be able to detect treachery before it occurs?
You might, or if she's socialized that she's that she's married for life. Okay, you could get a better woman because she's gonna treat her kids better.
Well, okay. Again, though, am I going to be getting cuckolded during this marriage for life? You know, is she going to be stealing money and resources for me and give them to some white dude that she fell in love with back in high school? So again, to me, it's one thing for her to have that white male profile or that initial profile. It's a whole other thing about, well, what direction is that going to lead her into? Because I do think there are a lot of black girls who become profiled by white guys, unfortunately, by the way their life was initially set up. You know, you move to suburbs and there's 90% white. You go elementary school, high school with white guys. You know, you probably go to a PWI in large part because of how you've been initially raised. So there's a certain kind of profile where you're by default going to be moving in that direction. You know, does not necessarily mean that woman cannot still find love and value with a black man, but I can understand why that particular woman might go in that direction. I have to look at her somewhat acute.
You would, but same way if she used to date Thuggo, you know, back in the day.
The same thing, exact same thing.
But basically, most of them have dated Thuggo back in the day. Okay.
Well, yeah.
So
that's a problem.
It's always going to be a problem. So the thing is, especially in this environment, man, because this environment is not for the long term anyway, right? So you have to evaluate what you can't think what I'm going to get out of that woman 10 years from now, 15 years from now. What can I get out of a year or two from now? Because the average black marriage only lasts 5 years.
I think another.
But here's one other thing too, and I'll let you go, brother. Once them genes cross over, you ain't got no short-term thing no more.
Yeah, that's true. In either case, right? Because chicks that have dated white guys that I know have treated me better than the other chicks. Okay, but the thing is, it depends on how you've been socialized. But the thing is, if they like white guys, blah blah blah. The thing is, they have a different worldview. So it depends what you want out of that woman, what you're gonna get out of that woman. And the thing is, don't take the bullshit. Don't take that bullshit that normal black women would actually spit out. You got to, you treated that white guy like this, such and so. I want the same goddamn treatment. Treat me like I was a white man.
And you should see. Actually, you shouldn't really be you should not have to tell her that. In fact, you should know right away whether or not she's going to treat you like that white guy. Yeah. And if she started moving in the other direction, if you got to tell her that, then you have to do some cost-benefit analysis of that.
You got to bounce her
going forward. Yeah.
What is it? You're an accountant, right? Return on investment, right?
Yeah, I mean, because if she's been raised up in this more patriarchal environment, then I shouldn't be having to compel her to engage in a patriarchal way.
Exactly.
You're not coming to me and going gynocrat after being raised a patriarch in a patriarch.
And most black women that have dated white guys, have been involved with white guys, they're mostly suburban kids. Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
90% of them
always exclusively
suburban kids. So it's a mixed suburban mentality that she's gonna have.
This is so funny because people are definitely coming for me in the comments, but I stand by it. I love my interracial couples, but only when the girl is black. I didn't make the rules. Like, I just happen to be the one saying it, and it is what it is. And yeah, but yeah, you know what I mean? You know the vibes. The people who know. You just know. It's just like a different vibe.
Because black women think they own black men.
I can smell the
Everything about that girl screams suburban night. everything.
Yeah,
That's
her
exactly
whole
how I played it.
man.
Because you said it, I played it. That's exactly how I played it.
Her whole Valley girl, that's still annoying as fuck. There's nothing attractive about that shit. Like,
depends.
just shut up and suck my dick.
Yeah, she's cosplaying black woman right now.
Mm-hmm.
She don't believe
And
that shit.
gentlemen, I think that it goes down to respect because there are some black women who don't respect black men.
Some?
Okay, not some, but
wait a minute, okay? That's news
that
to
don't
me.
respect what they call lame black men or black men that are, they would, so they respect white men. And if you can find a woman who respects you,
Barack Obama's lame, okay? I didn't know that.
Ooh.
and I think what
that.
Michelle Obama did was disrespectful so bad that almost wanted to make you. I mean, it really, really hurts black women in the eyes of every man because she's so disrespectful to a man who has done so much. And and she just can't be quiet. Just be quiet. Don't say nothing. If you can't say nothing good, that's the sign of respect.
Turn around. Have you run into a black female expats down in Columbia at all?
No.
I was going to ask you how do they come across and how do they turn out? Because when you in these highly, I don't know, Latin patriarchy is not the same as white patriarchy. It's different. Okay, just like Asian patriarchy is different. Okay, there's a certain, I guess, kind of, how can I say, understanding, but you don't see black girls really going down into like Central America and Latin America like that. They don't go down there. Okay, they kind of avoid those places. They'll go to the islands, but they don't really go down to the Latin America and South America. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's really for a single black woman. It's dangerous.
Okay,
it's partially dangerous for a single guy, but you have a better chance. But a woman it would be a horrible thing for her to try to be traveling by herself especially here in Medellin.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's one of the problems that they probably have. And they know that the situation is if they come down to Medellin, they're not going to be looked at. They're going to be, how they say 80% of men are visible. Well, I think a lot of sisters come down here would be invisible. They would not, would not even be, people would not even see them. They would just be there.
Yeah, because most countries, most foreign countries, that especially if they're not, say, like, there's exceptions like Jamaica and islands that have a slave culture, but maybe Ghana a little bit. But the thing is, most countries, man, black men will not go unless black men have actually put up a beachhead.
Let me play it for you, Total Roll. Let me play it, BGS. There you go.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
We already know that. That's where we go.
Play the sound, Z. Play the sound, Z. It's not fair.
You're right.
I got you.
You need to, black men need to acknowledge it. We do acknowledge it all day long and twice on Sunday.
Hey, here you go, Lon.
That's not fair! That is not fair!
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I gotta say something.
Yes, it is.
In other words, we need to make it fair for black women to be in Germany. Bullshit.
Man, by the way, that clip is from a white woman, but that came from her soul, bro. That was no surface level. That was deep down, all the way in her bowels. That's not fair. Let me play one more again for you.
That's not fair! That is not fair!
But that is the sound.
Oh my God!
That women make when they F around and find out.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, but BGS,
that's from the soul.
When a brother comes down here, he has something to offer.
Yeah.
He's bringing his resources. I mean, if he's you know, a black man, I mean, you know, most of us. I mean, I'm 6'1", and I'm like a tall, dark, handsome man, and that's just a natural thing that women are looking for, you know. And a woman is not bringing what you know, femininity, personality, sweetness. They're not bringing that to the society.
The thing is, all over the world, no matter what we try to think about it, men are buyers, okay? Women are sellers, okay? Yeah. And I've been trying to tell brothers that are passport bros, okay? Because I've been down there, okay? Number one, when you have, you know, as long as it lasts, you know, we might as well use the privilege, right? The blue passport means that you put you in the top 10% of men just by having a blue passport. In most of these countries, right? Just having a blue passport, okay? And then if you bring wealth and all the other things that come along with it, because black men are socialized to be more, you know, what is it, egalitarian, okay? Which that doesn't really exist in most parts of the world, okay? So a woman, especially that's starting to get around as far as the travel circuits, right? Okay, wait a minute, these black men are different, okay? They have status, they got money, but thing is, guess what? They don't treat us like everybody else.
Yep.
They're a lot more fair, they're a lot more kind, they're a lot more giving than everybody else. That's starting to get around. And black women don't like that shit.
As opposed to, let me play this for black BGS and Black Rule get first dibs, and then the rest of y'all definitely could eat from this. Here you go.
This white man gets on his page and says, the love of my life is probably a Takis eating black girl, and I'm over here with these stuck-up white hoes. And I see black women in the comments eating this shit up on their knees, so happy to get acknowledged. Y'all are so embarrassing. I swear if we were still slaves, them white men would have had a motherfucking field day with y'all hoes. Get up, stand up, get a grip. Like, for real, this shit is so embarrassing. I was appalled. You know how y'all get secondhand embarrassing, bitch? I was appalled. Y'all need to stand up. These white men do not want y'all for real.
Let me explain what's going on. Trust me. Watch this. So you know how when a video on TikTok gets a lot of traction, there's a search bar automatically. When you click the search bar, this is what you see. This Republican, you see the same thing. It's white men pandering to black women, right? And you notice something? They're conservative white men. They're Republicans. Right? And then the ones that don't have their trucks, this one, he started out like this, and then he goes to his truck. This is the best looking one of them. You go see them. These guys are the ugliest looking white men. Now, remember when I said this?
Something I've been saying for a very long time, which is the black woman is the easiest person to manipulate.
All right, so what is going on right now? Let me put it all together. Conservative white men, right, have lived their whole lives. They've seen videos. They've seen black women going, do you like white guys? They've seen an unfair level of thirst that black women have for them. They didn't give a fuck about black women until Trump came in. Trump policies have started to hurt these men. They have no money. They are hurting. I'm not saying that they want to date you. I'm not saying they're coming for your pockets. No. They're all on TikTok. All their videos are a minute long. These men are building a following. All they have to do is those women who have been writing books about white man's whore, pasta lobster, all those women who have been thirsty, all they have to do now is give those women a little bit of attention, and those women will come running. So now, conservative white men with farmers that are hurting, all these men that ain't got shit no more, whose Trump policy is fucked, the DEI highest, they are now going to TikTok. On TikTok, if you make a video, this is for the people on Instagram. On TikTok, if you make a video that is more than 1 minute and you are part of the Creator Rewards program, black people were not in this shit. I'm not in Creator Rewards program. You get paid for your video. So if they make a video, 1 minute video, saying, oh, I love black women, and black women keep coming in there, commenting, y'all gonna run that man. All he has to do is do 3, 4 of those videos a week. And y'all will guarantee that man $5,000 every fucking week by going to this page, going, oh my God, yes, we're gonna make mixed babies. Oh my God, where have you been? I wish black men loved. They don't have to fuck with y'all. They just have to put that there, and they know the black woman is the easiest person to manipulate. They're hurting. Trump has hurt them to the point that they have decided we're going to use the female nigger to get bread. And sadly enough, it will fucking work. But yeah, can't hate the player, hate the game.
Go ahead, BGS, Black Guru. What y'all think?
This is something that comes from the slave farm. I keep telling you, black women were not brought here for us. They're brought here to be the concubine to the white man, okay? That role is still there. It's still embedded into their cultural psyche. They can't. The thing is, we believe when they lie to us, we believe them because we actually want to believe them.
I believe that. I agree with you on that.
The biggest thing, black men do not want to admit their status in this country, no matter how many times they see it. They don't want to admit it. They can't. Our psychics cannot deal with it. Okay, so we said, okay, we're the most powerful, and we can overturn white supremacy. And if we just be a bigger man, we can overturn this whole culture, shit like that. I said, nigga, that never. No, excuse me, dude, that's never happened.
No, you shouldn't say it the way you said it the first time. That fits. That's the way it need to be said.
Sound like you were talking about Shannon for a second. I'm sorry, Sharon. Oh no, Sharon. That's the name.
What the thing is, sometimes we got to pull it out because they hear me and Uru talk and they think we don't have it in us. They think that we don't have it. It's there. We just don't use it. Okay. Me and Uru have gotten really good at code switching. But it's there. If you push that button a little bit too far, he is there. Okay, he is where he says he's from.
Hey, but what I appreciate is homegirl is getting secondhand embarrassment like a mug. She's like, God, y'all embarrassing us. Stand up. She's like, stand up. Crazy.
My first thought is, we should pray real hard for that brother. He's giving away too much of the game.
Yeah.
He's giving away a lot of game of these white boys, man.
Recently, that's true because of what BJS covered a little while ago.
It's because he's run an elite restaurant for a very long time. He's been seeing this come in. He's gotten tired of it.
I saw that.
Because he says he's getting tired of black women lying about it. Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, as I watched the video, it is interesting to observe a black woman. And if you, like my younger daughter, often complains about the slavishness of black girls pursuing, non-black guys. I mean, even, Latino guys or maybe Indian guys or whatever, but obviously with the emphasis on the white guys. And I admitted before, my daughter, when she was younger, she dated a couple of white dudes. She doesn't anymore. But what was interesting, and this is an interesting observation, the black girls who have actually dated white guys typically don't do that. It's usually these girls who have this
aspirational
view of white men, or just non-black men, or this hatred of black men, even though they're still sleeping with black men, who have this kind of insane sort of idolatry of white men in particular, and non-black men in general. And so it's a real kind of, it's a worship. It's like, it's like this is a God-like figure that I can't really actually touch and have, but I can aspire to it, and I can luxuriate in the possibility of being with it.
You know what gets me, Uru, and I'll let somebody else go after this. Basically, what gets me, black men fought and died to keep white men from
train tracks. Yep. Go ahead. I'm sorry, BJ. I had to say if I was going over the same train track. Go ahead.
I know. Hey, you wouldn't be if you didn't do it. Okay.
Right. Go ahead.
Anyway, what I'm saying is, if you go back maybe 50, 60 years, right? Okay, 60 years, right? White men thought they had the right to a black woman's body. Okay.
Yes.
All white men thought if she's black, I got a right to get in between your legs, right? Black men fought long and hard to actually change that mindset, right? And black men want to actually go back to it. Okay?
Yeah.
That was good.
But that's that treachery. See, I think if you start from the premise of women being treacherous, or the prospect of treachery, it helps to inform how you view and deal with them. Now, it requires you to have a red pill or maybe even a black pill perspective. Because then that means you got to treat her not as some loving figure, romantic or whatever, but you got to treat her in a way as something that is a certainly a possible benefit to you, but also very likely a danger to you. And you got to handle her in a certain way to minimize the danger and maximize the benefit. But that requires you behaving towards her in a way that ain't all lovey-dovey and all that Shakespeare shit.
Yeah, and that's why I applaud the young black men doing what they're doing, man. About taking the best option for them. I applaud that. People think I'm trying to down, like what's his name was trying to say. I'm trying to emasculate black men and talk down to black men. I said I'm trying to empower black men. Yeah, I know. It's because I'm saying that I'm not telling black men to go back in there and be Superman and save the black community. That's what they're saying.
My only critique about that conversation, BGS, I wish you would have dropped everybody down and then just drilled them with the questions. I wish you would just drop them down and just drill them, because he was already coming apart within the first 10 minutes. Yes, he did play his card when he asked that dumbass question about what's wrong with single mother home.
Yeah.
Like, I swear to God, I burst out laughing. I was listening. I was on the replay.
Yeah.
I burst out laughing like, oh my God.
The thing is, had he come up in the very beginning, had he come up and actually requested it, okay, I would have done it. But seeing as I'd already got the panel rolling, and Mrs. D knows, once you get the panel rolling, okay, unless there's really something, unless the guy really insists upon it, you don't drop people down. Okay,
I understand. I understand, but it's just that this dude, I'm like, man, just drill him and get it over with.
If he really wanted to talk to me one-on-one, which he doesn't, okay. Yeah. What was that? What was that, Mr. Z? What car was that?
That's
Miami.
What car was that?
That's me. That's not the Z. That's not the Z. That's the boat. That's my boat. That's the M.
Okay. You had to.
I can't stream on the Z. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. You already know. BGS. You already know. You already know.
So it's one of the Miami grannies that you had to pass up, huh? Anyway.
Lord have mercy. But yeah, that conversation, I see exactly why you use the word pedestrian. I'm like, when you ask him about the books, I'm like, some of those books I haven't read, but I definitely read The Man Not. That book I did read. I'm like, damn, he didn't even read that.
Well, what I'm saying is, have you heard of it? He hadn't even heard of it.
Yeah, he hadn't even heard. I'm like, he said, "Who's that?" I was like,
in other words, I was trying to get him to understand, because he thought he belonged in the company that he was in, right? Okay.
No.
That's why. Okay. If you really think that you belong here, okay, I'm gonna give you a few questions. Okay. You didn't pass any of them. You don't belong here, sir.
No. You didn't even
missed this conversation.
You know what? One book.
It's on my Master Teachers Respond channel.
He probably didn't even read The Black Man's Guide to Understand the Black Woman and the Black Woman's Guide by Shiraz Al-Hadi. He probably never even heard of her.
The thing is, the stats about single motherhood and single parent households, especially like that, right? Those stats have been around for longer than he's been alive. Okay.
Yeah, very long time.
And you don't know them.
Nope.
You never heard of them. And the thing is, and once they were read to you, didn't understand them. That means you don't belong here, sir. Okay.
You don't. You're dyslexic. Language.
He's dyslexic. That's you can tell. Yeah.
Yeah. He didn't even understand our language. Like, we can't even have a conversation because you don't understand our language.
I was. How old did he appear to be?
He was 40. He said he's 43.
He's still 43.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I mean, if he were in his 20s, you might empathize and you might 40. He burnt, man. Oh God. Yeah. Well, look, anything's possible. Anything's possible.
You guys are educated, right? You can tell somebody that's basically illiterate for the most part.
Yes.
By the way to use language.
Black Uru did not just pull a "We'll have faith." Black Uru, you did not just pull a "We'll have faith." You did not. That's what Black Uru just pulled.
I'm just gonna pull.
He pulled a what? I didn't get it.
He pulled a. I'll have faith. We'll have faith. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, same thing.
Okay.
Well, I do believe in giving a brother, because I might, if he were younger.
Yeah.
I might say, brother, you know what? Do yourself a favor. Go back over a few prior discussions, whatever, on this channel, maybe a few other channels.
Yeah.
So you can get up to speed about the quality of the discourse in this environment. And I think after you've given yourself a chance to do that, you might you might be able to get to a place where you can engage in some productive discussion here.
Yeah.
I might tell that to a 22-year-old, 23-year-old, a 43-year-old, man. Fuck that dude, man.
The truth is,
I mean,
the truth is he won't.
It's gonna be because you're gonna be fighting not only against the ignorance, you're gonna be fighting against because he's in his 40s. He's supposed to know shit that he
Pride,
obviously
ego.
don't know. Right. So,
but here's the thing: he gonna go back to his channel and he gonna do a replay, and Keisha just gonna reinforce. Nah, those black men are weak. You're all right.
And let him do all that with Keisha.
Let him do it. And we gonna let him do it. But I'm like,
because that's a hellhole over there,
Yeah.
and he's one of the demon, overseers.
Yeah.
And
No, he's a minion. He's not an overseer. He's a minion.
Well, okay, he's a demon minion. He's a demon minion, and yeah, 40. So, I don't give a whole. Once you pass 40, I'm not tolerant of you being so ignorant. I tend to get a little more
grace, huh?
I was in the opposite direction. Once you pass 40, I tend to be quite hostile towards your ignorance as a man. Because you've lived too long, brother. You've seen too much. You've heard too much to be this ignorant, So no, I
Just in
tend
case
to not give a lot of grace to them.
If I bored BGS, you got it. But let me play this while I'm still in I guess internet Wi-Fi. But here you.
Where are you from?
India.
I'm gonna have you take a quiz, and we're gonna try to look for your ideal man.
Okay.
We're gonna see the probability of him existing. What age do you want your man to be?
24.
What's the most?
28.
You like a guy that's a little older than you?
Yes.
Can they be married?
No.
White, black, or Asian?
White.
Very nice. Come on.
I knew that was coming.
Minimum height.
Let's do 6 feet.
Why can't he be shorter than you?
No.
You're competing with like the rest of the population of women.
So look at me.
Minimum income.
It doesn't matter.
Don't lie to yourself.
No, it really doesn't matter.
So they can make no money.
Yeah, I'll support. Let's just do 60K.
60K.
Let's be safe.
So the probability of this man existing
It's pretty high.
is 1.3%. Are you good with statistics?
Yeah.
Is that good or bad?
That's my life. I'm not surprised.
Would you lower your standards a little bit?
My standards aren't that high.
Let's see if everybody else agrees with that, all right?
We'll see.
Less than 2%. Number one. Number two. Hey, she willing to pay for that white dude though. At least she's willing to pay. At least she's willing to pay.
Treat me like I'm a white man. Yeah.
Okay, say that. Let me actually read that super chat right now.
I'm a white dude in college. That's who I'm doing all my homework.
Yeah.
Shout out to JD Vance. Oh, anyway.
That's who I go in the Indian section on campus, and I grab up a bunch of Indian girls and have them
Shout
do all
out
my
to
homework.
JD Vance.
The JD Vance doctor.
Thank
you ain't shit over it.
Because that's what he did with that girl at Yale.
Yep.
Everybody know it.
That's how
everybody know that girl was probably the real brains of that outfit between him and her. Probably did all his Yale law shit and created they little pro white man outfits up there at Yale, all that kind of bullshit. We know that woman did.
He's 6'4", blue eyes.
There you go.
Is he 6'4"?
Yeah,
the master race.
JD Vance is like 5.
The master area.
Okay, but one thing.
Wait, before you go, Neymar, because I want BGS to read this because of what he said earlier. Go ahead, BGS.
Oh, you gotta cut me off.
Treat me like Brad Tax.
Exactly.
Appreciate you.
Exactly. Now that needs to be a staple.
Hey, Uru. If she dated white men and treats me like a white man, I'll take her.
I'll take her. But I'm gonna keep a PI on her ass.
I don't care. hey,
watch on her ass.
She can leave me tomorrow. It doesn't matter. If she treats me like a white man, I'm good with it. Okay, I'll take her as long as the ride lasts. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, but go ahead, Neiman. Go ahead.
First of all, a lot of people don't know this, but the author of the book Tiger Mom, she's the one who claims to have set JD Vance up with
Amy
his wife,
Chua.
by the way.
Amy Chua.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
she introduced them, and she said she encouraged them to start dating.
She was also selling chicks to what's his name. Anyway, moving on. Allegedly.
But I wanted
Amy
to bring
Chua
up
ain't
something.
shit, nigga. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I wanted to bring up.
Mr. Z about the race. Real, go ahead, Name.
Most women ain't shit, but that's okay.
Okay, Z, I need you to play that. Okay, I need you to play that clip of the Indian. God damn it, motherfucker!
Name him.
There's a
calm down,
bro.
Damn. There's that clip I need you to play because I'm trying to make a point here, but I need you to play that clip. It's a clip of that South Asian comedian who talked to the Latina in the audience. Play that clip for me, please.
Again? Okay.
Where's my wife from? Connecticut. The whitest of whites. I've realized it shows sometimes people ask me how I met my wife or what race my wife is, and Indian women will get mad when they find out I have a white wife. That my wife is white. Why not? See, this is the thing. How did it happen? I'll tell you. This is a genuine question. This is why you need immigrants. They're fucking curious people, and they solve problems. Is your husband or boyfriend? He's gringo. ¿Qué? Por favor, explain. Gringo, how did you conquistador this Venezuelan woman? How did you manage to plant your flag? Bumble. You already. She's rehearsing for her appointment tomorrow. I need a good story for the lawyer.
He's fucking with her.
What happened?
That's funny as hell. Yeah.
Okay, the reason I brought it back.
Why is your white wife white? And the same thing the black woman say.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what we were saying earlier. Go ahead.
All right. The link now. There's things I'm trying to connect here with that clip. One is Mejora la Raza, and the way that woman was talking, everything. You know what you get from a relationship like that. Does the name Rachel Zegler ring a bell, Z?
Zegler. Which one is that? Who's that?
The pain in the ass that Gal Gadot had to deal with in the shooting of that Disney Snow White movie.
Mm-hmm.
That chick from that and West Side Story and the Hunger Games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, do you know about Las Castas in Latin America?
No, sir, but
the cast. Yeah.
The cast.
That's
you
very,
mentioned that one time. The 16
that's very normal for Latin Americans. Son of if he's there can actually tell you to actually date up because white is seen as a higher status. Okay,
yes.
even more so than in America.
I understand.
But I get what Nama's saying. It's the hypocrisy of it all, of her chastising him for ending up having a white wife. Meanwhile, she got a white boyfriend, and because she said he's a gringo. So it's like the hypocrisy is on display in front of everybody. Right?
Well, we can do that. We're women.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly.
Exactly. That's not just only that.
I can't play it right now. I can't reach it. I would have played that right now. Go ahead.
If I may, please. The point I'm trying to make is like when you, from that kind of a union, you get a child who is similar to a Rachel Zegler. Because remember, Zegler is the product of that. Her mother's Colombian, father is a Polish descent from Jersey. And you end up having whining little bitches like that eventually.
You would have to go down there and see what I'm talking about, okay?
Fair enough.
Because she's Venezuelan, we don't know what her racial component is, okay?
Yeah. Then no pan to her. We didn't get to pan.
Yeah, and then we
get to pan her better.
We didn't pan to her. She could be. There's a racial
hierarchy. Probably.
It could be. She could be white Venezuelan. A lot of Venezuelans up here are pretty much white. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's also that reason why I said about the name Z. Remember the names I mentioned?
Ziegler?
Okay. No. Why do you think? I'm getting to it. Why do you think? And this is not just Spanish, but also in Brazilian and Italian. Why do you think some people name their daughters Bianca/Blanca or Branca?
I remember this. Yeah.
But they will never name their daughters Negra, or Preta.
Yes, it's called Las Castas, sir.
Yeah. Their version of ebony, in other words.
They're basically the castas, especially in Brazil, it's called improve the race.
Melhorar or raça, as it's called in Brazilian Portuguese.
Improve the race, okay? That's what it means.
True.
So it's even more intense down in Latin America than it is in the States. I mean, it's understood down there. Okay, we make a big deal of it here. Go to Dominica, you see the same thing.
I remember.
Dominican Republic. Yeah, Dominican's a different.
What I'm saying. I mean, Z's Haitian. He knows this shit.
Bro, it's bad. Oh, it's bad. Haiti's not as bad because we murk shit, but Dominican Republic is super bad, super duper bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
like bad.
So when I say Las Casas, Z knows exactly what I mean by Las Casas. Okay?
Fair enough.
Exactly.
Especially in
we got
Miami.
a bit of the residue in Haiti. Yeah. Oh no. And people don't get it. If you don't live in Miami, you don't appreciate how the Cubans have terraformed Miami to be their little playland. But they are cute. I don't care what Cuban listening to me right now. They are racist as shit. It's like it's next. You be like, God damn, nigga, who died and made you the redneck? Where are you from? Alabama, nigga? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's bad.
That's why the white boys love Cubans. Okay.
Yep.
Because Cuban was what? Cuba used to be a what? Slave colony.
Slave colony.
Yeah.
And a lot of those
Batista used to let the Cubans run that shit all the way with the colorism and racism shit. Castro lightened it up a little bit.
Castro overturned the white colonial masters that were running the shit. That's what they're so pissed off.
Yep, exactly. But something you just said, BGS, that's the part that doesn't actually get emphasized in South Florida, in Miami in particular, in the Tri-County area, Palm Beach County, is the whole thing of him overturning the racial element of it all, the racial hierarchy of it all, right?
Yeah.
They don't ever want to talk about that shit down here. Go ahead.
No, they don't.
I posted a link of Zoe Saldana, her sister, and their husbands. If you can present that.
Okay, you have to give me a minute. I gotta get to stop. We rolling. See, out here reckless like a mother.
Freeway?
No, not right now. But we still rolling. Actually, if I could find a way, because I'm afraid if I click, then let me. I know what I'm gonna do. There we go.
Are you driving?
Got it? Yeah, I was gonna present it if you couldn't.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah. You can do that. Let me back out of this.
Right.
Boom. There we go. When you're ready, just
go ahead.
All right. Second. And there we go.
All white.
Yeah, I saw this before. Exactly. Yeah. I've mentioned this before. I saw this before.
Improve the race.
I was trying to explain the name about how it is because Latina, okay, or Latino means mixed, mostly white.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the social hierarchy in Latin America, right? That's why they call it that way.
I remember you put up the
best way to say it, real quick, Neighbor. The best way to say it is that Latin isn't a race. I think that a lot of Americans actually don't appreciate that. Hispanic is not a race. Latin is not a race. Hispanic just means Spanish speaking, so that includes Spain, by the way. And Latin, so when you say Hispanic, you take out Brazil because they're Portuguese speaking. But when you say Latin, you include Brazil, kick out Spain, and that's just all of the mugs, including Haiti, by the way.
Portuguese or Latin, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But when we use, we use essentially anyone south of the United States.
It's Latin, because they belong to the Latin part of Europe.
Yeah.
Portuguese and Spain.
Right.
Yes.
Portugal used to be part of Spain for a while.
The Iberian colonization and whatnot. I remember, and Portugal had to push back, but there is something similar to this. I remember in East African history regarding colorism and whatnot, because our ties to the Arab slave trade and whatnot, and our derogatory terms we have towards certain people, certain tribes and whatnot regarding that. So, and we understood that the darker you were, the more the more likely you were going to be enslaved. That's why we thought about that being lighter was better for certain cases.
Yeah, exactly. So, same thing here.
Yeah, I remember a YouTuber. This was an Eritrean YouTuber based in Canada. She talked about going to the DR, and she talked about how she experienced colorism there. She's dark, as well as like colorism within our own community. So I understand that real well. I remember we used to. One of my friend of my brothers, he was dark skinned. There's some people I knew were dark skinned, and we understood there were certain insults you don't use dark skinned people, unless you want to get punched in the mouth. And trust and believe, we all got foreheads, so we know how to headbutt each other. So, in fact, somebody about to catch a headbutt. But it's no surprise the whole especially I remember in recent years, especially when we had peacekeepers in Eritrea and Ethiopia, how people were quick to jump on white paint and whatnot because it was a means to escape. I also remember a documentary called this is a documentary set in Thailand about a lot of women leaving their small villages trying to find white men to get out of the country and find a better life that way. In fact, Z, do you remember a link I sent you since we're talking about colorism and about Asians, like the way how Eurasians are treated compared to Blasians?
Z must be busy.
He might be out of line.
I am. Go ahead.
Okay,
you're asking uncomfortable questions sometimes.
Yeah.
There was.
I put it in the chat. I'll bet you, Zoe's success and fame it enabled her sisters to be able to acquire some choice white men too.
Probably so.
Oh,
probably.
Yeah. But the thing, Zoe made her money off of being black.
Exactly. Exactly. She built her career. The foundation of her career is playing an African American woman.
Yes.
That's the foundation of her career. If she did not play those roles, shout out to the late. I think one of the last movies the late great Bernie Mac did.
Bernie Mac. Yep, I remember the movie.
And, guess who?
Guess who? I remember that. Y'all remember also with Chris Rock and Martin Lawrence, the father's funeral? No, Death at a Funeral. Death at a Funeral.
Yeah.
She played she played
of course, Drumline.
Drumline.
Yep.
She was the love interest in Drumline.
She's not the only
So
one.
she doesn't have a career if she cannot play Black American women because she never get the opportunities to get to the notice of being able to play these crossover roles.
Yeah.
If you ever been in the Dominican Republic,
you can say the same thing about Jennifer Lopez, all of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's what they
start off as a fly girl on Living Color. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jamie said J-Lo. I remember when it was Hey Ho. You keep going, yo.
Jamie Foxx.
Still is.
It definitely was in the early '90s from the Wayans brothers. I guarantee.
Oh yeah. She was.
Yeah, if you go to the Dominican Republic, the colorism is really, if the lighter you are as a black man, you're going to be more successful in the Dominican Republic.
Oh, yeah.
They are extremely colorism. If you are a high yellow black man, you would do very, very well. You will be accepted very, very well. If you're dark skinned, it's not going to be as easy for you. The people who have the most success in the Dominican Republic, well, I should say black American men, are the lighter of the men. I mean, the brown paper bag test.
Yes.
If you're lighter than a brown paper bag, you will be okay. If you're super yellow, they will love you. But if you're a dark black man, you're gonna have a little bit of trouble.
Same thing in Jamaica. In those islands, if you got the trifecta, guess what? You're gonna get love.
Don't have no curly hair and color eyes.
Yeah, like I said, that's the trifecta, right?
That's just
you're gonna be okay.
Yeah.
Let me read this real quick. And Joe says, they always leave out that second part of segregation. Joe's, I'm a little we've been past what you're saying. You got to clarify a little bit, go into detail, and we'll get to it. We'll get to it, right? And somebody read this for me, please, and thank you. And
I got it.
Oh, go
ahead. Excuse me, thank you, Sir Him, for the $5 holly. Says Mr. Z, I saw a video you might like. Maybe you've seen it. It's called "Woke in the Streets, Colonize in the Sheets" from Patience Zena.
Oh no, I have not seen that email. My email is in the description box. Email details. Email, please, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
for the $5.
Yeah, it's crazy. Is it? Actually,
Bell Hooks actually said that.
I mentioned this earlier. Yep.
Yeah. It's not new. I just wish women would actually be honest about it instead of lying about it.
You expect honesty from a woman, BG?
Well, I mean, but how do they maintain their power over black men?
Yeah,
in particular, if they tell the truth.
Say that.
The truth is kryptonite to women. What are you talking about?
Well,
black
but
one
it's
is.
not
I mean,
just yeah. I mean, it's kryptonite because once they tell the truth, then you can't play the manipulation and the extortion and the guilt games with black men.
Plausible deniability game.
Because Latin women, Asian women, all the other kind of women admit it that they prefer white guys, right? Black women lie about it.
But it's interesting. Here you go, BGS. This one go. You want to talk about piss BGS off? Here you go, BGS.
I hear a lot of people saying, protect Asian lives or stop Asian hate. But where is that same energy when an Asian woman is dating outside her race? It sounds like you might not even actually care about a whole community, only when it's convenient for you. People are doxing, harassing Charlotte, releasing her personal information without her consent just for dating a white man and for speaking up against anti-blackness within our community. Yet that same energy doesn't apply to Caleb, who has said essentially the same thing. And listen, if this doesn't apply to you, then that's great, because we know that it's not all Asian men. But for those of you who are doing this, seriously consider whether your resentment is misplaced. There are women who do play into the white supremacist idea that Asian men are less masculine than other men, and that's a problem. But for you to attack Asian women solely for dating outside her race and blaming Asian women for the emasculation of Asian men within media is simply misogynistic. We are entitled to our bodies and our choices, and you do not own us.
It's the you do not own us, bitch. I told you they say the same thing. This is why you let them talk. Asian women saying the same thing black women say. This is literally like lifted off of. Yeah, I get it. Like your media portrayal, and then, I get it. But you don't own us. All right, then listen.
So what you're telling me is I can't turn on an Asian sitcom or a movie and watch an Asian woman emasculate her Asian husband. Is that what you're telling me?
So
you haven't played any part in that. Really?
Yeah, that is what they're saying, and I didn't have the time to clip out all the stuff coming from Australia, coming from Canada, obviously America. When it comes to Asian women and Asian men, there's so much, right? But it's the same type of dynamic with the I'm gonna shame you for telling.
Like I said earlier.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry to
Go
cut you off.
Go ahead.
I was just going to repeat what I said earlier. Once you start from the premise that they will be treacherous, you understand everything. Given the opportunity, you understand how a woman can say something like that. That's a treacherous spirit. That think about it. You expect me to portray you while you lay with other men and conspire with them against me. That's what you expect. That's treachery. Yes. That's treachery. But if you accept that that's what's in them, then it helps you to prepare to deal with them. And maybe to the extent, like BGS say, to the extent you can get the same deal that the white man gets, that's fine. But you need to going into, I'm trying to get this deal that this white man got. And I'm pressing you for that deal. And I'm judging you based on that deal.
Yeah. I think that's
and if you're doing slave play with that white man, I'm gonna create some slave play for you to do for me.
Exactly.
Here we come.
And I think that's why they lie about it. Because if we know they dated white men, going to demand similar treatment. How do you treat that white man?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be Krishna up in that motherfucker. Dude.
But it's for me the thing that got me about
you're gonna be the Indian and you're gonna be the Indian low caste. You're gonna be the Indian low caste. And I'm coming in there like Krishna.
The untouchable, exactly.
Untouchable,
the Dravidian.
Not the Dravidian. Dravidian is something else.
Dalits, yeah.
Dalit.
But what annoyed me about this is the kind of trying to play social justice warrior and say, well, you're not really you don't really care about Asian women because you're trying to shame them for dating white men. But we know what it is. If I'm an Asian dude, I'm saying, but we know what it is, right? Like there's it's I'm not one of those. I love when the ladies do the I'm not one of those. Ain't nothing funnier.
Indian guys per capita have higher income, higher wealth per capita than
everybody else.
Yes.
So for you to go for an Indian woman to go get a white man, that's a particular kind of treachery.
Step down.
In some ways, it's even worse than treachery against black men because they don't even have the justifications for betraying Indian men. They don't have he's broke and he ain't got a job and whatever. They don't even have that. No, they're specifically trying to get a white man because they think being white is better. They have no justification other than that.
So I said this literally like a little bit earlier, Black Rule. So that's why I cover these things for everybody. That and only logical asks would I date I think only logical asks would I date a Indian or Asian girl, and I just see them as women, and there's some I find attractive, there's some I'm like right. But the reason why I cover Asians, particularly East Asian women, the way I do is the juxtaposition of black women, and exactly what Black Rule was saying. Both of them have excuses for why they're ending up with the white dude. Instead of just being like, hey, I'm just trying to go for the top of the hierarchy, bro. I see white men as the real men. They're the men in this society. Everybody else are little boys. Everybody else it doesn't really count. You're still playing their game, right? Instead of us having a real conversation, because no woman wants to admit that, what they're doing is playing this kind of juxtaposition. That's why I put this one up, which is her questioning Asian men's social justice, I guess, bona fides, because they might have an issue with seeing India. Well, I think she was East Asian women with white dudes, and why they end up with white guys. So she's playing dumb and playing coy, right? And saying, I get it, the media portrayal of you, but you don't own us. Yeah, we know who own you though. Mm-hmm. And you don't own yourself. I just want to be very clear to all the women. No, you do not own yourself, if that's what you're about to say. No, you do not. But we know who own you. Thank you for letting us know. Right. So that's why I covered that. Let me read this. Let me read this. And no place also says, you don't owe me covers for being tricked by white men. You don't owe me. You don't own me, or you don't owe me? I'm a little lost on there.
Own me.
Yeah, I think you meant to say own me. Yeah. That's actually really good.
Black women say the same thing.
Yeah.
I
mean, these women have a right to have whatever preferences for whoever and whatever they want and whatever it is they do. But I have a right to not give a fuck about your sob story when it falls flat.
Yep.
So I hope it doesn't happen, but if it does,
yeah, I mean, most men do not care who you date. Okay, just like the guy on stage, right? He didn't care that you dated a white man. Okay, it only became a critical when she asked about
she made it a thing. Exactly,
she made it a thing.
And she's the same thing. Okay,
there's only when you
actually he got a one up on her because
they have high standards and do not accept less than what
the reach back or the less. Here's the here's the thing, BJ. I would say that he got a one up on her because he's married. I don't know if she's married to dude.
Yeah,
they didn't say that about marriage, so he might. Depending on whether she's married or not, he might actually have the one up because he's married to his white wife.
Yeah,
we don't know if she's married to the white dude she's with.
The thing is with me, I've done reach backs. Okay, the thing is, who knows? Today's price is not yesterday's price. Okay. If you reach back, okay, the bitch, that means it didn't work where you were. Okay, so the price you would have got when you first came to the lot, basically it goes up to list now. Okay, before I get ready to give you a discount, you don't get no discounts now.
Put it simply, if you're and the price usually is, well, if you're not putting that thing on the table, there's nothing to talk about.
The thing, that's where it starts.
That's where it starts. I mean, that's buying.
That's the buy-in. That's the down payment. Okay.
That's buy-in. Like we're not playing around, and we're not going anywhere until you do either.
Yeah.
We're not going anywhere. It is Netflix.
Because when black women used to come back to the black neighborhood with the mixed babies, okay? With a mixed baby? Oh shit! Oh no! You got to be real humble. Okay,
it was over.
It was over.
Not Uncle Larry with the freckles.
Oh yeah.
Curly hair.
Ooh,
for real.
Y'all don't know, man. Ask ask Eartha Kitt, man, about that.
Uh-oh.
Her mother had to get rid of
Oh,
her.
her daughter.
That's a fact.
Kit,
Her daughter. He
Kit
did. Yeah,
McDonald.
don't bring that white baby over here to me. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, you talking
With
about
the
her or
same-
when she had a kid, when she had her daughter?
Her daughter was born by a white man, right? And she's trying to get
Right.
remarried. Okay. And the
Right.
homeboy said, basically, you can't bring that white baby over here to me. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me read this one now.
You had to give her up. Go ahead.
I gotta read it. And
No
shout out for the
discounts.
super chat. No discounts. Hey,
No
full
discounts.
on white man tax, bro.
Oh yeah,
We taxing you all the way, lady. But how were you treating that white man? I want every inch of that what you was treating. How you were treating that white man?
I want a premium. Okay. I want a
Give
premium.
a premium. There we go.
Yeah. The
I
only
might
one,
want extra.
no, there's a discount. The only one who's benefiting from the discount is me.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, you know how if you go to a car lot and guys trying to work a deal with you, and you walk off and come back, he's going, no. Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Not today's price, dog. The price is the price.
The price is the price. In fact, I'm gonna charge you a little premium because you came back over here. Okay. You refused my first offer.
To be honest, BCS, what you really should be like is on some.
Hey, yo, niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright, nigga. You tough, right?
when they come back over here and they trying to haggle, be like, hey, brother, the price is the price. I ain't no negotiation. You tough, right?
Like somebody doesn't
rocking
want
the
to do
pink
with
when you
Mr.
did that shit,
Uru,
B?
and they go to somebody else and they come back, tilt some glasses down. You know you have to pay a premium now, right?
Yep.
Didn't work out on the other side, huh?
Exactly. That's what it is. There you go.
A few moments later.
You know the one you know what, I hate to do this, but I will shoot Keisha some bail.
Why?
When they do
there you go. There you go.
No. Hear me out. Damn it.
Here comes the bug. Yeah, but go ahead.
Put the gun down. Put the gun down, BG.
Oh, hell no.
Put your gun down.
You got 5 seconds, sir. Go ahead.
No. The only thing I will give it to him is that Keisha will speak to what that comes with being with that white man. White women and Asian women won't.
I'll say that. Yeah, when they're broken enough. Yeah, I'll say. Yeah, I've seen a couple of those clips. They're like, God damn, but they still don't exactly say it. But they'll get close enough.
You know.
Yeah.
They'll drop breadcrumbs.
Yep.
They'll drop breadcrumbs. But white and Asian women won't say shit.
No.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, every time I see it, I'm gonna start playing that clip from Nothing But a Man, right? When white boys came up, when homeboys parked with his girlfriend, and white boys came up trying to rape his woman, trying to come up here. Okay, that was in the '60s. Okay, the white boys used to do that shit. Okay, and black men have the nerve to talk about diversity, and black men ain't good enough. We actually had to work very hard to actually stop that shit. Okay, if you want to go back to that, no more protection. Let white boys have you. Okay.
Damn, never mind. I wanted to ask a question, but I think I already asked it. What was the atmosphere like when not Roe v. Wade, with Loving versus Virginia was getting passed?
It was the same thing. The thing is that black women have always wanted white men to marry them. Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of use them like tar, right? In fact, I was at luncheon. with a former teacher, right? Because she went down to North Carolina to teach, right? And she was actually having lunch with, I think, the administrator or something like that. The white boy straight up asked her, when can he get in them pants? Like he had a right. She's black. He had a right to her vagina.
Like he was paying taxes.
Yeah, she got offended. But the thing is, and that was in the early '70s.
Gotcha.
Yikes.
Damn.
So now we come from that to this. Okay, now I'll start playing them clips about that. About white men thinking they have rights to black women's bodies. Okay?
This is a song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend.
People started singing it.
Here goes what this looks like on BGS. He said we went from that to this. This is what this looks like.
White wife, black husband marriages have the highest divorce rate of interracial couples. They are twice the divorce rate of
white wife, white husband couples. Black wife and white husband marriages have the lowest rates of divorce. They are 44% less likely to end in a divorce than a white wife and a white husband. So not only are we not divorcing, we're 44% less likely to divorce. Yeah. We staying together. Yeah. We locked in. Yeah. That's after 10 years. Stand on it. Yeah.
Yeah, but we
There
know
go them
why
bragging. There go them bragging.
we know why that is, because it's so damn rare for a white dude to actually want to commit to your ass.
That's true.
That's
And
why
they get some act right when they with the white dude. Here you go. Wait, here you go.
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that.
That's why y'all marriages last, if they do actually last. And I think that data point is old as hell anyway.
It was one study.
But it's twofold though. The other side, it's twofold. It's also because, and this doesn't get said out loud, but I'm gonna say it. It's because Brad struck out with so many other women that he actually wanted, meaning other white women, that he's getting all the genuine desire he ever wanted from you.
That study was never validated. Okay.
Oh.
That study was never validated.
And wasn't it from the 80s or something?
No, it was from 2003.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking about the.
It was never one study was never validated. They've been using it for like the last 20 years.
Can anybody say intellectually dishonest?
I mean, that doesn't mean anything to women in general. That's not even a black woman thing. That's a woman thing. That don't mean anything.
It's like they say that black women are the most educated. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter what's validated or not.
But how come? I'm waiting to hear that from a black woman, because I'm going to ask them the direct question when I hear that. I was like, so how come the money don't translate?
This one, I want this one. I want Line to read this. Line, read this. Line, read this for me, please.
200% tariffs.
When they come back over here, 200%.
Exactly.
200% tariffs.
Exactly.
On everything.
On everything.
Each one.
Everything.
I'm saying.
Wait. And thank you for that, Els Active, and thank you for that. And Nemo, we're gonna get you in 1 second. We gotta get Black Guru to read this first. Black Guru, you gotta request Black Guru if you're not eating or if you're not preoccupied or busy. We have a request, Black Guru. I don't know if he's busy.
Enjoy the pot pie.
Okay. All right, I'll read
Let's
it.
enjoy pot pie right now.
I would like for Black Guru to read this. Kung Pao buzzy drizzled with mayonnaise and white man's delight.
I think they want to hear the Black Guru's voice when he get a chance, but thank you,
know
BTS.
what? I know why he wants Black Guru to read it, because I'm laughing my ass off just hearing Black Guru read it. So I want to read it. Because Black Guru does have that accent.
Oh, man.
Put that in the
talk right there.
And in Chicagoese accent, yeah.
Hysterical. So let's do this. Let's have
tariffs.
Let's have Nema, and then let's have Better You after this. But 200, but I'm down with the 200% tariff for any one of you brothers accepting the reach back. Man,
make her pay. Okay,
that's all. Wait. But let's get some room. Let's have BGS say it. That might be a sound clip. Go ahead, BGS.
Make her pay.
And there you go. I might clip that out. There you go.
I have a clip that box is not enough. Okay.
The box is not enough.
It's the way BGS said it.
Make her pay. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Nemo. Go ahead.
All right.
Ask my girlfriends. Okay. You want me to do something? Pay me. Okay.
Yeah.
What do I get?
You know, sometimes you got to ask the woman.
Black women gonna really hurt because they got to pay how they weigh.
My baby mama still. Okay, I want this, and this. Okay, what do I get for it? Me. Not enough. Not enough.
we don't have the capacity.
I needed that. I needed that clue.
So we don't have the capacity.
I needed that clip when I was doing that thing with Sharon. Okay, he doesn't have the capacity.
We don't have the capacity. Anyway. First of all, I just want to say something, because we need that one soundbite. Because I know you don't have it. KMS, thank you for the time.
Wait. No, he asked for BGS to read it. So, Neymar, go ahead and make your comment, and then we'll have BGS read it. Because KMS asked for BGS to read it.
Age before beauty. Age before beauty.
Okay, I will say this till Jesus comes on. Black men, there will never be a lack of women needing protection and provision. Never. Why the fuck would you pay full price for a used car? Get your worth. Exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you got 4 billion women on the planet. Go for it. Okay.
That's real.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's real.
Anyway.
2 + 2 is 4. -1, that's 3. Quick maths.
Ask Tunnel Runner. Okay.
Shout out to Michael Apa. That's his name.
It's
no, that's sorry.
That's Moff.
No, the comedian who does Big Shaq.
Okay.
His name is Michael.
Oh yeah, Biggie. Yeah. That's the one out of UK. He's hysterical.
Yeah. Wait. First of all, you know what, Z? You got to play that clip, "Man Don't Dance," because that's your theme song, man. Anyway. What? No hysterical? Man, fuck you. Anyway. When I look at these things, like, I just need that one sound bite whenever I ask a woman, so what do you bring to the table and everything? She said, well, this, that, and third. Immediately, I just want to listen to BGS go, now that is some bullshit.
KMS has gone all black pill on me, man.
Wait. What else active you saying?
KMS betrayed me because we both were supposed to be out here having them ladies smile for us before anything, and he just ditched the whole thing. I'm still over here saying no smile, bitch.
I don't even know why. I don't know why you mad at him, Z. Because these damn videos you playing, I'm sorry, this shit gonna push you to black pill. It's gonna get you there. It's gonna get. I don't know why you Z. Like, I don't know why you tripping. Like, I can barely get through the videos you post. Like, you post this one chick, and yo, I swear to God, I could barely make it 10 minutes.
Which one was it? Which one was it? All of them. Which one was it?
Oh God, which one is? I think it was a heavyset chick, and she had a whole freaking panel.
Heavyset chick with the whole panel.
All right.
I forget the name, but I swear to God, Z, I try.
Yo, let me read this.
Well, he asked for better you, but go ahead.
No. He's saying, no, that's not what he's saying, Z. He's saying, better you 200% needs to be clipped. Ha ha ha. That clip when better you reacted to the better you, the 200% tariff.
100% tariffs. Okay.
No,
y'all don't be hearing
me. Actually British.
Nah.
That was actually British, sir.
It's
I said
200.
200.
I don't know if y'all be paying attention to Better Use laugh whenever that shit be fucking killing me when he fucking laugh in the background. Better You laugh, that shit's infectious. That should be making me want to laugh. But you hear him low like, God damn, like, oh shit. Like, you hear him in the background, that should be killing me. Right?
You know what?
Go ahead.
I just realized something. You know what? Sometimes you just need to have better, LAR up here and say, we need that 200 tariff right there. 200% tariff right up in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That's what we need right now.
Hey, let me say this to all the Filipino guys. Y'all gotta charge 1,000% tariff on this chick if she reaches back. There you go.
Who I heard this from? You have an exclusive white dudes only policy. Is this true?
Kind of, yeah.
All right, let's hear this.
It's not like intentional, I feel like. For some reason, I just attract white dudes.
Wait, is that your type though? What is about those white guys? I'm curious.
In the Philippines, they'd be like, when you grow up, I should marry like a rich, white, tall guy.
Oh, it's like a status thing?
Yeah,
it's like having a Chanel purse. A white guy is an accessory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've gone on Tinder and all that. I'd be matching with like other races and all that too. I just didn't know how to fit in with their type of vibe.
What is the race of guy you are least attracted to?
Probably Filipinos.
Look, to all the Filipino guys, if she ever reached back, 1,000,000% tariff. Fuck 1,000. 1,000,000% tariff, bro.
She's not gonna reach back to the homeland for that. She's gonna try to reach back with a Filipino American or Filipino in Europe, something like that. But what I'm gonna say is this:
with her altered nose, okay?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to mention. You know, her face. She has some work done.
Her face looked tight. Yeah, her face looked tight like a mug. Yeah,
hey, she might have got some implants too.
But this has always been my thing. This is why I do not feel bad for Brad when it talks about dating. I'm like, dude, you get everything offered to you just for being white.
White, yes.
Just for being white. That's it. Just be white. Just be white.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta read this.
I remember there's a movie where they saw a white boy that got tossed into a garbage truck by accident, rolling down the
Hang on a
freeway.
second.
Somebody threw away a perfectly good white boy.
I'm like, yo, dude, like seriously, even though I make good money and I know good and well, I could probably afford a place by myself in New York. I'm pretty sure if I lived next to a white dude with a roommate, he would probably get more pussy than me.
Yep.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. You said a roommate with roommates, more than one.
And I'm living by myself. I can afford to live by myself in a 1-bedroom spot.
How do I get this white boy out of the hood?
Shout out to Jeffrey
I'm gonna
Dahmer.
save me a white boy.
No, man. Hey. I mean, oh no, seriously, this is
India.
I'm gonna have you take a quiz, and we're gonna try to look for your ideal man.
Okay.
We're gonna see the probability of him existing. What age do you want your man to be?
24.
What's the most?
28.
You like a guy that's a little older than you?
Yes.
Can they be married?
No.
White, black, or Asian?
White.
Very nice. Come on.
I knew that was coming.
Minimum height.
Let's do 6 feet.
Why can't he be shorter than you?
No.
You're competing with like the rest of the population of women.
So look at me.
Minimum income.
It doesn't matter.
Don't lie to yourself.
No, it really doesn't matter.
So they can make no money.
Yeah, I'll support. Let's just do 60K. Let's be safe.
There you go. She said it. She said, he said no money. She said, no. She said, no, remember, that's when that's when he pressed her. Exactly. No, when he pressed her, she said 60K. She said he first said, so you'll take a white boy that make no money. She said, yes. It's when he pressed her that she said, okay, 60K. She said, I'll support. Exactly. She said, I'll support. Hey.
So that's when I look at Brad and be like, what the fuck you mean you can't get laid? What are you talking about?
Shout out to all the, this is why I remember BGS stream from a few years ago. He was like, bro, they are not involuntary celibate, bro. That is not, they are voluntary celibate.
Voluntary celibate, yeah.
You're not voluntary celibate. I don't believe you, sir.
You're not. I've heard them. I heard them. If I can find it, basically, I think it was Snowman actually interviewed one of these incels, right? They said it. It's not involuntary. Yeah,
it's not.
Well,
not
Snowman. That's hysterical.
What's the name? What's not Snowman? What's the name?
No, Bernard Riley.
No. Forget the guy. No, MGTOW. What's his name?
MGTOW. What's his name?
Snowman? Sandman. I remember. I caught that one. That one.
Yeah, he admitted if they can't get the woman that they want, to love them, not just have sex with them, but to love them, they would rather be celibate.
So Martin Goldberg covered something like this, and he said, but it wasn't incels. It was a little different. He was like, so how is this supposed to work? And he was talking about white guys. He was like, so we're going to continue to marry the short, sometimes pudgy, and I'm adding a little bit extra, but sometimes pudgy Latinas and the little frail Filipinas and whatever, and the white women are going to continue to have kids with the elite white men or black guys. And so how is this supposed to work at the end? Or they're not going to have children at all. That's what he was saying too. Or the white women are not going to have children at all. And so in the next couple generations, we're going to have a whole lot of well-to-do mixed kids that are from us nerdy ass white dudes and like these, Latinas and freaking Filipinas and Asian chicks. Like, and you could tell he was like annoyed by the thought.
I mean, so that's Margaret's problem.
Yeah.
That's their problem. That's hey. Do what you gotta do. Hey, Connor, do what you gotta do.
Hey, say that. Hey, look, that definitely is a millennial ass name. That Connor is a millennial. I'm not saying that there's not other Connors like Xers or whatever, but Connor, oh my God, how many white goddamn millennial Connors are running around this bitch? Jesus Christ.
Connors and Hunters.
Yeah, all of that.
Connor,
all of that.
Connor, Hunter, Jeff.
Colin. But the thing is, I think
all of that boring.
The thing is, you know, when you talk about Indian women, you know who's like their modern day aspiration for the white guy is when they see something like that is Priyanka Chopra with what's his name from one of the Jonas Brothers.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah,
their
yeah,
reference.
yeah. I know.
See where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Before that, it was the what's her name, the former adult star, something Leone. She was dating Russell Peters for a while, and then that didn't work out, and she married a white guy. Something Leone.
But the white guys do be talking to them, talking about that South Asian. The white guys be talking to them South Asian women crazy.
I got a lot of comments on my 10 reasons why you shouldn't date Indian girls article video from men, of course, that were like, you're insecure because you know on some level this is true. That's why you have to make jokes about it. And you know what? For a long time, I really was insecure about it. I wanted to be white. I felt not pretty. I felt inferior. But all of that changed my freshman year of college. I went to this party with my friends, and I was flirting with this white man. We were really hitting it off. We were about to go back to his place. And right before we were about to head out, you whispered in my ear, "Hey, I bet your pussy tastes like curry." And you know what? I haven't been insecure about it ever since.
Okay.
Oh, so it works.
White guys be talking to them crazy.
But looking at
it works for Brad. Yeah, thank you. It works for Brad. Not saying it would work for you or me, but it works for Brad.
It works for Brad.
For Connor.
But that's not new because they've been saying that across the pond long before that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, they've been saying that. I mean, Z, I gotta hit you. I gotta headbutt you with this. Sorry, I gotta hurt him. But what did I say a couple years ago regarding the sex racial disparity in both India as well as China? Who benefits that the most?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Westerners.
Westerners. Why? Because the majority of children being adopted from those countries in particular are what? Which gender?
Women and girls.
Baby girls.
Well,
Baby
girls.
Baby girls mostly. They were adopting. Oh, Mr. C. Oh, this KMS. Thank you for the $10 Holly says. Mrs. Z. Steve, my cousin dreams dashed by his gynocentric mom on Thanksgiving was my road to Damascus moments. I am now Black Pill Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Black Pill Paul. Wow.
KMS done fell off his blue pill ass. Okay.
Oh, wait. What does he say here? It says, sorry, Mr. Z. I'm now Black Pill Paul. Back from my trip to Damascus. To hell with these treacherous hoes. To hell with these treacherous hoes.
And thank you for the super chat, KMS. Thank you for the super chat. Who's that trying to say something?
I got a black hoodie with your name on it, KMS.
I've been trying to tell you, KMS. I was trying to tell you. I was trying to school you, dog.
Oh,
he skipped right over the red.
Oh, Too Watchful. Thank you for the $2 Holly says Black Guru and BGS weekend. Keep up. Petty tax. LOL. The petty tax. The petty tax. Petty tax. I'll say. Here's that petty tax.
Trail says I knew a black couple. Trail says I knew a black couple that adopted a Chinese girl about 15 years ago. Okay.
How did that happen?
Upper middle class black folks.
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
There's
probably.
a French movie about something like that. I remember. It was funny as hell. There was a sequel to it. Oh,
I want no. I want Better You to read this. Better You read this for me, please.
Use a British accent, please.
No, Better You just read it. If you get a chance, if you can.
Contracts for Antarctic returnees.
200%
tariff. Hey, shout out to Lion. 200%.
200%.
No, 200.
100.
200%.
200%.
Oh man, but hey, it's crazy because when Lion talks, you would not think he's from New York. Lion could put on a pretty good Southern, like not the drawl, but just sounds Southern. He just
that's because my parents are Southern.
That's why. Oh, okay.
What part of the South they from?
My mom's from South Carolina. My dad's from was born in Tennessee, but raised in Chicago.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
So they raised you in New York. Okay.
Yeah, they raised me in New York. How the fuck they been in New York? I don't know.
Chicago
And then
got
you
the
back to
Queens.
then you went back to the Carolinas. Now you're in the Carolinas again. There you go.
Well, no,
Chicago in the South is the
that,
local call.
that was military.
Wait, say that?
I mean, all that military life led me here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you got no
I mean,
kinfolk
I'm
in the
not going
Carolinas?
back. Huh?
You don't got family in the Carolinas? You said your mom's from South Carolina, right?
Well, yeah, no, I'm in North.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
My mom was living in New York. She retired. My mom
Once you
lived in
said
New York.
North, I thought about I thought about
Snowman?
what's his name? No. God damn it! No, the name just slipped my
Yeah.
mind.
Snowman used
The
to live
name.
in North Carolina. He lived in the tri area.
Nah,
Oh, I
but
didn't know that.
the New
yeah.
York accent only comes out when I'm pissed.
All right.
Oh, okay. And Tunnel Runner says, my wife, mother treating me like a king.
His mother-in-law?
Look,
Okay.
you're trying to make us jealous. I hear you. Trying to make us jealous. Obviously trying to make a right.
I remember.
So yeah. Go ahead, Nim.
200%.
Yeah.
200.
By the way,
On
I
everything.
remember just to vouch what one of y'all said about what Tunnel Runner said about high yellow brothers going to the DR and shit, getting treated differently.
Mm-hmm.
One of my cousins, he's high yellow. He's from Toronto. He went there, and I had to talk. I remember talking to him about that and everything. And it's like he said, "Yeah, man, a lot of people were like talking to me funny and greasy and stuff." I said, and he had to explain to them, "No, he's black like they are." And I realized, if I went to the DR, they probably think I was Sammy Sosa's cousin due to the vitiligo and everything. So I know I would not. I'd probably get like maybe 3/4 as much of the treatment. Oh, no, 30% of that treatment. You know what I'm saying?
So, Naaman, you held up the whole stream just to say that. Okay, moving along. Anyway,
Screw you.
I had to do it.
What, because Trell Bentley won't drive nothing? What? No. Trell, where's the cutoff name attacks here?
I got a lot of comments on my 10 reasons why you shouldn't date Indian girls article video from men, of course, that were like, you're insecure because on some level this is true. That's why you have to make jokes about it. And you know what? For a long time, I really was insecure about it. I wanted to be white. I felt not pretty. I felt inferior. But all of that changed my freshman year of college. I went to this party with my friends, and I was flirting with this white man. We were really hitting it off. We were about to go back to his place. And right before we were about to head out, you whispered in my ear, "Hey, I bet your pussy tastes like curry." And you know what? I haven't been insecure about it ever since.
That shit's crazy to me.
That means he smashed. He definitely smashed.
That shit's crazy to me.
And that only works in the U.S. And that would only work in the U.S. In Canada.
Okay, Naaman. All right, Naaman. I really know.
We know, but it don't.
We get it, Naaman.
We know, but the point is, like, it doesn't matter. Like,
do you really?
It don't mean because they white. It works because
I get it. But here's the thing.
Naaman, chill. No, Naaman, no, chill. No, we don't. I really don't want to do it. I don't really want to hear about Canada right now. Moving along. Black Guru, what's going on? You back up? What's up?
He's having audio problems. He said.
Broken up. He's bro.
Okay.
See why you do that?
But Naaman be killing me sometimes. I'll be damn near to have a conniption. I'm like, but Naaman's one of the coolest, definitely one of the most informed people in the Black manosphere. But sometimes I'm like, bro, we hear you, Naaman. We hear you. I rock with Naaman a long way, because Naaman's one of my day ones. Like Naaman been rocking with me for a while. But something like, okay, we hear you, and like it's like I'd rather have that conversation in the back chat. I'm gonna have to talk to you. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah. That's yeah.
I just noticed. I was like, did we lose? No, I was like, never mind. Never mind. I'm at BGS drop because he's right about that masculinity thing. I'm like, because I noticed that now that I started like getting more into dating Latinas, and yeah, it is different.
See, and this is really what it is. There you go, Nemo. Look.
Right
Nemo, I
on
just want you
time.
to know, don't be too mad because this is really what it was.
Right on
I
time.
just like, and let's read this. Look, and this crazy because like this is something you should have Nemo read and then cut him off later. But Nemo look. And Trell says, rolling my blunt, so I wasn't able to send cut off name attacks. No, yeah. Look. I rock with it. But it look sometimes like okay. Yeah. You know, we all have because it's multiple people on the panel. We all trying to get our points across, and sometimes you just miss the point. Sometimes or like we talking about this and we might deviate for a second and we come back. And then sometimes it just we got to go back to this.
Yeah.
Right. No, but I'm wrong.
But it's that stuff like these videos like that, like because I was watching a little bit of video like from Sade. I'm like, at this point I watched the video like, I do not want to hear shit about your sob stories when it goes to shit. Because then the white dudes who are dating are pretty much trying to rack up their body count.
So I think was it Indigo was the one that mentioned how she looked like Bell Hooks, and that was hysterical to me. But I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about the quote in Ain't I a Woman from Bell Hooks. I went way farther with it. But yeah, the young lady speaking about she's attracted to white men and she's been attracted to white men. I think she said since she was 6 with Leonardo DiCaprio and all that. And I'm like, ma'am, you are not pulling a Leonardo DiCaprio white dude like that. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but you are not gonna pull a Leonardo.
The only white dude you're gonna get
should be better.
The only white dude you gonna pull is gonna look just like you.
And so you're gonna end up with a heavier you're gonna end up with a white dude that's built like what's his name? The rapper. The fat white rapper. What's his name? You know who I'm talking about.
Action Bronson.
Action Bronson, thank you. That's who you're gonna end up with. Thank you. You knew exactly what I saw. Action Bronson, that's who you're gonna end up with. An Action Bronson ass looking white dude.
Any white dude
that's fucked up, but it's true.
Any white dude who you find handsome, new white dudes cutthroat. They don't date big chicks. They gonna tell
they
you
might pipe though. No, they'll get head from you. Oh God, that's so messed up. And that's crazy because I'm not trying to be meaner, but she wasn't mean. Like there's this clip and there's another clip of her describing what she likes about black men, and it's so, bro. I promise you, what's frightening about listening to women of color is it lets you know how strong. Shout out to BGS, how strong the environment is, right? That's what it gives you, because when she was describing what she finds attractive about black men, it was big peen things. It was all of that. It's the cool ass hairstyles. Think of what's his name? Michael B. Jordan off a Black Panther type thing. And I'm like, so you sound like a white woman right now.
Yeah.
You sound like a white woman. What you find attractive about black men is the same thing a white woman would say. That's once again environment and socialization.
But the thing that kills me about that description, right? They have no problem describing that. But then you get mad and offended when white dudes hit you with their shit directly.
Thank you.
Then you get mad when it's your turn to be the fetish.
They don't really get mad. They start copping pleas from one to not from one. White dudes think it's a preference for a white woman. And it's like, well, you got to be open-minded. Well, you should try black women sometimes. Like we're spicy, we're seasoned.
It's okay.
No, not Paul Wall. No, not Paul Wall. Name says not Paul Wall. Not Paul Wall. Because Paul Wall done lost some weight and he got the whole Rico Suave gray hair thing going on right now. I see him. Right? Nope. Bubba Sparks, that's hysterical. Trail fitting, yes. Fitting, that's hysterical. Yeah. Bubba Sparks. That's actually that same level as Action Bronson. You right there. That's funny. Oh man, Jelly Roll, that's another one. It's messed up because she wasn't mean. I'm gonna play this about 3 minutes long, so y'all go get something to drink for those of you that's thirsty. And here you go.
Always had a preference for white guys. And I've actually always been like scared to tell people this, especially on dating sites. Like when I get so many Black guys in my messages, it's mostly Black guys, but I really just want to put on my profile like I just prefer white guys. And I did that
Once
one time,
again,
but I
another
feel
Black
so
woman
weird
who's
saying
saying
that
Black
out
men are
loud.
trying to hit on her,
Like
and she's going for
people
the
will
white
judge me
guys.
for that, and I guess think that I'm like racist, but I'm not. It's just what I prefer, and I don't see what is so wrong with that. Like, why does it have to be something that like people need to get shamed for? That we have, you know, like a preference for a certain race. That's just the way I've always been. My very first crush, ever since I was 6 years old, was Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic. And Titanic is my next favorite movie. So I've just always been like that. And then my very first like puppy love was this little white boy in my elementary class when I was like 6 or 7. And he showed up at my birthday party and he kissed me on my cheek. Yeah, he's married now. It's kind of weird to say, but yeah, he's married now. So he was like my first puppy love. That was so sweet. And I remember us like holding hands in elementary school. Yeah, he was a little sweetheart. But yeah, so that's just the way I've always been. I mean, I'm attracted to all races, but I do prefer white guys. And it just feels so weird to say that. Like, everyone kind of has always made me feel a little type of way, like a little ashamed of that fact. But it's like, you know, it just is what it is. I don't really see anything wrong with this. Like, you know, if someone has a preference for a certain race, what are we supposed to do? Just like settle for what we're not as attracted to?
That word kill me with her laughing.
That word settle.
So I'm not doing that. Like
that word settle.
I'm going to just be with the people that I'm the most attracted to. So yeah, I'm not gonna let other people like make me feel so ashamed of that, or like, you know, pressure me into something that's not me, or that isn't what I actually really want.
Homegirl said settle for Black men. Woo!
But that's all well and fine. That is fine. But the one thing you're gonna find out is a lot of those men don't like dating women shaped like textbooks.
Well, let me say this. So let me make a request of Black men. Black men, we do have to evolve with respect to our level of rhetorical sophistication. And my point is, allow this very socially awkward woman to frolic amongst white men. Release her to them. Do not begrudge her desire for Leonardo DiCaprio. I mean, have we ever seen a woman who looks remotely close to her that's ever been in the same area code as Leonardo DiCaprio? Probably not. But allow her to run free and far with that fantasy. Don't begrudge that. Don't quarrel with her about it. Let her live and thrive and revel in her delusion. Let her go, gentlemen. Let her go.
Well, we have no choice. We got no choice but to. That's exactly what we're gonna do. She can get her Lilo and Stitch looking ass right on out.
I mean, a lot of the
press that green button for me.
And in particular, these socially awkward. I mean, how many of us, and just from what we see and hear of us, how many of us would really be actually kind of pressing to get with her?
No, I see women who look like her at Walmart every day.
I mean, we're not. I mean, look, you know, you put the right makeup on her, hair, makeup, you know, whatever that, you know. I mean,
Still don't help.
women do magic with their looks all the time. But I'm just saying, beyond just if you listen to her, you hear her speak, and just her look. I mean, she looks like a woman who is not necessarily mentally and emotionally healthy. And so I say, let the white guys have that, man. Let that go over there, man. And there's a lot of them out there like her. There's a lot of them. They don't, you know, you think because she's a black girl, you're supposed to get with her or whatever, but a lot of them are fucked in the head, man. They wouldn't be no good to you anyway. They would be no good to you anyway. I see I don't see somebody that I would want raising my children, for example. That girl kind of scares me.
I'm just gonna be blunt. I'm just gonna be blunt. She's not attractive.
But I mean, you keep focusing on the and that's well and good. But I'm like, I see a disturbed person.
I agree with Black Guru. Well, I would add to this and making a little bit of funny on this. It wouldn't matter how attractive she is. I'm guessing she's in her mid to early 20s. She got about another year or two left. Leonardo wouldn't mess with her anyway. We already know what he on when it comes to age. I'm good. That's my little funny right there. There you go.
The women he messed with, like you can Google the women he.
Once you hit 28, 30, you done aged out. You're gonna go back down to 25.
I mean, the only black woman he supposedly ran with Rihanna for a minute. Has he ever even been with?
Nope.
Black women?
Nope. You ain't never heard. You ain't never seen. The only picture you seen was that he was at a party. They were both at the same place. They were at a party, and they weren't together.
This is what happened. Leo smashed, and she forced him to go to the party with him as proof. That's what happened.
I don't think so.
Hey, no. Rihanna's good for it.
He begrudgingly went.
Yep. She's good for it
because she was Rihanna.
Yeah, and she is good for it. I agree with Black Guru. But that's what I was gonna say. Thank you. That's my point. Exactly. Better you. Exactly. Say that again, just in case anybody didn't hear you. Go ahead.
No, remember the whole thing with Ashton Kutcher where old boy smashed her. Basically, it was a pump and dump, and she out there going crazy on his doorstep.
And she wanted to make a point that this high profile white man got it. That's what she was doing.
Yep.
Ashton, I don't take baths every day, Kutcher.
Thank you, bro. When I heard,
but that's how white. You know, Brad Pitt used to brag about not taking baths.
Yeah. And Regina Hall was still drooling over him on stage.
That's that pure Caucasian Aryan white man musk, man. They love that.
Thank you. Hey, you imagine? I'm about to make y'all throw up. I just want y'all to Black Guru. You might want to cover your ears, Black Guru. You imagine that bitch giving that nigga fucking deep throat with the dick cheese, nigga? Oh no! God damn it! Oh God!
I mean, that's confirmation of the greatness of the white man right there.
Oh God, Black Guru! You wasn't supposed to add on to it, Black Guru. You're not supposed to add on to Black Guru.
A woman who would have a dude call her, you know, make her a slave and do slave play. Of course, you're gonna take golden showers and all kinds of stuff from that dude. Of course, you're gonna take duck cheese and all that from that dude. That's all a part of the glory of that white man, of being with that white man. That's the proof and the confirmation of it. You know.
Jake says real quick, and Jake says, I have never heard Z swear this much. Look, on my standalone monologue streams, I refrain from the profanity, but I will give you the innuendos, the sexual innuendos, and we'll get right up on the line, right? But when I bring up the panel, shout out to Charles, I'm with my niggas, and then that's a different type of Z. I want to show the multifacetedness of black men.
Context of the ghetto gagging and all of that. That's all of what that is, man. The degradation is a part of it. That of course he can degrade me. He's an all-powerful white man. That's what he's supposed to be able to do. He's supposed to be able to conquistador my ass.
Say that.
That's what he's supposed to be able to do. He's a great white man.
Cool.
There you go.
And I'm like,
There you go, Black
cool.
Maroon.
I'm like, cool, but I do get the fuck out my face with your stories, and when it don't work out and you're crying tears and shit like that. No reach backs. The fuck out of here.
Right.
200%.
Look, I think BGS makes a point. Because see, when you get older, you start getting a little bit more practical about the world. And so the question is now whether you should marry them, whatever. Of course, that's all your choice. I in most cases, I probably would not recommend it for an assortment of reasons. The biggest reason being that ultimately you're in a society where even if you wanted to take one of them back, let's say you got some 10, right? Super duper, 70s Pam Grier type that wanted to do a reach back, right? And you're tempted to do it. The issue ain't even so much whether or not you should do it. The issue is the society you're in. You can't really treat her like that white man. Now, well, you can't necessarily enforce treating her like that white man. She might agree to it. She might, and that's a big might, but society is not going to uphold that deal. That's the biggest problem. To me, the biggest problem with the reach back is you might be able to figure out how or why you should get with this woman, and that's going to vary from man to man. The problem is whatever deal you think you're going to make with her, are you going to be able to make that deal stick? That's the biggest problem. In my view, that's the biggest problem with the reach back.
Let me go ahead, Billy, because I did joke. No, it's a joke after this. Go ahead. All right,
So,
go ahead.
I agree with what a lot of Uru had to say on that. The one thing I would also kind of add to that is I notice there's a certain resentment that can come when a woman isn't where she wants to be. Like for instance, it's one thing for you to not get the black jock or whoever you was opining for, and you met this good guy. It's another thing when I want King Kong Colonizer, and I'm with this black dude, and I'm keeping up this act because this ain't really where I want to be. And that mess.
I'm just saying if that bitch is Meryl Streep, I don't care. Because see, here's the difference between maybe you and me better. I don't have any pretense about being telepathic. I don't. I mean, I think my wife has loved me for the 30 some odd years together, but I don't pretend as though I know that. I don't pretend as though I know any woman really and truly. I will only judge her by her behavior and my ability to uphold and enforce that behavior. Period.
I think you're missing me. What I'm getting at. I agree. Yeah, you don't really know. You can only go on certain things. However, when somebody has a track record and that track record says this ain't really where they want to be at, I think that's a proceed with extreme caution.
Well, again, how good is she as an actress? And can I uphold that deal? Because you're right. My suspicions might be that she will be a traitor, and maybe if I'm so possessed by my suspicions, it's just better for me internally to not do the deal. I respect a man drawing that conclusion. That's a valid conclusion. But from my perspective, because I go in presuming the treachery, then for me, I'm looking for a good performance and ability to hold up the deal. If I can get those two, I'm good. Because see, you wanna love these hoes, man. That's the problem. Y'all wanna love
it's not that. My thing is, can I? If she's an actress, can I afford that?
Well, but she's gonna show you whether you can. She's gonna show you whether you can afford it by how good she acts. Because guess what? If you can't afford it, you damn right she's gonna show you can't afford it. She's gonna show you that quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Let me read this from Chef Butter Biscuits because this is the funny. This is oh, you thought we were disgusting before. Chef Butter Biscuits says, Z, no real, you know what? Nope. Better you. If you don't mind reading it, because I want to see Better You laugh. Go ahead, Better You, if you don't mind.
Okay, hold on a second. Give me 1 second. Let me pull over real quick.
Better you, a safe driver over here. Better you better than me. Go ahead.
Z, knowing Rihanna's background, she would have busted out that raisin bread and went to town with nigga.
Go ahead, read it. Go finish reading.
Whoa.
Go ahead, finish reading, Better you.
Read it all. Be a man.
Go ahead.
You paid for it.
Would have busted out that raisin bread and went to town with that cheese. Hashtag Caribbean cuisine.
Oh man, we just went into a very dark place. I let us into a really dark place.
When
Go ahead.
a woman truly submits to you for whatever reason, could be sexually, it could be this thing with this great white man or some combination of that. I mean, there are no limits, man. There are no limits to what she'll do when she's really submitted to you. There's no limits to where she'll go. There's no limits to what you can put on her or in her or through her. Nothing. You will discuss yourself as to what you can do to a woman when she's submitted to you. You'll discuss yourself. So now the white man duck cheese, that would be an honor for these women.
Oh, so disgusting. I don't even know why I said it earlier. I don't even know why I said it. You know when you say something like,
that'd be an honor. I forever got some of him on me.
Goddamn, man, goddamn Blackaroo, you're not supposed to add on to it.
I'm taking you into the mind of madness.
Oh my God.
That'll be an honor.
And you know what's so frightening? I know what you're saying. Like, it's disgusting, but I know what you're saying. There's a number of them that feel like that. Yeah.
It's the same mentality of women who will have sex with men wearing KKK hoods, man. That's the same mentality. That they know that they predated on some black men, maybe have lynched some black men. It's the same mentality. So I mean, I would not at all be surprised at the death. That's why the girl will brag about her stuff tasting like curry. That's a great compliment.
Hey, I got a comment right here for you, Blackaroo, if you don't mind reading this. This fit exactly with what you were saying.
Yeah, Rihanna telling Monica Lewinsky saved her dress for a reason. Of course she did. Of course she, first of all, is presidential nut, man. That's presidential. that is a historical document right there. Like
but for real though, literally, but for real though, it is. No, for real though.
Smashed in the White House.
Right, the cigars up to her stuff. Man, those are all presidential artifacts. That should be in the Smithsonian.
It might be one day.
Imagine, you know what? As a matter of fact, imagine being Bill Clinton and going back to the White House and just walking through. You don't
want to put one of those X-ray things against all them walls and the desk and all that kind of stuff. It's all kinds of his and JFK and RFK. They got stuff all over in that building. I don't think they ever been able to clean up out of that.
Real quick, Lion, if you don't mind reading this for me in your announcer voice.
LOL, this is way too raw for TV.
It really is. We went into the Triple X, Mr. Z's Triple X part of the conversation.
Yeah, well, part of the way you went there. Part of the way
I did. That's my fault.
Part of the way you learn to deal with what you're dealing with is to hear the whole story. And once you accept the treachery and what it is likely to entail, then you can make some informed decisions. I mean, you should know, you dealt with somebody who's got some white man's sperm up in it. probably permanent.
Yep.
And what that means, what the implications. That might help you to make some decisions.
That's a fact. That's a fact. By the way, it does stay in them for a while, for a very, very long time.
Some
So if
people
you
say it's a permanent thing, or whatever. So I don't know. I don't pretend to be expert on that kind of.
There is a micro. It's called, I think it's called like microchimerism, where a woman, if
not
a man
chimera.
has, chimerism, because it's they absorb some of that into their genome, and if a woman has multiple partners, they will find those partners' DNA. Both, it's like a little under 1% in their genome, and they're able to actually pass some of those genes on to children.
Hey,
Now do you see what a big problem that is?
One of you smart guys need to be able to create some microchimerism technology, be able to determine whether she got some white guy sperm in the system. That's a multi-billion-dollar product, right?
Yes, it is.
Oh, we'll invest in that.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, a whole lot of men of color gonna be having their hearts hurt. If we were to do that, a whole lot of men of color would be broken.
I think all the men of color would be having their heart. I think all the men
you know
of
what?
color.
I mean, I'm not saying black men won't be hurt, but nah. What's gonna be absolutely?
None of white boys will be hurt too. None of white boys will be hurt.
When Vlad finds out, that is when it really. No, actually, you might have to have your gun on you, because Brad might start shooting.
Yeah. No, they all
doing here.
Yeah, exactly.
Once you know they're treacherous, it as tough as it is to accept initially, just use it to inform how you deal with them. Because as I was talking to Better You before, and he was kind of having a problem with whether or not she, you don't know, bro. You don't know. The only woman you might, there are probably two women you can pretty much bank on loving you: your mothers and your daughters. That's it. Them are probably the only women who really and truly love you. Everybody else is trying to work some deal, including your wives.
I agree.
Yeah, I had a long conversation with my best friend. He was talking about, about him loving. I'm like, he's been through a lot of women, whatever. And he's like, but the one thing I know about my wife is that she loves me. My first instinct was to start laughing. I started laughing.
Okay. I mean, I'm married to a woman over 30 years. I gotta laugh, man. Come on, man.
I was like, yeah, I started laughing. I was like, if you say so.
I know. When they say I know, man, you just start thinking about all the potential scenarios in which that likely is not true.
Yeah.
And what that woman likely is doing and or has done. And this shit kind of breaks your heart, because you're like, dude, don't I mean, come on, man. If she works outside of the house, if she grew up around white dudes, if she went to a PWI, it's just so many different scenarios in which that will likely be proven untrue. That okay, if that's what you need to believe to get by, okay, but I might keep that to myself.
Let me read this real quick from L's Active. And L says, Z's whiteboarding streams is a gateway drug to black pills. So there you go, KMS. For real.
I would say
they are. They are.
They definitely are. I'm not black pill yet, but my indifference is definitely increased. Nah, I really don't.
Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't call myself. I always call myself burgundy pill, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Somewhere in the between red and black.
That's right. I think once you get black pill, you generally don't care about who lives and dies. So I'm
not there. See, that's exactly what I said. Yep.
Yeah, I think to be for real. I mean, literally, you cannot be concerned about really anything if you're truly black pill. You look at everything and everyone from a utilitarian standpoint.
Yeah.
Now I think there are people who run this country who
I was just about to say,
or very close, or the world trade and all. I think a lot of them people are black pill. I think your Bill Gates and those kind of folks are black pill, but
it's a big new Brzezinski in them. Henry Kissinger, LBJ was definitely all of them. Nixon was definitely Obama. Let's be very clear. Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is definitely. Yep.
Napoleon was
was Black
there
Pill.
in
Alexander the Great
Middle
was
East,
Black
and
Pill.
you know that's running the historical Palestine. So I mean, you do have a few,
definitely.
you do have a few of those people, but most of us, because most of us aren't really or ever put in a position where we really are going to make that level of choice and decision. You know, so whether we are or are not, ultimately is going to be a product of our actual actions and how we live. And most of us aren't ever going to be in that position.
In the position to decide that this person, we're trying to delete them, and they're at a wedding right now, and guess what? Everybody got to go. Right?
Well,
like everybody
and the truly black pill, you know, like what was that movie Usual Suspects, the Kaiser Sose, where he lets the people wipe out his family, you know. You know, at least that's what was presented in the movie. We don't even really know how true that particular event actually was, because it's told in a so-called telling of what was happening, but it's told by the actual villain as a story that he's presented to the detective. So we don't even know how true that actual story is, but that's presented in the movie. But no, I mean, there are very few truly black pill people, because again, most of us aren't in a position where that really manifests in the real way.
No, I mean, with Z's videos, it's just increased my indifference. Like every time with Z's videos, I'll be looking at black women or just women in general, be like, and that's why you're at where you're at.
Wait a minute. Talking about black pill, black people, if you don't mind reading this, but better, you said I got something for y'all. If y'all want to go disgusting, let's go disgusting. Go ahead, black.
Okay. Jessica to Connor. What's Tyrone DNA doing here in you? Wait a minute. Jessica to Connor. Hold on, wait a minute.
You heard it the right way. You heard it the right way. You heard it the right way.
As a man
that's
in
a whole
different
direction.
Listen,
That's the opposite direction.
Better You is more right than he realizes. It's weird. It's actually weird. As a man who's been in the military, it's incredibly weird.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, Better You went all the way there with it.
There are a lot of Connors in here that would take some of Tyrone's DNA.
It's weird, man. It's weird. That's all I can tell you. It's incredibly weird.
Look, man. Pretty much ever since I became an adult, it's weird. They play with you from both directions. They want to be the bottom. They want to be the top on some weird shit. I agree. It's weird.
So much is about power and domination. And they have a somewhat schizophrenic view of that from the perspective of white men or black men, because black men represent physical dominance to them, and so they cannot help but be turned on by that, because of how, you know, if you look at Europe as taking and dominating and stealing and raping and whatever, so dominating is very important to them. And then so you see this human manifestation of that dominance. It turns them on while they're in fear of it, jealous of it, or envious of it, also turned on by it. They're also turned on by the fact that their women are so turned on by it. So it's not something that we can as acutely identify with, but we don't have the same entirely the same genetic history that they have. And, you know, sometimes I even debate whether there's been some artificial manipulation associated with them, but, you know, I won't go into
You're not the only one.
I mean,
I won't go into that, because I'll go down a rabbit hole with that.
I mean, is right as you are, and I understand it, but as a proud heterosexual man, I can't came up for you to see my face. That shit is still disgusting.
Of course, it's disgusting from our perspective, but I'm just saying. When
I understand what you're saying, though. I completely.
Well,
No,
I'm just saying when I look at them, I understand it because I look at them from a broader historical standpoint,
I got you.
and their behavior and all the conquering and killing and all their dictators and all the pillaging. I look at it and all in the context of that. So people who will have done all that to each other, getting buggered or buggered other men, kind of pales in comparison to a lot of that other stuff. Frankly,
I'm gonna start calling you the Caucasoid Whisperer.
I mean, when you killed up 30 million, 40 million, or whatever people, again, buggery kind of is a minor thing in that.
That's part of. Actually, I see it as part of the act. I see it as part of the act.
I mean, it is. You know what I'm saying? In the context of that, it is. Yeah, of course you're gonna be that disgusting because you're slaughtering whole countries of people.
The only thing weird to me, which honestly, I probably done been around them a little too much.
Yeah.
The ones that do that shit, but I'm not gay though. It's like,
yeah, sure you're not.
Well, but for them, it being gay is not just an act. For them, being gay is situational.
It's a lifestyle.
And social and cultural. Because it's one thing to play flippity flop. I've heard them use that term with other men, which is just a disgusting term. Or swapping swords with dudes, in their fraternity.
I heard that before.
Yeah. In their fraternity, it's a whole other thing. We're gonna live this sort of open life and wear dresses and sound like the next black female rapper. That's a different kind of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on, AL?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's busy right now. Let's see.
Yo, Z, I want to ask you about this picture in the background. Why do I think I should know this war, but I don't recognize it?
Because you were in the military, you should know. Go ahead.
That's Commodore Perry. That's him opening up Japan.
Yep.
It is.
Yeah.
I thought so. I noticed here. I'm like, fuck.
It
wasn't a war. It wasn't a war. He showed up and he's like, hey, either y'all can open this motherfucker up or
we're gonna start shooting. Cannons. And remember what my title is. It goes perfect with the title. The Colonizer's Booty.
Oh,
and when you're hearing these ladies talk,
that's what it's called, booty. That's what pirates call what they.
Thank you. And I know it's supposed to be pirates and not colonizers, but I did it anyway.
It works. And I mean, they still call it the same thing, so it don't matter. They still use the same word. It don't matter.
Man, but that's why I use this. Go ahead.
Matter of fact, they showed up like Bubba Sparks. I found
you. This stupid. Get it together and bring it back to me.
Hey, you know what? Say that again, Lion.
Oh, what? I found
what you just said.
Oh, get it together and bring it back to me.
What am I showing today? What am I showing? Let me play this. Listen to what you just said, and then think about which one. This one.
I don't know who I heard this from. You have an exclusive white dudes only policy. Is this true?
Kind of. Yeah.
All right, let's hear this.
It's not like intentional. I feel like for some reason I just attract white dudes.
Wait, is that your type though?
What is about those white guys? I'm curious.
In the Philippines, they'd be like, when you grow up, you should marry like a rich, white, tall guy.
Oh, it's like a status thing?
Yeah,
it's like having a Chanel purse. A white guy is an accessory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've gone on Tinder and all that. I'd be matching with like other races and all that too. I just didn't know how to fit in with their type of vibe.
What is the race of guy you are least attracted to?
Probably Filipinos.
Does not fit what you just said?
Bring it back. Bring it back to me.
No, get it together and bring it back to me, right?
Get it together
exactly.
and bring it back to me.
Thank you.
Damn shame. 200%.
Bro, I'm thinking about 500%, bro. I don't know about 200.
500.
Yeah, look. Hopefully, those the Filipino guys.
Yep. Yeah.
I just hope they treat her like she deserved to get treated if they get a hold
Say
of her.
that. Say that.
And I mean, whatever decision they choose to make, whatever decision they choose to make, I totally believe that.
G, if you don't mind reading this, and then you could go into what you're gonna say. As a matter of fact, read this. I'm gonna play a clip, and then you would go into what you want to say.
Yeah.
If you there, go ahead.
What's up? Peace to the God. South
What's
Passe
going
to the
on with you?
Zols. South Passe to the Zol, man.
Nula.
Okay, man. Women of color giving up the bum on the first date because they know they love that over the coochie. Tell me I'm lying.
There you go.
I got a lot of comments on my 10 reasons why you shouldn't date Indian girls article video from men, of course, that were like, you're insecure because you know on some level this is true. That's why you have to make jokes about it. And you know what? For a long time, I really was insecure about it. I wanted to be white. I felt not pretty. I felt inferior. But all of that changed my freshman year of college. I went to this party with my friends, and I was flirting with this white man. We were really hitting it off. We were about to go back to his place. And right before we were about to head out, he whispered in my ear, "Hey, I bet your pussy tastes like curry." And you know what? I haven't been insecure about it ever since.
And there you go. Exactly what St. Cyr said.
Honestly, the face she just made, I know the dude didn't make that face she just made. She probably made that face when he said that.
Thank you.
That's how I know.
Thank you.
Brad definitely took that home.
Mind you, just meeting. This is not first date. This is I just met you.
They met at a party. The best time to meet.
God damn.
Best time to meet at a party.
Man, thank you for that, St. Cyr. Thank you, man. Hey, bro, that's why I say let them talk.
Hey, crashing college.
Let them talk.
Listen, man.
Yeah. Go ahead, G. Go ahead.
Hey, Zo. This all stemmed from the fact that they think they're smarter than you.
Well, yeah.
Like, if you just be quiet, like, they really believe that they're smarter than us. Like, inside of their real life psyche, they think that women are smarter than men.
I think they think they're more moral than us, too. I don't think it's just smarts. I think they think they're more moral than us, more spiritual than us, smarter than us. I think the only thing they have to concede is the physical. Go ahead.
Well, part of the reason why they think they're smarter, G, is they're not graded on the same curves or scales as we're graded. See, when black men are, well, men in general, but especially black men are wrong, there's generally a higher price for their being wrong. Whether it's their economics, freedom, job opportunity, etc. So when you don't have to pay a stiff price for being wrong, you could just continue to be wrong and presume that you're this smart and brilliant person because you're never being put in a position where you're being compelled to pay for your ignorance.
Yeah,
That's why they think they're smart.
And then, like, I've observed it over the years, and from what I can tell, like, it's not. They don't fathom that we created all this shit. Like, inside their head, they can't fathom, like, electricity came from men, TVs came from men. The very things like, they don't fathom that we invented that. That's why it's so easy for you. Like, they really think that they can go out here and build a skyscraper.
No, G. It's not that they don't know that we've accomplished these things and men have built them. They in their mind are just gonna obfuscate the whole fact that yes, this is what men did. This is why they delete. No, they don't even want to even acknowledge that. They just want to come with that shame, insults, guilt, and their motherfucking because all this stuff just poof. It just came out of thin air. Your electricity, your AC, these generators, these power plants. All these things that keep you running for the lights, for the signal lights to work. Every single thing that takes a man to build, maintain, and keep up. That poof, it just appeared. So that gives me the right to talk cash money shit about another gender of people. Period. And I'm never gonna take accountability. Worldwide, the whole lots of them. Period. That's how they move. That's how they operate.
And that's
I agree
why
with
when you
Ayo.
and listen, that's why when you go to Haiti and get a Haitian chick from Haiti, it's different because she knows she need a man to build this shit. Like when you go to these other countries, it's not that they're poor, it's that they are poor. The whole country is more poor than the United States. So that woman might not be poor in her country, but she understands that it takes a man to build an irrigation system. It takes a man to lay foundations for roads and stuff. So they have a different type of respect because their country is not as developed. American women are born into the highest development that we got on the planet. Same thing with Chinese women and Japanese women. And that's why they're having the issues because they're like, they've never seen us build this because we just maintain it and we do other things. So they can't fathom that. If you didn't have this, how you think you would get a road? You think y'all would go out there and build a mine and dig a hole and enslave a population? Like, like I don't know, bro.
No, they do. I think, that's exactly what AL was saying. Is that there's this taking it for granted, everything that is the infrastructure, the system, the society, the fact that we even have rules that say that say, even though I'm bigger and stronger, there are certain ways I'm going to comport myself. I'm not going to hit you upside the head and drag you to my crib and now you my bitch. Like they don't appreciate how many thousands of years of evolution of men saying, you know what, maybe we shouldn't just take it, right? They don't appreciate that shit.
They
They
don't
just wake up in the
understand.
morning and
Listen,
it doesn't happen, and they just take it for granted. Go ahead.
they literally don't understand that it's literally the agreement between men that keep men off your ass.
Yeah, exactly,
You
exactly.
They
know the
don't
funny.
understand that we
Mhm.
respect each other because we ain't trying to get on each other ass real quick.
Well, here's the real bitch. Here's the real bitch about everything that's being said. Because women, you'll have this conversation with women, and then they will rebut like, "Well, since men created the system, why are you complaining?" So and this is the thing that I'm so tempted to say, or the next time I am going to say, I was like, okay, so if men decide to take it back, what then? So if men
Well,
decide to
yeah.
take,
What?
like,
Yeah, that is a great question. What are y'all gonna do if we decide we want all this back? If we decide we're gonna run a show, we're gonna say, guess what? We woke up one day, all these little laws and rules and stuff we passed to make
and
everything
here's the
even
thing.
more convenient for you. We're
Here's
gonna
the
kill
prime.
you.
Hey
No,
Z,
but
you
here,
know what they
AL.
gonna do,
Here's the
Z?
prime example why they won't even be able to handle it. You saw how much they were crying when Roe v. Wade got reversed.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yes,
so
sir.
I got it. If I'm talking to a black woman, it's real simple. But JD Vance and Trump are reversing some of it.
hey,
Yeah,
so you
a
know what they
lot of
gonna
it.
do, Zo?
There you go. Go,
They,
go.
you know what they gonna do?
What they gonna do?
They gonna call the police.
Reinforcing exactly what the hell you just said.
They ain't even gonna realize that the police on our side. They gonna call the police. If all the men decided we ain't answering no more calls for this shit, y'all handle y'all business.
No, if men
Man, they
really
would
wanted to
call the
get it together,
police.
no, if men really wanted to get women together, we could do it in a matter of a few hours. It
Yeah,
wouldn't
a
even
few
it wouldn't
hours
take
on
nothing. It
everything.
wouldn't even take
All
it would
if
yeah, yeah men want yeah. That wouldn't even
listen,
take
if
no time.
Trump came on TV and said there's no such thing as domestic violence, the whole world would change in 30 minutes. Niggas would
What
go
the
around
hell
that
say
bitch
all
laying
that?
alone.
God damn.
If Trump get on, if they make an executive order, say America too far gone with the transhumanism, the different stuff going on, the kids with the hormones, and man, listen, Trump get
Nah,
on there and say, "Hey, listen, no more domestic violence."
well, no, I'll take it. Well, even that, or hell, even that, you wouldn't have to do that. Legalize prostitution.
Listen, and listen, this would really change it if they let all like the non-violent offenders out of jail too. Like if they really opened this shit up for real
Oh
competition,
yeah.
the whole world
Let,
would
let me
change
let,
in 30 minutes.
let me say this to add on to what Lion said. Prostitution legal and a male pill. women would be begging. They would be if you had a male pill and you because understand something now you could pipe forever and never get her pregnant. And you could go out there with the 10 toes. You don't have to be stuck. A woman would have to earn a relationship because sex would be so easy. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll be fighting each other because that shit will sell out so fast.
Yeah, well, initially, but I'm saying once that shit becomes normal, understand what that would plummet. If you real quick, G, the population would plummet. I think the population would plummet even more. But women would have to now. Women would be put in a really fucked position, no pun intended, because now they have to earn a relationship in a way they never considered before. All the shit they take for granted. Women, all the shit they take for granted. Because prostitution was legal.
Prostitution being legal and a male
pill.
Oh, it's over.
They would have to earn a relationship. They would have to earn a relationship.
Listen, hey, you know how he really changed the planet zone?
Well, I'll run up you one thing more. I'll run up one more thing, Z. Add on, it's not cheating if you cheat with a prostitute if you're married.
Oh,
no, listen.
Gee, wait, one more thing.
Listen to this.
We have a queer for HIV and AIDS. Go ahead. A cure, not a treatment, a cure.
I'm adding to it. No. And you know, in the whole concept of court-appointed marriage, period. No alimony, no child support, no marriage, none of that.
Yeah.
No domestic violence, none of that.
G, we already
free us from that shit. Free us from that construct.
Just say no alimony.
G, we already said we're overturning.
Real quick, let y'all go. Yeah.
No, this is what I'm telling y'all. No, listen to what I'm saying exactly.
Wait, G, wait. Let AL learn that you got it right after.
Go ahead, AL. My fault, big brother.
You good, friend. What I'm saying is, to what you're saying is, I agree. But look, we already stated in the beginning, in the mind-blowing thought, we already within the first 2 or 3 hours, we're overturning everything that's feminist driven, feminist friendly, gynocracy friendly, anything that makes them comfortable in the fact that where they can put both of their arms on their fucking hips like they Susie the Rivet Builder. Yeah, I accomplished and conquered everything. Once you have taken away all this extra stuff, y'all think, oh yeah, and then no, all that. No, you have to think broader. Look, bro, we're overturning and changing everything. So there's no
I'm
need
not talking about that.
Hold on. There's no need for that pill. There's no need for that other thing you talking about. Look, when we say this is law and you don't comply, you have 1 or 2 choices. We can either throw your ass off this cliff or we can horsewhip you to death. You got one, because at this point, those are only 2 things we're gonna have to do to discipline.
Someone actually
throw
said
you
it.
Over this cliff. We're gonna throw you over this cliff and we're gonna horsewhip your ass. What do you want? You may survive the horse whooping, but I don't know about you survive and get thrown off this cliff.
But no, this is what I'm saying, AL. No, hold on, Lion. This is what I'm saying, big brother. This is what I'm saying. No, this is what I'm saying. I want y'all to understand what I'm really saying, though. I'm not talking about just that. I'm talking about eliminate marriage from the government contract, period. Like, just keep it. The church and the state is supposed to be separate. So why the fuck is we going to court about our marriage anyway? I think your marriage should be governed over whatever religious way y'all got married. If y'all didn't get married under a religion, y'all not married anyway. So separate the church and the state completely. The state should not be involved in child rearing.
Yeah, but for the state to acknowledge it, there's a lot of things that come with tax cuts and all these different things. So that's why the
this is what I'm saying.
The state's involved because of the money shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, you would change the whole society because now you would make them put trades back in schools for boys. Think about what I'm saying. If you separate that, how do the boys get educated to work at the jobs? Because now you're saying, okay, the church and the state is separate. So if we do split up, it's not the state's. It's only the state's responsibility to educate the children. That means it's going to change the way you have to house the children too. Because what if the children would have to go with whoever had a house? And if there's no, you can't. And if I bought the house and there's no marriage for you to get half of my house and you want to leave, bye. You know what I'm saying? Leave my kids here. They can't go outside. And if the police protect the children, the kid got to stay in the house. If you want to leave, bye. Whoever house it is. If y'all bought it together, y'all both got to sit in this house together and figure it out.
I gotta.
That's how the law works. That's how I think it should work.
I gotta find this clip for you, Z, because I don't know if you've heard of him. His name is Andrew Wilson. He features on whatever podcast, and
Yeah,
he
yeah, no, I know who you're
actually
talking about. The chubby white dude. Yeah, I know who
yeah,
you're talking
but
about.
he was having a back and forth with one
No problem.
feminist, and he actually said it, and he was like, you know what, if men actually wanted to reverse and take shit back, what would y'all be able to do about it? What would y'all really be able to do?
I want to say this, and actually wanted to say this when BGS, because I haven't watched it yet. What you were talking about with BGS, I wanted to say this when you and BGS were speaking about the brother that he was, I guess, schooling the other day. We have to appreciate that most people, I say this all the time, are uninitiated, bro. Most people are uninitiated. So if Andrew Wilson asks that question, appreciate. Not only are you talking about people, you're talking about women, young women, probably under the age of 30. They don't have these conversations. They don't even entertain the thought. They don't entertain the idea. Excuse me, entertain. I said entertain. Entertain the idea of what happens if men were to throw their hands up. What happened if men were to say, you know what, we taking what we want to take, including what would happen if men decided, you know what, we're if let's go far with it. If aliens came down and took all the men, if we woke up tomorrow and there were no men, I already gave y'all the experiment of that I play in my head every once in a blue. What happens if black women wake up and there's no black men? So everybody from Drake's son, who damn near white, from Logic all the way across to goddamn Wesley Snipes in it. Black women woke up in America and there were zero black males, not even just men, the boys. And here's the thing: if you're pregnant with a black son, the second he was supposed to pop out, he gonna pop out of whatever planet we on. They never entertained none of those ideas, so they never really have to sit down with, wow, that that would be a negative there and there and there and there,
Well,
right?
But here's the thing, though, because of the inbred treachery of women, they don't have to care about that. Because if all black men disappear, they just spread the legs to the men who are here, and they become something else.
You talk about the Middle
There's
East.
no
He said
real.
all men. He said all men.
He said
I said all men at first, but then I said all black men. I said all men at first, but then I said if black women were to wake up tomorrow and there were no black men.
If all men disappeared, then they become extinct.
Yeah,
within a couple of months. But if all black men disappeared, then they just become something else. They just spread their legs and become something else.
I don't.
They will revert to their concubine DNA training.
I have an answer for both of that. I'm hearing Echo. Go ahead, AL, and then I'll go. Go ahead, because you were trying to say.
I said to elaborate to what Black Guru said, he's absolutely correct. All they would do is just revert back to their concubine training that has been ingrained and instilled in them since millennia and a law. So that's what they're gonna do. He's absolutely right. They don't give a fuck where they get some dick from. It's Mitch and get the dick, and they're gonna find a way to get another man's dick. Now, but you have to think about this in a nutshell. We all know every other race of man deplores them, can't stand them, but we'll only use them to what? Breed with them. Okay, I'm gonna throw this conundrum in there for you. What if the other men said, guess what? Yeah, bitch, we'll fuck you like you're a prostitute, but what we're not gonna do is impregnate you. We gonna always have on 2 or 3 or 4 condoms, or we gonna make you take this morning at this Plan B pill before we fuck you. So that way, after we fuck you, we know there's no waiting till in the morning because you won't be around us to take it. We gonna watch you take this pill in front of us before we fuck you. That way, after we fuck you, it'll well be in your system and it'll kill the baby.
Let me say this because I have something for both of that. So the first one, if men were to disappear, or let's say women disappear, women disappear. I think with the current technology, men would find a way to recreate us before the youngest of us dies out. So we would find our population would start to decrease. Yes, it would be panic in the streets, pandemonium, and all that other stuff. But men would figure out somehow through science to to gestate kids in a bag or something, put
Well,
the egg in the spray, and
it's been
go ahead.
said that you can replicate uh, uh, from sperm solely. You cannot
But
replicate solely from the egg.
From
So
an egg.
scientifically, you could now, how it's done and whatever, I don't know, but you could scientifically, if suddenly all the females disappeared, between that and creating some form of incubation process, I don't know if you would go the route of trying to put children in the bodies of men, because I don't think men bodies
No.
are designed to do
but
that. But
First
I think
babies
you
will be
could
born
create
in
some
pigs. That's what would happen.
artificial processes.
can I pretty
I think
can
you
I
can create
present
some
the evolution?
artificial
Wait.
processes that could share.
Go
Well,
ahead.
I
I'm
was
finished
just
with
saying,
that
I
Black
think
Guru,
you
and then
can
I'm gonna go
create
and
some
I gotta
artificial
have G.
processes to carry or whatever embryos into their maturity.
And then let me say this real quick, G, before you go. I think Starman calls it. He says it's called parthenogenesis. I think that's what Black Guru was describing. And what I would say is, if black men would, and I
Yeah,
agree
well,
with
I mean, sperm includes both male and female material. There's an X
Mhm.
sperm and there's a Y sperm. So genetically, you could manipulate, the constituents of sperm from different men. Hopefully, I guess that's what you would want to replicate a human being, theoretically, if it hasn't already been done, probably in China somewhere.
I wouldn't be surprised. And let me read this from Elspeth. This is what I would think, going to what AL was saying earlier. And El says, I think white men would treat the overwhelming number of black women like it's World War Z, trying to protect their borders. I agree with AL to a certain extent. I do think there would be some white men that pipe black women and
What is the threat to black women? What are the threat of black women if there are no black men?
they
None.
just die
I
out.
mean, if
I think
suddenly
some of
all
them,
black men
yeah.
disappeared, then black women are free game, and I can do with them as a white man. I can do with them as I will.
But this is the
I
thing.
will say this.
Hold on,
I
Z.
do
Z.
think real quick, G, real quick. But I'm gonna let in 30 seconds. I do think that we black women would see a different type of white man without black men here as a threat. With that, I don't think most white men would even entertain black women still. I think I agree with else active. I think maybe a third of black women, maybe a third of black women have children from white men, maybe. But that I think most black women just die out. It'll just be them and their daughters, and they just die out. They just, and you'll watch the black female population go from what it is right now, with 6% to like 3%, 2%. I think that's what you would have.
But this is the
You know,
problem,
yeah.
Z. This
Go
is
ahead.
the problem with that. First
Well,
off,
but you also have
no,
other
hold on.
men
But
on the planet.
Yeah. That's true. Go ahead, G. Go ahead.
no,
I
I
think
want
that's true
go
with
ahead,
black
go ahead.
women.
I don't want to interrupt nobody. Go ahead.
I mean,
No, I think black women were saying black men
but
around the planet. Go ahead, go
this
ahead.
hierarchy thing only matters to the. Well, I'm saying this hierarchy thing only matters to the extent that black men exist. When black men don't exist, then a black woman, white woman, or whatever, it don't really matter. It don't really matter. The hierarchy thing only exists from a competitive standpoint versus black men.
But
That's
this
the
is the
only reason
thing.
it matters. If
But this is the thing,
absent
Black
black
Guru.
men, a black woman is an
Oh
a black
man,
woman is an incubator like any other female.
True.
this is the only problem.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead, go
G.
ahead, go ahead. G. You good? You good? You good, G.
This the only issue. This is the only issue. You can't eliminate the black cells. Even if you eliminate every black man in 100 years, it'll be a nigga dark as me. Because all it takes is one male child to be born darker than one light child, and him to mate with the darker child. And eventually, in 100 years, they'll be dark as me again. I'm pretty sure they tried to eliminate us before. It's impossible. If you don't kill all the women, you can't kill all the men. See, we can kill all of them just by dominating their genes. That's why they have to stay separate. That's the whole conundrum of them trying to stay alive, is that if they do mate with us, they disappear. If we mate with them, we multiply because we have the dominant gene trait, which is our
Let me say
skin,
this.
our melanin domination.
Let me say this to
That's
Jim.
Francis. Hold on, that's Francis Cress.
I mean,
Hold on, hold
I
on.
don't know
Wilson,
if
Francis
this.
Cress
Hold
Wilson.
on. That's Francis Cress. That's a fact. That's a scientific fact. That's why they try to do it in India so bad. If they're long as they're a black woman, there's to be a black man. That's it, because our trait is the dominant trait.
Mm. Okay, but go ahead, Black Roof. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I haven't studied. I won't make an argument against that. Perhaps that's true because I
No,
haven't.
that's like I've read their literature. That's the whole basis of what we call racism from the dude Blumenbach or whatever. And the KKK thing is they're telling you if like they're like if you mate with them, you're going to turn into them. Like we turn into them. They don't turn into us. Like you get what I'm saying? So we're the dominant trait. We're the dominant species of human. Like they don't want to say that word, but scientifically, we are the dominant species on the planet genetically, not
Not to
culturally.
mention,
Like, yeah. We're the dominant species genetically.
here's
Meaning,
something too. And if you really want to go into a G, shout out to all the sub-Saharan African brothers. There's only one group of people that don't got no trace of Neanderthal DNA in them. I know for all of us that got fucked by some white people somewhere down the line, you got 1%, maybe a half a percent, 1.5%. But for all the sub-Saharan African brothers, they're the only and sisters, they're the only ones that don't have no Neanderthal nothing. Right? If you shake their family tree, ain't nothing but black people fall out. Yep. Check the statistics. Check the data if you got Z on that one. And Jadeo says, you end up like Brazil. This is the outcome. I would say you end up like Argentina. If black men were to disappear tomorrow, you end up like with black women, you end up like Argentina. There's still a handful of black people, like still a handful of like super light skin, super fair skin. But if you shake their family tree, go back a century and a half, a century, you'll find some black people. But remember, what country was it that Argentina went to war with and they sent on the black soldiers, right? So like that's what would happen if black people would have disappeared. You end up like Argentina. I see where you're going with Brazil. I think best case scenario for black women is Brazil, but I don't see it. I see Argentina. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the flow of humanity and reproduction and how are people are combinations of people coming together. I mean, I guess if there's a certain level of inbreeding or whatever, that might take things in a different direction, so to speak. So that's why I'm hesitant to argue, where things would end up. I guess, okay, you produce a half black person, but then if that half black person continues to mate with a white person and then their child mates with a white person, then at some point you got a white person, right? So, again, it all depends on the flow of reproduction, I guess.
Who I'm trying to see who is it? What is her? It was one of those CNN anchors. It's not Susan Malvo, is it? It's the other one, the super fair skinned one. Oh, her name is Soledad O'Brien, maybe? Was it Soledad O'Brien? It might be Soledad O'Brien.
Well, I know she was
Yeah.
Cuban or something, right?
Yeah. So if you share,
or she has a black Cuban mother or something.
Dad, I think it's the dad, because if you see her, you see a very fair skin. Go ahead, Doug.
No.
Okay. Oh, so if you see her, you see a very fair skin, Latina woman or whatever type of background. But apparently she married a white man. I saw the picture of the kids, her, the husband, and the kids. And you don't see nothing left black in the kids. One of them has a little bit of like brownish reddish hair and a couple of freckles, so you could maybe see it in her alone. All the other, I think she had 2 more kids, 2 or 3. I can't remember. That was so long ago I saw the picture. But yeah, you don't see it. You ain't no black nothing in none of them except for that one with the brownish reddish hair, and that's it.
Well, that's why I said it all depends. That's why I'm, that's why I say it all depends on how the choices people would make in that kind of scenario across the next couple of generations. Because if the focus would be on what's the term for it? The Spanish term for it?
Conquistadors? Or the Manuel
No.
Rosa?
Yeah. I mean, if that's
Manuel Rosa.
the objective and motivation going forward, then that's going to dictate who the choices they make reproductively, and who they mate with, and how aggressively they do such. Because the imperative might be that mixed people don't mix with mixed people mix with white people, and then that fourth mixed person they mix with a white person. Now you got a 1/8 white
No, it's done. To be honest with you, paying attention to the Jackson family, paying attention to a number, because now we're dealing with somewhat, and Black Rule, you would know this better than me. We're dealing with now kind of 3-4 generations of some Black people that have been having money for a little while now. We deal with and the ones of them who they dealt with a white woman or a white man, and then their kid dealt with a white woman and a white man. Those grandkids and great grandkids, you don't see nothing Black in them.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at a lot of Black celebrities. You pick your 60 plus, 70 plus year old famous Black person and look at their children and grandchildren. There was a recent picture after he passed. There was a recent posting of Quincy Jones. And his what do you call them? Progeny, children, grandchildren, I guess great grandchildren. And you can definitely see the trend. You can definitely see the direction in which things were going.
If I didn't put 2 and 2 together when I was younger, I wouldn't realize that Rashida Jones was Quincy Jones's daughter. Like from her mannerisms, the way she speaks, the way she looked, I would have thought she was more Southern European descent.
Yeah, and
Quincy
she
Jones'
looks
actual
a
daughter.
lot. It's interesting. She looks a lot like her late mother, Peggy Lipton. She reminds you of Peggy. Us old folks remember Peggy Lipton as the somewhat hot white girl from Mod Squad back in the late '60s. And so I remember when I first saw her. I remember, man, she looks a lot like Peggy. She looks like a off-white white woman. Yeah. And of course, she significantly acts, although she will occasionally sort of dabble into her Blackness a little bit when it benefits her, obviously. But she has, doing The Office and all that kind of stuff. She's been able to play that. She's kind of what maybe Zoe Saldana probably wishes she was more of, but she actually can kind of be the kind of whitish girl, kind of somewhat.
I got a question.
Sure.
How many people live in Africa?
Over 1 billion. It's like probably 1.1, 1.2, something like that ish.
And what percent? Isn't the majority of South America dark skinned too?
If you count the indigenous and the Blacks and the kind of mixed-ish,
I know
probably.
the
Somewhere.
Caribbean. I know the Caribbean is full blown Negro.
Not full blown, but it's a lot.
Probably not like Saint Croix and stuff is probably more mixed. Like Saint Croix, Saint Thomas, Saint Bart's is mixed.
That's mainly
French,
that's mainly
the French
Black.
Antilles.
No.
The French Antilles is really mulatto.
When you say like Saint Croix and them, that's USVI. That's really Black. And you got some Indian Black mix and all that other stuff in there. You're talking about Trinidad, that's the same thing. Jamaica is mainly Black. Obviously you have Indian descent. You have Chinaman and then the mixed Black and Asian. Then you have the mixed Black. Cuba's mixed and Taino Indians, but not really Black and white.
Are there any Haiti left in Haiti?
No. That's why Haiti named it Haiti. For those of you that don't know, G just said. So that's what the indigenous in Haiti called it. They called it IET. The reason why Haitians call it that is in honor of them. Don't ask the Dominicans because they. Anyway, I'm not even going to do the whole Haitian Dominican worship. But Haitians actually give honor to them by naming our side of the island IET, right? Haiti, IET, but the Dominicans, yeah, they
Yeah,
well clearly
I
y'all
know.
can
I
see how
know
they think
that.
about it. Yeah.
I know that Guyana and Venezuela got large black populations.
Yes,
That's where
yes,
my
yeah.
grandparents are from. So Guyana and Venezuela, but Guyana is like the British protectorate, and Venezuela is part of South America. But they're all on the same landmass, though.
Yeah.
Like I think Guyana, the only Caribbean country not an island.
Yeah, well it's funny how that
Suriname,
works. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Suriname, French Guyana, the Dutch Antilles. It's a bunch of islands down there, like the Dutch Antilles. Where's Bermuda and stuff at? That's all like the
That's on
French.
the other side. That's no,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
that's close to Florida, but it's on the other side of. Okay, so all the Caribbean countries you just named were like they're all right south of in the Gulf of Mexico, or they're a little bit south of Florida or whatever.
yeah,
Bermuda is like it's like kind of off to the east of Florida. Yeah, to the east of Florida. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I've been to Florida multiple times, and I went to Key West. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like man, I kind of got an understanding of it. You know what I'm saying? Like I haven't been where my grandfather from though. Like I know that all of that stuff in there is all in there. I know it's a bunch of stuff in there, like Costa Rica and
Well, I
Guatemala and
mean,
Honduras is in the Gulf. Like,
before the borders started getting super enforced, there was so much back and forth in transit between all the Caribbean and like mainly the southern and kind of the southern part of the U.S. Mainly we talk about like Louisiana to about north-ish Carolina. There was a lot of movement between like north-ish Carolina to in Louisiana and the Caribbean, like a lot of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Right. That's why if for those of you that know, like the Creoles call themselves Creoles because some of them their ancestors were
put him on
property
game, Zo.
of the
Tell him
of
who we
yeah
is,
right
Zo. Tell him who
right
we is,
like
Zo.
but people know people that know, especially in the
No,
Black
no,
Country, we
no.
have some informed,
I'm not
intelligent
Creole
people.
though. I'm
Yeah.
Cajun though. Like I'm of Cajun descent. My father is from Mississippi. I'm of Cajun descent. But I'm
Yeah.
saying, tell him who he is, Zo.
But no, but for real. So what the Mississippi? I mean, that's the Mississippi. Sorry, the Louisiana Purchase. So because the French lost the war, a lot of Frenchmen were fleeing, and they took their black slaves with them, and that's how you get Beyonce people in them, right? Like that's why they claim Creole. Because like if you shake their family tree, there's as clearly you can see from their skin tone, you'll find some white Frenchmen and some black slave women, right? That who she can trace her ancestry to Haiti, and then they could trace that ancestry to somewhere on the west coast of Africa, probably Nigeria-ish, maybe Angola,
Yeah. And
maybe,
if
but
you
probably
and if you
Nigeria-ish,
and if you
Benin or
shake
something,
that
one of them.
tree enough, tell them, Zo. If you shake that tree enough, it's some Mayan and Aztec in that tree too. Ooh,
I
but they
mean,
don't
yeah,
want to talk
I
about
mean,
that. Yeah.
if uh, maybe because there's,
Maybe. There
maybe,
might have
yeah,
been some of us left. It might have been some of us left.
yeah.
Because
So yeah, and it's crazy
Cortez,
because
when he
there's a couple.
came in, he killed he wiped out the first set of people in Brazil.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
when Ferdinand and them came and Magellan and came, they brought more waves to wipe us out. So they
Yeah.
was
let
slowly
me,
pushing us to the west.
Yo, Z.
And that's how we
yo,
got to
go ahead.
California. Yeah.
I
Go,
meant
go
to
ahead,
tell
Ryan.
you what I was just saying about Andrew Wilson, and then if men decide to enforce, I just sent you the video. It's like 17
Okay,
minutes long, but he
okay,
literally like
awesome.
demolished it. It was like if when it comes to enforcing rights, who does the enforcing? Even your right to abort, who enforces those rights?
Well, I want to say this. I might have to do a review on it. It's about 40 minutes long. I mentioned this over a year ago because the documentary is out. Well, not documentary. Think piece is out over a year. Then and now, philosopher dude, white dude out of the UK. He covered Russia and Russia's how Vladimir Putin and Russia sees their place in history, sees this current time and whatnot. And something that really stuck out to me when he was speaking is they don't have this idea of quote unquote progress, like a constant going in one direction, quote unquote progress
Yeah,
that we do
progressivism.
in the West and take advantage. I mean, not take advantage. Take for granted. I don't know why I say take advantage. Take for granted. And now that you're saying that line, what I'm hearing and what I'm thinking is like we have people that they take for granted. Like, and this is one of the one things I actually disagree with Martin Luther King on. Y'all, some of y'all have heard me say this before. I don't believe the arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice. I don't believe that shit. That's the one thing that I've ever heard from Martin Luther King. I'm like, I don't know. I think people like him and like Malcolm and some of us in this space, but definitely the Black Panthers and whatnot. What's the other ones that I'm missing their name? The one that got bombed in Philly. Oh my God, them. Say it again. Move, yeah. All yeah, exactly. So people like that, they're the ones who bend the arc towards justice. It doesn't just automatically go that direction. And I'm tying that to what you're saying, Lon, by saying like and I'm not one of the people that have a problem with women voting, right? All that other shit, like working and all that other shit.
No, I
but
don't.
I think they take it for granted. That's what I'm agreeing with you. They take for granted that these things. I'll give you a prime example because I'm rambling. I know. I'll give you a prime example. We're watching Trump like take a lot of what we took for granted. Some of these government programs, some of these government agencies, and we're watching him break it in front of everyone, and people took it for granted. Whether you're even Republicans are like, oh my God, like
Bill,
go ahead.
Passed a disarm to pretty much terraform the Board of Education.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah,
and people took it for granted. Yeah, well, the Republicans been wanting to do that shit forever, right? Yeah. I agree with you that I didn't see it coming anytime soon.
Exactly.
Right. So yeah.
You didn't see it coming.
I don't think the Republicans ever really intended to get rid of the Department of Education. I think
it was just a talking point.
Some people who call themselves Republicans really wanted to get rid of it, and those people just happen to be in power right now. I think as a whole, because I think the Department of Education was it created by, well, maybe it was Carter. Right? Maybe
I think it was Carter. It was
I know
Carter.
the EPA was created by. I know the EPA.
Nixon was the EPA.
Nixon. So a lot of these programs that they rail against were created by Republicans.
Yep.
The initial support for Planned Parenthood, that was all Republican. So, a lot of these people who say they're for stuff, they really use as political wedge issues for campaigning and for maneuvering power. But because Trump isn't your traditional Republican politician, he has been actually willing to actually do what the others would only say they would do. And although I question whether Trump would have even done this, I think a lot of what Trump is doing now is a product of what the Democrats did to him.
Yes, I agree.
From the moment he became president and through all these activities before, I think to a large extent there's
he's breaking all of their toys.
A vengeance tour going on. To a large extent.
But here's something to consider, Black Uru. So Curtis Yarvin, who is their philosopher, he the way he would explain it is all of the presidents were pretty much different versions of FDR up until Trump. I would disagree with him and say maybe all of them up until Reagan. Reagan is when you get a break and you get different versions of Reagan up until Trump. So I would say, I don't know how much I even agree with what I just said, but if I was to agree with him to a certain extent, I would say it's FDR to Reagan and Reagan to
Trump is more like the first president.
Wait. Gee, when Black was talking, let him go, and then you got it.
My first blush impression is to agree with Reagan representing the break, especially because of the deregulation and because of the going after the unions, because the unions fundamentally changed the employer-employee relationship in this country, and it reverberates to this very day. It was a different environment, and you can trace even all the issues regarding pay and employment stability with what happened in particular to what Reagan did. So my first blush is to agree with the juxtapositioning of FDR and Reagan, but I have to think more about it.
Well, we gotta remember that Trump is more like the first presidents than these last 20 presidents. The first presidents were independent businessmen and farm owners and plantation owners. So Trump is a more appropriate president than these politician presidents who've never worked a job in their life. So
He's also
that
the
is,
first.
I think,
He's also the first
no,
president.
this is what I'm
who-
saying. It doesn't. He has worked a job. He's ran companies and corporations and businesses.
But
That
the
is
weird
that.
part.
Listen, hold up. That is a form of the main purpose of the government is business and its military system. It's not the social issues of the people. That's just something they added to it. Now, that's more like the original stuff. Now, of course, we don't want to get rid of everything. Like we don't want them to get rid of, civil rights and all of that. But I'm saying this is actually
But
how the country is
here's the
supposed
thing,
to
though,
run.
G. No.
Yeah.
This is why I disagree with you because that social issues. This is my fundamental disagreement with running the country like a business. You about to see what that look like, and I still don't think Trump gonna take it all the way where some of the people behind him want to take it. Right? I think we do a big disservice to a country full of 340 million people with different interests and telling them, oh, I'm gonna run this
Yeah.
country like a business. Why would people be
I
invested in a
think
system
it's
where you're running
foolish
like a business?
to run
Go ahead, bro.
America solely like a business because I think
Mhm.
business itself is predicated upon many things. Maintaining a stable business environment is predicated on things that are not strictly business focused. They're not. Having a social security system, for example, and having Medicare stabilizes an environment to such a degree in which you can operate a business and become a billionaire. I don't think you can become a billionaire without Social Security and Medicaid because you got people climbing over and killing each other. You don't have a stable environment where you can have a stable stock market system and educational system and university system where people are scrambling to survive and hurting each other and murking each other. Try to be a billionaire, become a billionaire in an environment like that. So you need socialism, ironically, in order to have capitalism.
What did FDR say? FDR said, "I saved capitalism with all these goddamn social programs." Literally,
He did.
right? So let me, yeah,
He didn't just save capitalism. He saved the country because
yeah.
who knows what direction once the market fell and guys start jumping out of fucking skyscrapers and shit. Who knows what would have happened? The banks failing everywhere. Who knows what would have happened to this country?
Not
Okay.
only
Let
that,
me
but I would.
go ahead, Betty.
Oh,
You go.
I would also argue that you really couldn't have a country like we have today if it was run like a business. Like there are a lot of places in America that are really rural, really remote, really hard to access, and without those government services and infrastructure, I
They
think
are
you probably would have some
reeling
factories.
in white Trump America from what Trump is doing right now. You got
Yep.
white people. Why do you think these white people are in these town halls bitching and crying at Republican politicians? Are you all watching this? These are not
No, I am.
black people who are doing this. These are white people who voted for Trump. Are you
Recall
guys
also.
watching this?
No, I am. But remember too that there are certain things that are not in the purview of the market. It doesn't actually benefit the market. It's too expensive to actually invest in that. There are roads, going to what Better you said, there are roads that lead into buttfuck nowhere where the town is 5,000 people and they don't really
You're not
generate any
putting no
real
damn
revenue.
cell towers
Right?
up in fucking Montana.
Thank you.
From a
That
strictly
Biden had to do
business
that with the
market
infrastructure
standpoint,
thing. Yep.
you're not doing that.
Exactly.
You're not living in Montana from a strictly business
Let
standpoint.
alone put a
You're
cell
not
tower in
living
there.
in North
Yep.
Dakota from a strictly business standpoint. It makes no logistical sense.
And let me read this because Inspired Truth corrected me. And he says it bends towards justice. This is the Martin Luther King quote that apparently I butchered. And Inspired Truth says it bends towards justice if you bend it. MLK said. Okay, why did I always think that he just said the arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice? I didn't realize that he said. I heard this quote. Are you sure? Inspired? You know what? I ain't even question Inspired Truth. I'm gonna let you get that because I'm not 100% sure. I'm questioning myself.
I do think there's an attempt towards survival, and I think ultimately justice really is about survival and about how people survive together. And I think efforts are made towards survival. Now, whether we would all categorize it as justice, you can debate that, because, but ultimately, if you're alive versus not being alive, I guess if there is such a thing as justice, then that's what would fit within the definition of such. So I think the extent to which we're not slaughtering each other requires a certain level of mutual agreement of behavior and mutual benefaction and some comedy with respect to how people are going to behave amongst each other, which requires some degree of civility and some mutual understanding of things. But of course, it's not good. It's not perfect. It's going to be terrible, very often, in many ways, terrible and chaotic. But the bottom line is, to some degree, you got to have some group of people. You got to have some standards. You can't kill all the black
No,
folks because they're black folks. You
that's what
can't
I'm talking
kill
about.
all the Chinese people because they're Chinese people.
No,
So
this is
that's
what I'm
where the
talking
debate
about.
about justice comes in.
Yeah. Let
This
me
is what
let
I'm
me
talking about.
say real quick, G, because I actually have a question for Black Uru. And I know he's not an economist or a finance or took finance, but or maybe he did, but is not. That wasn't his major study. What do you think about this theory that Trump? But this is my theory, so put it on the table. That he might actually be leading to the end of the financialization of the market, which clearly is
Yes,
still going to be a
yes,
market, but
yes.
the end of the loose money and something. Let me inform everyone where I'm getting this idea from. I was watching. Y'all know I watch Breaking
But can I
Points,
get a
and
comment? I just want to. I never got to respond because the thing fucking kicked me out.
real quick, let me follow this train of thought real quick. It Crystal Ball said something, and you're actually hearing this. I think it's not the Fed chair, it's the Treasury Secretary. I want to say, and they're saying the American dream shouldn't be a flat screen TV. And when I follow that thought to its logical conclusion, I'm thinking, and they're actually saying it, they're going to fundamentally change, or at least they're going to try to change the economy, where they took away your unions. They took away 40-hour work week, and you still could afford a freaking 3-4 bedroom house. But what they did trade you for that was cheap ass TVs, right? And cheap appliances and technology. And what it seems like is that Trump, the people behind Trump, want to change the economy again. And when I follow that all the way through, you got to end financialization and just speculating just to speculate. I don't think that's going to really end, but
No,
to
that's
tighten
not
that
the
up.
issue, Z. That's not the issue, Z.
Go ahead, and then we get Black because I really
The
want to hear what Black
issue
Lewis think.
you
But my
read
ramble.
listen, you read about this in the Federalist Papers. First off,
Mhm.
the economy was not supposed to be like this. This is what happened to France and Europe. This is the democratic system that we're living in. The reason is not supposed the financialization of the market. When the country was first formed, there was a group of people that wanted this country to be more agrarian, farm based, and not the
The South,
financialization of a market based off of militarization.
mainly the South. That was some of
Yes.
their beef. Yeah. Yep, I get what you're saying.
Now,
Yep, go ahead.
that's the Republican way. Now,
Yeah.
the Democrat way is to live in these big sites and
Hmm.
aggregate all the resources from around the rural area. That's called
Hmm.
democratic life. The problem with that is you're going to run out of extras if there's a drought, a hit in the market, a sickness. This is what we're trying to deal with, is that we're too big now to not be democratic, but we really are a republic. So you're trying to stretch the resources of a republic across these democratic sites that think that they're more important than a small site. So Chicago think is more important than Collinsville, and LA think is more important than the Bay, and New York think is more important than Buffalo. So now you have a democratic system of all these big sites where nobody knows how to really do nothing but work on machines with the industrial revolution. So basically you got people that's trained to do one thing. They're too, they might not even have the acumen to switch careers. So now you're stuck in this system, and it's a chimera. It's going to fall because it's based on the bigger taking care of the smaller. But what do you do when the bigger get tired of taking care of the smaller and they just
Let,
go somewhere else?
let me say this. I gotta say this, and then I want Black Widow to go. Being a person that went quote unquote backwards, so I went from white collar to blue collar. So I went retail first jobs, then went white collar, now I'm blue collar. Both of those groups of people take each other for granted. Both of them insult each other or look down on each other from two different angles. You have the I work with my hands, I do real work, I do real jobs, and the pansies and the pussies in the offices and the cubes, they would never do this. And on the other side it's literally the stereotypes I think it is. On the other side, in the cubes, they look at the people that work with their hands as stupid. You're
And,
working with your hands
and
because you're
really,
not
Z,
smart enough or intelligent enough to work with brain power, straight cerebral, right? You don't type fast enough. You're not quick enough. And both of them are actually 100% wrong. But
hey Z, what they don't know is the ones that's working with the tools are smarter than you. See, that's what they didn't tell them in school. The mid-level managers are the people that can't scientifically function, but they think they're better. They don't even have better jobs. They don't get paid more. The only people that get paid more is the top 10%. Most mid-level managers don't make what a plumber makes. Most mid-level managers in the office don't make what an electrician make, a plumber, a brick mason, a roofer. I was watching roofer white boys when they was 19 making $60,000 a year. They was 19, fresh out of high school, up on the roof.
true,
That's the
but
jobs that's who makes. Now doctors and lawyers make the most. That's a higher class of people. For some reason, mid-level managers think they're the same as doctors and lawyers and better than the mechanic. But the
yeah, no, they
mechanic
gotta tell.
probably,
Yeah, no, they gotta tell themselves that. They gotta tell
yeah,
themselves
the,
that.
the, the mechanic makes more money than you.
Yeah,
The mechanic,
but there's
the truck
there's a
driver,
status
the truck
element that you're
driver
not
makes more
counting.
money than you.
Yeah,
Now
but
they're going
gee,
to
there's
say,
this.
well, I'm educated. I know you are. You
Yeah,
paid
that's
Well,
what I
so
was
much
gonna
I,
say.
money.
I, I spent a lot.
Yeah.
I've spent a lot of time with white middle managers, and I don't. I don't necessarily see them thinking that about
No, it's not the
trade.
white people. It's the poor people. See, it's the
Well, no, but I'm
poor
just
people
saying.
that think that.
But you.
Most men
Well,
understand.
I'm just saying. I think I.
I think you cut out.
Well,
Oh.
I no, I was gonna answer Z's question, or maybe you might cause kind of
Yeah. I might
Z
have to
went
do you.
on there. I think I kind of
Yeah,
lost
yeah.
track of
Okay,
the
let
question
me
you were.
actually say it in a way more succinct way. Do you think that Trump might lead to the end of the financialization of the economy? Like that's pretty much the gist of my thing. Like we're going to a world where, and adding on to a little, we might be moving to a world where the American dream isn't a cheap TV or isn't cheap electronic goods. And like you actually said this a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, on the stream. You were like, you might have to be okay with two sweaters instead of five, right? You might have to be okay with three pairs of shoes instead of 17. And like I think that might be the next step for your average American. I think the elites are still going to have room full of clothes and shoes and all that, but your average person who got used to Fashion Nova, if y'all want to, if for all of us that have girlfriends and whatever, Fashion Nova and Forever 21, these fast fashion ass shit that costs $30, but you wash the shirt 3 times and it shrink on your ass. Maybe we're moving it, maybe, and I don't want to call it yet, but maybe we're moving into a world where it's that. What do you think about that?
No, it's going to be more like Europe. It's going to be a lot of boutiques.
Black Room. We got you afterwards. We got you. Go ahead, Black.
Well, I do think there's going to be some sort of rearing back of, the consumerism. I just think that that's necessary given the debt, and that at some point, you got to come to a point in which you got to deal with that, and part of dealing with that obviously includes reduction of expenses. Now, this notion of sort of ending or materially reducing the final financialization of the country, I'm agnostic towards that for the primary reason that's where most of the so-called wealthy is in this country, is in the financialization. That's how you can have Elon Musk and those types be worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and they have companies that aren't even profitable. That's
And that's why
all
he's
financialization.
that's why
So
he's
the
making
notion.
Doge.
Go ahead,
That's the
Black
point.
Rule.
I mean,
G, you gotta G. You
but
G. Please let Black Rule land. We got
Okay,
you,
I'm
bro.
letting him land.
I
I'm letting him
trust, man.
land.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
well, look. I'm suspicious of what the direction in which Doge, because there's some fundamental financial issues, the obligations, Social Security, Medicaid, the military. That's the meat and bulk of the money of this of what's being spent and accumulated in the federal government. Everything else is mostly just window dressing. So
But
I'm suspicious of what's going to be the real bottom line result of Doge. But we'll see where that goes. But again, going back to the financialization, I don't see I don't see a fundamental ending of the financialization, because most of the power and the wealth and leverage in this country right now is in financialization. It is
but th-
with these entities that are, and these people who have money primarily based on hedge fund activity and stock market projections and whatever, and they're not real actually tied to any tangible, profitable endeavors. You must maintain a financialized system in order to maintain the status quo of the so-called wealthy in this country.
Thanks, Black.
hey, can I get in now, Zoe?
Yeah. You good. You good. Go ahead. I
That's
think Better
what
You was trying to
people.
say something afterward too. So go ahead and we got Better.
That's what people not understanding. The money's not there because it's not real. That's why they're making. Listen, the whole point of Elon Musk doing this is he already told you there's impossible for me to ever get my money because it's not real. It's fiat currency. We've been bankrupt since 1930 something. This is the payback of all the money we borrowed not to go under the first time. That's what's going on right now. That's why Brexit, all the deals is over with. The new deal is gone. It ran its course. Now it's time for a new corporate structure because the money is already, it's not there. It's fake. You're trying to collect on interest of people that died already. People died, the houses, like you have to upgrade this shit. And that it's not sustainable. They're telling you the whole system is like, it's all of the system. It's the money, it's the way we financialize, it's the way we do business in the workday. All of that shit is over with because one dude on the computer can do the work of 20 people. You don't need an accountant no more when you have a series analyst. The only reason, like, I'm not saying the only reason, I'm saying you don't need the accountant no more because you have QuickBooks. So there's no need for an accountant office if I could be in my office on QuickBooks. Now you eliminate a whole class of people. There's no more need for this group of people. There's no more need for, and this is the financialization of the market and industrialism, how it developed. Now, it was never supposed to go this far, but JP Morgan and them hijacked the economy and financialized it more because they were getting rich and becoming billionaires. But I'm saying, like, that is an artifice. Like now, the artifice is crumbling. You cannot save something that's not sustainable because the wealth is fiat. It was
G,
based
let
off of
me.
slavery. It was based off of colonization of other resources and
Mm.
bad deals. Like you was making 1,000% profit and having the actual capital to hire 40 people to do this for you. That is dead
Let,
and over with.
let me say this, G. Quick to sum up everything you said. BS Jobs. That it's over. It's over. The book BS Jobs. I forgot the author's name. Somebody gonna put it in the comments. But yeah, so he was saying this before, right? And he I think his book came out a decade ago at this point, maybe close. I should be around there, a decade ish, maybe 8 years ago, something like that, maybe a decade. So yeah, when I'm hearing you speak, I'm saying the jobs part, but bringing it to a larger scale or a macro angle. No, I think you're right. I
Well,
think
but I think
yeah. Go ahead.
you should be, you know, I think you guys should slow down a little bit. You
See,
got
you can't
300
slow it down. It's
Oh
the
wait,
older
G,
brothers want us to
wait,
slow it
G,
down.
let G, because
You
I know
can't
it.
slow it
No,
down.
G, no, G, no, I get what Black Rule was saying because G,
brother,
Black Rule, yeah.
you have a society,
Mm-hmm.
an American society that is connected to a world society that is built on everything you described.
The first world. You talking about the first world, not the second and third worlds.
All right, go on to something else, Z.
Got to remember, everywhere not like this. You got a second and a third. That's why there's a concept of a first, second, and third world. Because now you get to the point where the first world is done. Now it's no more growth to grow. You cannot grow no more. It's like where's you going to grow to? You have major city sites that take up majority of the
But
resources.
don't. But here's the no. But G, wait. But Black Rule, give me a second. G, wait a minute. Understand what Black Rule was saying. If I understand what Black Rule was saying correctly, but you still have a society. It's easy to say what you're saying and just be like, okay, yeah, just be callous about it. Yeah, we don't got no more money. Just figure out what to do. No, you
No,
have
I'm not being
340 million
callous about
people
it.
to.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's the problem. The problem is that we're trying to shift the society and you can't do it quickly, but the money is fiat and the system is crumbling
Well,
because
well,
everybody
I gotta
wondering where the
cut you.
money at.
I gotta cut you off because Gil Gammy just played, and Gil Gammy says for Black Rule to finish his point. Go ahead. We the money on the table. The money on the table. Go ahead, Black Rule.
Well, I mean, I don't want to debate with G. All I'm saying is that you have a lot invested in the status quo, and to immediately overturn it will have reverberations far and wide. Now, if you have a somewhat fatalistic view and desire for all of what would come with a complete undoing of the system, then you might be fine with it. But if you actually have to run the world, you are managing and having to do analysis of to what degree you undo the status quo and how much damage it does in the process. And I think what Trump in particular and Musk are discovering that as they attempt to, I guess, make valid changes, and only time will tell how valid some of these changes are. It's impacting things above and beyond just what they may even think they impact. And at a certain point, it's sort of like, okay, you're going to cure this disease, right? But at a certain point, the rot of the disease is the only thing that's keeping the organism together. And if you do everything to destroy that disease, you probably kill the organism too. And I think that that's the consideration that people who are in power are having to consider. And if I got 300 million people to be concerned about, and then another 2 billion people worldwide or whatever to be concerned about, for which there are all these interconnected relationships, I'm not necessarily going to be cavalier about ending financialization, so to speak, because I know all the people in power, their wealth is tied into the financialization, the maintenance of the system, and maintenance of the political integrity, the maintaining your retirement systems. All this shit is invested. All your pension systems are invested in the financialization of this country, financing of the schools, investing in the finance. Harvard is invested in the financialization of this country. Everybody is
That's a
employed
fact.
into the financialization of this country. So getting rid of it is a very daunting thing. It
No,
fundamentally changes everything that's been built up to this point.
no, that's
Everything
what.
that's been built up to this point. So then now you're saying, okay, we're going to get rid of it, we're going to undo, we're going to change it. And what? We just gonna be in the streets eating each other?
No, that's what I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm saying.
Wait, G. Let me actually give you this example. G, have you ever played Jenga?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what happens? Isn't it wobbling before somebody pulls that last block and it falls? It doesn't
Yes.
it look like this shit's gonna fall anyway? But what happens when somebody pulls that last block? What actually
Well,
happens? Falls.
we already figured it out. It's the like not we. I'm not part of the
Hmm.
great thinkers that done did this thinking. I've just been reading the books and studying in my like. I'm into I'm into futurism and transhumanism. But the key is Doge, right? You got to switch to crypto because the money's already fake, right? And you got to spread like that's what Nameless talks about in the fourth industrial revolution. Y'all haven't been listening to Nameless? The money now is not in money, it's in what you can do.
Yep.
So now the money is not in the top 10% money, it's in the top intellectual. So now we're going to move to a technocratic economy. We're still going to have money. That's why you're not going to have a UBI. They're trying to figure out how to structure the new work system when you don't need that people because you have Amazon warehouse. So you don't need no more. You don't need 50 stores no more because you have Amazon warehouse. Like so now, the only thing to do is to go spread the system to the first, the second, and third worlds, and you need Doge to do that because now, instead of me having to give you currency, I can give you Doge as a loan. So instead of me as a business applying for some money, fuck no, I'm going to apply at Doge and get the fiat internet money and play with that everywhere else. That's what you're supposed to do. But only the smart people are going to catch it because the money's that is the financialization. That's why he went in there and he cut all them programs and he put it into Doge. That's why he's talking about giving us 5 racks because he's talking about giving it to people that made over 40. He's talking about the producers. They're trying to give the producers incentive to go produce things.
No, they're trying to give you the 5 racks to buy you off so that you don't say anything when
No,
Elon goes from 400 and something billion to 700 and something
They're
billion.
no,
trying to
he's
give you.
going to listen.
They're
He's
trying
going
to
to
give
do
you
that
five
anyway.
racks.
He
So
already owns
they're
the.
trying to
Listen,
give you
Wait.
5 racks so they can win the midterm.
Yeah,
listen what
well,
I'm
That's why they're
saying.
trying to.
Listen what I'm
No, I'm
saying.
I'm saying I'm saying
wait.
if you
Like,
get
okay,
five
Black
racks,
Rule, Black Rule. G, we have an elder privilege here. When Black Rule's talking, BGS talking, AL talking, they go first. Point blank. I promise you I'm gonna let you talk, but you gotta let Black Rule go. Go ahead, Black Rule.
there is no practical economic benefit from paying $5,000 to people, and you already owe close to $38 trillion. There is no financial leverage gained from that, from doing that. Period. That's just not economically cost beneficial. You
This is what
own.
I'm saying. That economic model is failed. We're in a new
G.
economic model.
Can I? Is it safe to speak now, or?
Yeah, no. My apologies. No, G. But G, I promise you I'm gonna let you go. When Black Rule go and let him land, please. I promise you got space to go. We're gonna let you talk, but you gotta let Black Rule land when he's talking. Go ahead, Black Rule.
I mean, what? How did the money that Trump paid out during the COVID crisis? How did that save the American economy? Did it?
No, as a matter
It's
of fact,
paying fiat money on top of debt that you already owe. You already owe close to $40 trillion. So how does just paying out $5,000 to the so-called quote producers, and by the way, most of the so-called producers themselves are spending fiat money,
yeah.
are being paid fiat money and spending fiat money. So them getting an extra $5,000 is going to produce a beneficial economic benefit. Do you see the 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 fault in the logic there? Do you see how paying off that's not going to do anything except create increase the national debt. That's all it's going to do.
And adding on to that, Black,
It's not going to provide it. It's not going to generate any benefit. No, you pay that $5,000 because you're trying to buy the midterm elections. And if I'm Trump and I'm Elon Musk, you damn right I'm paying out that $5,000 because I know it will likely win me the midterms election, and it'll be a nice bump for JD Vance coming up in 2028.
Damn sure helps your approval rating too.
Yeah. That's what you're trying to do. You're not paying $5,000 to save the economy. That's bullshit.
Go ahead, sir. You're not going to.
Just a quick question for you. Do you think that $5,000 will calm these white folks down?
Well, it might. That's what you try. You want to pay them out. You want to get them a little boost or something. Like one of you guys said that it'll help with Trump's Q rating and whatever. Elon Musk. It'll definitely help Elon Musk's stock value, which has plummeted since in recent months. So yeah, it'll help them politically, but it's not going to help the country economically, not at all. Because if we've been spendthrift for the last 80 years, how the hell is $5,000 paid out of a bankrupt treasury going to help anything? It makes zero economic sense.
I agree with
Okay. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
I agree with the economic impact being negligible to non-existent. In terms of the financialization,
and if anything, it might cause a bump up in inflation. If anything, because now you don't put more fiat money out on the streets. If anything, it might increase some pricing in some places.
What I actually think is going on ties into that a lot. So 10-4 hat on. I really feel like what's going on right now.
You got to read the super chat after you're done, by the way, because of what you said. Go ahead.
I really feel like what's going on is with Doge. It's pretty apparent to me right now. They are not doing anything. They're pretty incompetent at their job. The only thing that they're doing is going after government agencies that really are in conflict with Musk. Those are where he's going. If you want to really combat fraud, you march your ass right down to the Pentagon. There's no way you can't account for over half your fucking money for like 2-3 decades, and there's not any fraud there. I know there's black budgets and all kinds of things.
There's no fixing the books of you have to almost pretty much shut down the Pentagon. Like real talk. I'm just saying, if you're talking about any shot at making any material impact on the economy, you'd have to shut down the Pentagon, and you'd have to shut down most of your military bases throughout the world. Like for real.
Over 800.
Like for real.
That's a bit of pill. That's a big
that
ass
ain't gonna happen. That is not going
not
to
gonna
happen.
So that's why. So when people talk about this Doge thing, look, you're right. I know they're not gonna do any of that. So I don't put much stock in anything. It's all window dressing.
Oh yeah.
And to the brother who was talking about, I feel about those, sir. Don't you ever let me hear you use a female talking point word anymore. Talking about feel. We think over here. You try to think and rationalize something else. Don't come with this feel shit no more, sir. This is to all you men out there, period. I'm getting sick and tired of y'all trying to feel y'all way through the dark like y'all Stevie Wonder.
No.
What you could no. We think over here.
No. I use
where the fuck is feel go get us?
No. Understand what I'm saying. I use I feel when I'm speaking to BGS, and I know he can't hit me with the think shit. So and me better you done caught BGS up a couple times with I feel better you remember. So I use I feel on purpose with BGS so that I can get off what I need to get off.
What do you get? Okay, Z, what are you gaining from that? Oh, I got him because I hit him with a no. You talking to some? No. You're really talking to somebody who thinks he's on a logical and rational plane, and you coming at him with I feel.
No. I feel when I use I feel, that means that it's something that doesn't necessarily have to be fact based. It don't have to have no history behind it. It's just literally a feeling. That's what a feeling is.
And that's what keeps us going in fucking circles. That's exactly what keeps us going in circles. I'm done.
Well, I mean, I do think there are times in which there is a extra normal element to what we know and learn and experience. And to the extent that you're plugged into things, there's certain, there's a difference between being intelligent and smart. And there's a difference between, because intelligence is a capacity to become informed. Smart is being informed. But there's a difference between being smart and wise. You can be informed, but you might not have the maximum utilization of that information. That's where wisdom comes in. And very often we have things and we have feelings that are a product of wisdom or of things that aren't necessarily clearly tied to some empirical thing, but it's a feeling based on all of these experiences and things that you've learned and observed that may be not directly connected to that thing, but all of the totality of my experience as a human being makes me feel as though this is what's going to happen. Now, as a man, that you probably cannot make all of your decisions based on that. But sometimes there are some things in which a feeling is legitimate. Sometimes a feeling is real.
Mm-hmm.
And even it kind of touched on it with in Star Wars, where when Ben, the spirit of Ben Kenobi tells Luke to feel it, feel the Force. Don't just think it, feel it. There's something extra normal going on here. There's something, maybe supernatural or whatever going on here. And sometimes you do make a move based on feeling. But no, that shouldn't dominate how you make your decisions. Certainly not as a man. Women feel hundreds of things a day. We're not talking about doing everything or thinking everything based on feelings. No, we're talking about, okay, everything that I know and have experienced and have learned and have studied generates this particular feel.
Yeah. I think the main difference is not acting on those feelings, and that's where the man part comes in. Yes,
well, sometimes you do act on the feeling because it's maybe the only thing you have, and you have to make a decision. I'm saying it's just like, okay, I'm in a war type scenario, and everything in me tells me we need to take this hill, and I may not even have any logical reason for that, but everything in me spiritually tells me we got to run the risk to go take this hill.
Well, I mean, the difference between, I think
that's the real thing.
Yeah, but the difference is there's a time and place for that acting on that feeling, and that is different between men and women.
Of course, we agree with that. But I
agree with
what I'm saying here is be careful about being doctrinaire about certain things, because there are very few absolutes in life. To me, life is odds and percentages. This probably will work better than that, and time says this is the way to go, but then different things can happen. I'm cautious about being absolutist about
that's the accountant in you. That's the accountant in you.
Yeah.
But
You know, cost, benefit, odds, and percentages.
You know, the funny thing about it is that is the very same thing that comes back to my original point of why men don't just say fuck it and start taking away rights as far as this man-women thing is concerned.
Let's do this. Go ahead. Yeah, better you go ahead and read this for me also, because this actually kind of ties into what we're talking about, and then I'm gonna have Ryan, if he doesn't mind, read another super chat. Go ahead.
Tenfold Kufi tax. Thank you. Very fast.
For real, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, so when it says the end of financialization, I agree with a lot of Uru's assessment. America is too intertied with the global economy. Frankly, you basically had a whole fucking world that would want to step in and have a vested interest in that not happening. I think sometimes we forget how tied and interconnected a lot of the world is. Like even with that first, second, and third world, like a lot of that is just political designations from who's aligned with America, who was aligned with the Soviets, who was unaligned. A lot of those places are still tied to actually both the United States and Russia in a lot of instances. But what I think is going to happen, and I feel it with these initial actions that's being taken by the administration, it's not ending for the businesses, the wealthy, the elites, but easy money is going to dry up for the regular mom and pop everyday Joe consumer. I think that's probably going to be the more logical impact, because I don't see capital and financialization going away. Like that's the blood of America. That's like taking all the oil out your 63 Chevy and trying to crank that motherfucker up. Like that ain't happening. But
so you're if I read you correctly, better what you're saying is the loose money gonna dry up to average and below average. Top 20% gonna be I-ish, definitely top 5-ish percent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where a lot of his moves, it's about class calcification. So he's got it, his friends have got it, everybody in his club done got it. It's time to shut the door. I gotta take the hope out you niggas' eyes.
Oh,
so
man.
Everybody who ain't got it, you better get it quick.
But honestly, I think we're already there though.
Talking about if you don't mind reading the super chat for me, because I think this fits.
Yeah. Feeling is about processing the background, i.e. subconscious. Sometimes the subconscious is correct. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and that's where the feeling, because you don't really see it subconsciously. That's you label it as a feeling, but it may be, as Brother aptly describes here, you're subconsciously, logically directing you to do something.
I think we just call it a different word. I think we call it instinct.
Instinct is probably the better thing for men, because I do think instincts for men is definitely a real thing. So maybe instinct is the more appropriate term to use.
Yeah, I think instinct is more relatable when it comes to men.
Yeah.
In this sense.
But look, I'm again, I'm dubious about Doge, and I'm dubious about billionaires reforming a system for which they themselves became billionaires. So I mean, even the logic of that is,
I think I'm looking at it like a video game. I'm like, yeah, you doing side quests right now.
Yeah,
you doing side quests right now.
Yeah,
you can
let's
put the
set
fox in the
something
hen
up
house,
so
Ulu,
that
that'll be fine.
let's set something up so that if things collapse or worsen, I'm better positioned than I were before. That's kind of how I see to be part of the motives. Now, I do think the Democrats enabled this. I think because first of all, they had no business running Kamala. Well, they should have replaced Biden years ago. Biden should have been forced to step down years ago, and they could have had someone who might have been able to defeat Trump. So even as we disparage Trump, in fact, the whole existence of Trump is largely the fault of the Democratic Party as a president. And it goes back to 2016 and the decision they made to sabotage Bernie Sanders. So, you know, all of Trump is very much a Democrat creation, a monster that was created by Democrats to a large extent.
Yeah.
And because of that kind of tempers my view of, you know, this sort of false dilemma or paradox of, you know, Trump being the bad guy and they being no, they're all demons, you know. And if Kamala had got in there, you know, we'd be facing some different sort of tyranny, you know, as far as I'm concerned. Particularly men, and probably especially black men, would be facing some sort of tyrannical sort of actions going on. So I'm not especially moved by what Trump is doing, except to say that it ain't gonna be just the folks that they thought. Obviously, it wasn't just the folks that they thought was gonna get it. Many of them, his own supporters and voters, are getting it too.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Because all the shit rolls downhill, player. And most of us are all downhill.
I was having this we were having this conversation at work about what's going on, and I'm like, you know, because he was talking about what Trump's doing, all the stuff he's doing. I was like, you know, at the end of the day, he don't give a fuck. The only ones who give a fuck about the people are the average people, right?
Yeah, because we're the average people.
Like the only ones who care, I was like, the only ones who actually care about American people are the people that are sitting in this room, because those guys in suits don't really give a fuck either. So you're talking about morals and values that the 1% don't even live by or roll by.
No,
just us.
No, they operate on whatever kind of deals they can make amongst each other to divvy up the spoils, and we're all some parts of the spoils.
Yeah.
You know, and if you view it that way, I mean, as terrible as it is to sort of view you as the spoils, you know, the other side of that is, you know, that should temper how you think of the behavior and the decisions of any of these people. Because all of these people work together to put us in whatever mess we're currently in. Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, they all worked and conspired together to get us to this mess we're in right now. And so why should I then be hopeful that some people who benefited from it, like your Musk and your Trumps, are they're gonna reform it? Really? I mean, why would you believe that? You know, so I mean, the logic of the whole thing is it's all fuck, but it's all some fuck shit, but it's the fuck shit we living in. So I'm not necessarily. I know some of you young guys are hyped up on this fourth industrial complex thing. Okay, well, I probably won't be around when they really get kicked off anyway. So, you know, I hope y'all have a good time with that. But I don't see how
we try to keep you around for at least another decade, Black Guru. No, you won't be here though. No, you won't be here for at least another
that
decade.
as being some sort of Nirvana scenario either.
We gonna put you in the hyperbolic chamber, sir. You gonna be there. You gonna be there.
You know, I mean, I see a whole lot of very sort of casual thought and belief in humanity in that scenario. I see a whole lot of machinations and artificial lists and
cyberpunk, baby,
and cost benefit of who should live and die scenarios in that, and whether or not this particular part of the planet should be able to eat at all. I see all those kinds of calculations being done in that kind of scenario. Good luck with that.
You know, what you was just saying reminded me of something. My dad would always say in terms of like these people not being good guys and everything. My dad, you know, the Ronald Reagan saying the most dangerous words is the government saying I'm here to help. My dad would always say the most
goddamn Reagan.
The scariest words are we've reached a bipartisan agreement. Because you know you about to get fucked.
Yeah. Well, you know, as it turns out, as it turns out, because a lot of stuff, particularly that happened to black men, were part of bipartisan proposals. Now, at the time, it wasn't necessarily clear in some cases. In some cases, it was just painfully clear. But in other cases, stuff was sort of imputed or implied and some of that stuff. But yeah, though your father was right. A lot of evil occurred in bipartisan deals. A lot of it, in hindsight, occurred in bipartisan dealings, because what happened in those dealings were both sides were picking winners and losers, and they almost always defaulted it with black men being the losers in those scenarios.
But please, with that, Black Room, please tell me you watch Gladiator. Please tell me you watch it.
Not the new Gladiator movie. I still haven't seen the new Gladiator.
God, because of what you just said. Trust me, Black. There's a reason. When you watch it, you're gonna understand exactly why I just asked you if you watched it just now. Trust me, especially at the end of the movie. Trust me.
I know. I watched it, Z. Yeah, I know. That shit was diabolical.
Yeah, hey, bro. Hey, real quick, like, with line. When I saw that ending, I was like, "Oh, all right, then let them burn it." Then I was like, "Fuck it, then give it to them. Then let them crash it. They gonna crash it anyway." Hey, when I said I was huffing and puffing in the movie theater, my lady was like, "Oh, okay, all right." I was like, all right then.
Yeah, all right, that's good.
Because I understood exactly what that movie was saying. I understood exactly. I'm like, "Oh, so you gonna give it to them niggas again?"
Yeah.
All right. Fuck it, then. Excuse my language. For real.
So be it.
For real. Hey, anybody that watched the movie knows exactly what I'm saying right now. If you don't know what I'm saying, go watch it again and pay attention to especially that last, the whole movie actually, but that last maybe 10, 15 minutes. It's very clear who should have got what and who ended up getting what. And I'm like, oh, you motherfucker.
Was that not? I'm like, yo, was that not the intent of the end of the first movie? Was that not the intent? And now here y'all are.
Say that.
20 years later, I think it's, I don't know what the time gap is, but obviously there's a time gap. 10 to 15 years later, and who's in charge?
Exactly. Exactly. But let me read this. Hey, no. Hey, it's not even that part. It's after that.
Yeah,
it's after that got me.
It's after that they got me. I'm like, oh man, listen, I see what you meant. I was like, okay, I thought y'all apparently y'all ain't learning y'all lesson. All right, okay, so be it. Yeah, what it is though. But yeah, I mean it's on online. Black Guru. I think you can watch it on Stars or one of them shit. If you got Prime,
I'll probably check it out.
I know I'm annoying you with it, Black Guru, but there's a real. I'm telling. Once you watch it, Black Guru, you're gonna know why I'm asking to watch it. I know I'm annoying you with it, but trust me, once you watch, you'll be like, oh, that's why Z wanted me to watch it. But yeah. Give me 1 second. As a matter of fact, Black Guru, if you don't mind reading this, because it's directed towards you.
Okay. Thank you, Afro National, for your super chat. Quote, Black Uru rants, end quote. Sounds like a dope channel. Maybe. It may start out good, but I don't know. It can go, my rants can go in a lot of different directions, but I appreciate
Black Guru told you he a little too connected. He might get a little tipsy, a little drunk, and start laying things out. He already told you.
Well, let him do it, because I don't know he's drunk, because I'll be like, because the minute he opens up with "tell these bitches," I'm like, those kind of nights.
Well, you look, anything I'm always gonna say about, I'm generally more empathetic to women than I am not. And that's because I have raised them, and I understand the failing, the inherent vulnerability of the female, starting from ground zero, and in particular its place in, particularly amongst males and the world at large. And because I have seen it grow from that point and then interact in the world and have to be the primary or initial protector of it, it makes me empathetic to a lot of its behavior, but not empathetic to the point at which I'm going to tolerate most or all of it, but it makes me understand a lot of the motivations. I think a mistake that we men, especially black men, make is I think sometimes we're a little bit too emotional in our response to their misbehavior. And so we then activate emotional responses from them. And so then you have these exchanges of emotionality rather than compelling them to really see the truth for what it is. Now, unfortunately, because most of us, you younger men in particular, myself as well, frankly, have been raised primarily by females, it's been in by default inbred within us to respond emotionally when we very often might be better if we did not.
Let me
And give them an
let me read
opportunity
this
to
from
really
Vin.
see
And
the truth.
oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm the one Borgin or if you're the one Borgin.
No,
Black
it
Ruth.
maybe there's a delay or something. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, and Ben says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, my 2 cents for this masterclass / exposition. Hashtag damn, bro. I told you on Z's channel we might start talking about the hoes, but we ain't gonna end there. We might be start talking about something else, but we might end on the hoes. It all depends. It all depends
Yeah.
on a weekend stream. It all depends because
Well, look.
believe it, somebody was paying for these hoes and funding them to act this way. So we start
Oh,
off with
yeah.
the hoes, we end up somewhere else.
A lot of it was very intentional and manipulative and power based, and we're the result of it, and the witnesses of it, especially depending on, in my case, you get a certain age, you have both experience and bore witness to a lot of it and how it has moved and evolved, and you also see the mistakes you made or maybe our generation made in hindsight, or things that maybe in hindsight we could have and should have done differently. And so maybe we can serve as a warning for you younger men going forward. That's why I always say, whatever deal you think you can make with any woman, in my hindsight says, your number one thing has to be what's going to be the enforceability of that deal. Bottom line, expect treachery, and because you expect treachery, then prepare yourself to either mitigate the treachery and or survive the treachery. Because sometimes you may not necessarily be able to stop the treachery, but you may be able to better prepare yourself to survive the fallout from the treachery. Maybe you can hold on to your pension instead of losing your pension, or hold on to your business instead of losing your business. You set up some trust or whatever, but you got to go in from the mindset of she's likely going to at some point be tempted to betray me, no matter how beautiful and wonderful it may seem right now.
Well, that's why I don't marry him. That's why I won't marry him. But I get what he's saying.
Yeah.
You say that Latina about to put that fire on your ass, make you rethink. Go ahead.
But even if you don't marry, you are in a country where they will try to use a woman against you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they will.
They will. You're a judge decision away from a palimony scenario.
No, yeah, living that whole.
So I mean, even if you understand that they're inclined to betray you, and you understand that the society will want to use them to betray you, then that should inform how you deal with them. And that's why I say, you young men in particular, get together and invest in, paying some for some family law stuff about, marriage and occupancy, residency, and child support uh, uh, criteria and all that stuff, so that at least when you go into some possible dealings with a woman, you know what the damage might be, or perhaps can put together some plan to limit or at least predict the damage that might come from that. But that's going to be in America the best you're going to be able to do. But the other side of that is you want to have children, you want to have a family, you want to have a legacy and leave something. You know, there's a lot of inspiration and a lot of creativity, a lot of hope and faith that comes out of having a family, that comes out of having children. I haven't been blessed myself with it, but I can only imagine. In particular, it's got to be wonderful to have a son. It's got to be wonderful to have a son. To look at somebody looks like you, sounds like you, built up like you, thinks like you, you know, and that person is ideally going into the future beyond your own lifespan. There's nothing you can replace that with. You can't buy that. You can't get that with Bitcoin. You know, there's certain things about being a human being and being alive and being a man that requires a woman, unfortunately. You know, so you know it doesn't begin and end in our lifetimes, gentlemen. We're only a part of a broader journey of humanity.
I am so mad at you, Black Roo. I am so mad that you decided to say that now when I'm probably going to end out in a few minutes, but you couldn't wait for that in like 10 minutes. I got super chats to read. That's supposed to be the benediction. That gotta be goddamn. Like I should just end the stream. I can't end the stream. I got money on the table. God.
Yo, you gotta be like Granddad in the Boondocks when they had that funeral. You just gotta be like, you say something deep.
Right? For real, like God, I got money, and better you starting the freak shit back up, and I don't want to follow that up after the benediction. and just for that, Lion, guess what your job is, Lion, sir? If you don't mind reading this super chat, better you done fucked you up. Go ahead, Lion.
Speaking of hoes, Connor to Jessica, don't wait up. I'll be out with Tyrone. Walks out the door. Jessica, doot. Yo, Martavius, can I come over?
Yeah.
They both get dick down by black men. Hey, isn't that the real America?
Yo, it's happening right now. Right now, there is some poor bastard about to take this girl out on a Saturday night, and she already got the dick lined up after dinner.
Right. This is ridiculous. This is craziness. Somewhere in middle America, it's exactly what you put up.
Somewhere right now.
Hey, oh man, it's funny and disgusting at the same time, but it's funny.
And for a lot of men, tonight you might be that guy taking that chick out. But a year or two from now, you may be the dude that gets the text that's about to blow her back out, and you didn't pay for anything.
Right? Yeah. Hey, I think if you're a man and you are out here in the dating scene, if you are really out here, you've been on both sides of that.
Yep, I have.
I have. I definitely have. I already told y'all my L was serious. That was $407. God damn, that hurt.
I've been that guy that came through at 11 o'clock at night. And you know how I knew this chick was dealing with somebody? She let me take a shower, and I saw beard cleaner. I saw beard conditioner and beard.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah.
That's disrespectful. Bitch, clean the restroom before I get in there. God damn. Leaving evidence.
Yeah. I saw beard wash and beard conditioner. I was like,
Goddamn.
I said,
Well, I mean, from her perspective, you were a side nigga, and side niggas need to know their place.
Yep.
Well, good point. Yeah.
You know, don't mess with his beard cleaner when you go up in there.
Exactly. You know the difference
between his beard cleaner. Don't mess with Henry's. Don't mess with Henry's beard cleaner.
I make a phenomenal side dude. I go.
Wait. Hey, wait a minute, Lion. You said your name's Splackavelli? For anybody who know the song, my extras definitely know the song. Some of us millennials know the song. Hey, it's Splackavelli. Look that song up if you've never heard it before online. Look that song. That's the side. That was like one of the side dude anthems of the 90s. Or was it early 2000s? About 90s. 90s, I think. 90s.
I am
Yeah.
perfectly fine being the side dude. Hell no, I don't want those headaches.
I was a little disrespectful back in my day. I would have moved his shit, and I would have poured most of that shit out just so he knew I was hit.
Look. Better you said I want problem always.
Well, so what you trying to disrupt what they got going on?
No, yeah, Betty, I'm gonna tell you exactly what Betty U's trying to do. Betty U is so petty and full of shit. Tell me, I'm gonna post some of this shit. See, you the type of nigga that when you get hunted down and don't know you getting hunted down and you get confronted and wonder, well, why did this happen? Nigga, you know you was being mischievous and fucking devious and being a deviant at the same time. Knowing good and well.
I like that.
You knew good and well.
I could care less what she got, because first of all, I got a travel bag. I always kept a travel bag in my car. So I ain't gotta look in no cabinets or whatever. I already got my soap and my shampoo and my cologne or whatever in my travel bag.
And going through somebody else's shit, that's just so man, come on, man.
No, I don't even want any evidence that I even been in there.
Nope. I want
the
no
Black Guru, tell him the whole objective.
It's like a Batman scenario.
Black Guru, tell him, Black Guru, the whole objective is to get in and get out. Without being detected.
Let me say this. No, but Better You comes from the school of Trick Daddy. That says my name alone been known to break up happy homes, and that's where Better You coming with it. Better You want that when his name. Hey, you all heard? I saw Better You in the complex. He wanted for all the men to be like, "Who? You saw Better You here?" Hey, bitch, that's what Better You want. He want his name to be known to break up happy homes.
I was petty. That was a long time ago, but you know, I
done changed my ways, ass nigga. Listen to him.
I mean, yeah,
I turned a new leaf.
He had a thing in his voice like, yeah, I was petty. I was childish, but I'm grown up now.
Yeah, I mean, if you already side dude, dirty Mac and whatever, you know, I'm at least gonna maintain enough of a code to, you know, not tear nothing up. Because only thing I'm there to tear up is what you got going on between the legs. I'm not really trying to tear up anything other than that.
Hey, Afro Natural said, "Where all my beard cleaner go?"
Better you do it down the drain. Go whoop his ass. Black Afro National. Go whoop his ass. Better you done been over in your house pouring that shit out.
Imagine though, dude ain't even mad because you pipe his girls because you use his beard cleaner.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Why would you get yourself killed over that shit? I mean, he don't give a damn about you knocking down his pussy. But when you went in there and touched his personal hygiene products, yeah, it don't matter. You went in there and touched another man's personal hygiene products. But you wonder why you getting your ass attacked and damn near beat. Okay.
That's principle.
If I really wanted to get deep, I would have took that Listerine.
Oh God, not mouthwash.
You dirty bastard, you. Not the Listerine.
That's wrong.
And it's the green card, nigga. You can get shot.
Better you. There's a special place in hell for motherfuckers like you for doing that. Things that are just
no Z. What do we like to say in the South? That nigga going to hell with gasoline draws on.
Draws on. Yeah, gasoline. Hey, look, Better You gonna be walking up to the pearly gates. Gotta be like, nah, nigga, you over here fucking with niggas Listerine and the goddamn beers. Not the beer gel, not the beer.
You think we didn't catch that? We caught the pearly gates closed.
But it wasn't even a regular. That
was. I probably have one of them little hand backs. I'm vacuuming up everything. I'm cleaning up everything. I'm not leaving any DNA or nothing up in that joint.
No, Black Guru, you're actually moving. You're moving in silence. No, Better You said, I want them to know.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna get on your PlayStation. I'm gonna beat the lovely.
Oh no, nigga, no! Now we fighting. Yeah. Now we fighting. Now this is.
No, ain't no
gotta get her killed and everybody.
Ain't no fighting. See, That man just declared holy unadulterated war. Negro, the minute you said you was jumping on my PlayStation 5 out of spite, nigga, I'm hunting you down like the dirty dog.
I got the perfect song for everybody. Alexa, please play Pastor Troy. We ready, please? No, play Pastor Troy.
Nah. Alexia.
No, play GA. Yeah, go play GA. Go ahead.
I got it. Play Heat by 50 Cent. I'm going to find you.
Right? Hey, no. There's actually one. Wait. There's only one level lower than where Better You is in hell. He said he won't beat that level. If he was to erase the game, oh god, nigga, nigga, there ain't no talk.
No.
Ain't no talk.
You already, because you know what? Because here's the thing. I'm thinking about my controller. You touched my black controller?
Yeah.
No. Hold on, fellas. I wouldn't be so quick to get at him. See, while all y'all panicking, see, if you was like me, as soon as my PlayStation 5 come on, you got to put a code in there to get past. If you don't know my code, you ain't getting through the door. Yeah, because you know why I put that code in there? Because I didn't want nobody's greasy kids touching my fucking PlayStation. Oh, I can't get in. What's your code? You an adult? No, you ain't getting that code. Yeah, it means this PlayStation 5 is for adult usage only. You will not be able to touch shit.
Code on mine.
You goddamn right.
I got the code on mine. You right.
Wait. Y'all didn't hear Better You. Y'all didn't hear Better You. Better You is a dirty ass motherfucker. Better You, say that again,
Would you
say that again?
Factory reset.
Next nigga's the worst. He's the worst.
So he trying to reset the whole system. Yeah, nigga, I'm shooting you between your eyes with my 12 gauge. I'm shooting you between your eyes with my 12 gauge. I'm telling you. Come pull that shit.
Controller, you motherfucker.
It's funny you said 50 Cent lying.
50 Cent by Heat. I'm going to find you.
I actually dated his cousin.
You be shook of me.
You dated one of 50's cousins? That's what's up.
Dated one of his cousins. Yeah.
Oh man, look, hey, y'all notice, hey, Better Use one dirty, but this nigga got a plan for the plan. This nigga said, I'm gonna get you, nigga. I'm gonna get you.
You already dead when you touch my controller.
Hey, see, you know how you go. Go ahead.
You right. See, the diabolicalness of this nigga that we listening to.
I'm telling you.
Even though he's in the black manosphere from here on out, Better You, nigga, anytime you come on, nigga, I got side eyes on you. From here on out, nigga, because I know your old ways. You might be a reform change, nigga, now, and we glad to have you part of black manosphere, but nigga, I'm still looking at you sideways, because your history, your track record is why we looking at you sideways. Sorry, bro.
I'm imagining Better You sitting down and like fire behind him. He's like,
I'm imagining him like Simon Phoenix and Demolition Man, the flames going around in the background. He's sitting
Better You is definitely Saddam, and
I will tackle your ass. You touch my controller.
Better You is definitely Saddam in South Park. Better You is definitely Saddam. Oh, for those of you who don't know, Saddam was so evil that the devil was his bitch. I'm dead ass serious. In South Park.
Highlight L's active comment right now. Yes.
Hold on, what L say?
L's active comment on the screen.
Put it up.
Yes, you got that right. You touched my black controller. You motherfucker.
Better You go ahead and read that because he's talking about your girl right now. Go ahead.
How bros more upset about the black controller over your black girlfriend. Don't let Yanni see this. Hey man, I was like, hey, don't break up my happy home now, man.
Hey, because she made a choice. My controller didn't make a choice. You raped my controller. You took my controller. You raped. You deflowered my controller. You deflowered my controller with your greasy ass hand.
First of all, you know I don't eat honey barbecue. Why do you put honey barbecue on my controller?
I just do eat honey barbecue chicken.
Explain that shit to me right
Why,
now.
hey, why do I got hot Cheeto dust on my controller? Thank you.
Why is my controller so fucking sticky all of a sudden?
Hysterical. Is that a chocolate print on my goddamn controller? What the fuck? Why does my controller have hot Cheeto dust on it? What the?
No. I got y'all.
I
And
know
then,
that-
hold on. I got y'all.
I know ain't no powder. I know there ain't no powdered stain on my fucking all.
Not powdered donut stains.
No, I got
Go
y'all.
ahead,
I
Ayo, go
got
ahead.
y'all. I do you one better. And then in the middle of it, it's that big old block console on the PlayStation 5. He just puts his initials in whatever he was using. Honey mustard. BU. Oh no, bitch! I'm gonna kill you for that. You're gonna die. If I see your initials and you done left your initials on there too, with sticky fingerprints everywhere. Oh no.
You want to explain to me why the fuck is there a honey barbecue stain on my controller right now?
Hey, Els Active says my controller didn't give consent. That is what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? My lady gave consent. I'm gonna have to deal with her another way. But nigga, my controller didn't give consent. Nigga, you took my controller. You deflowered my controller. Nigga.
Check it out. And when he do come back, aka BU come back to see old honey again, tell her, hey, what's up, boo? Hey, why you got black eyes underneath your eyes and you look like a raccoon? And why your lips all swelled up? Bitch, cause you touched this PlayStation 5 and I told you don't touch it. You got my ass whooped. You fucking right. And he told me to tell you he looking for you too. He's hunting you down.
And that's
Hey, Ayo, when you get a chance, Ayo, read this. But after, go ahead, line, and then we're gonna get Ayo to read this. Go ahead.
Better you, I swear to God, nigga. I just bought some new ammo. I guess I just found a new test target.
Fucking right.
Hey, no lie. That would be a good little tussle because Lion got the reach, he's taller, but Better You is wide. He got the size. That would be a good little tussle. That'll be son.
Okay, hold on. Let me read this. Indigo Flow. Shout out Indigo Flow for the 557 donation. It says Better You. Hold on, let me blow this up. My eyes. Okay, here we go. Better You is a show in for hater of the year of the annual Players Ball. Yeah,
the annual Play Haters Bowl. Hater.
Man, if y'all ever seen that little sketch that Dave
That shit's
Chappelle
hysterical.
did? Oh, yeah.
Nah, play Alexia, play Notorious Thugs by Notorious B.I.G.
B.I.G. and Bone Thugs. Armed and dangerous. Ain't too big a bang with us. Oh my God. Rest in peace, Notorious.
This is what Better You ain't gonna do when he do get caught. You ain't gonna be able to pull a Shannon Sharp plea bargain. Remember when Shannon Sharp told y'all boys when he got caught over at this chick house and he was waking up from a little post nut clarity and old boy had that goddamn AK shoved up in his face and he was trying to plea bargain. No, Better you're not gonna be able to plea bargain your way out of this like shit. Your ass is great. Your ass is great.
I don't go to sleep at their house.
He said I don't go to sleep.
Nigga,
I keep the 9 on me and the artillery in the trunk.
You take a post nut clarity that every man does.
Oh,
you try not to go to sleep.
Back when I was creeping, no, sir, not there.
Oh, nah, we don't stay over. We don't stay over.
So you got the power and the energy after you bust that nut to get right the fuck up and leave. Okay, all right, tell me anything.
No. According to Better You, he got the power to get up and touch another man's black controller. I'ma kill you. I'm going to jail. I already know it. I accept all the charges because yes, I did that shit. Touch my got mayonnaise on my fucking controller. You out of your goddamn mind.
But nah, man, this was like my early 20s. So like I was maybe getting 2-3 hours of sleep a night, if that. So yeah, you go over there, you do your thing.
This is when he was in his early 20s, but this was when he was in his dick dastardly stage.
Dick Dastardly.
He was fucking Dick Dastardly.
Just go ahead. Just Lord have mercy.
Hey man, I think we all had a little stage where we did some crazy stuff. It can't just.
I don't know.
This nigga new nickname from
I don't know.
This nigga new nickname from here on out is Dick Dastardly. Dick Dastardly.
You know what? Actually, it's funny that he has a name Better You, because I guess he wasn't always better. Better You.
He showed the fuck what.
I guess he wasn't Better You back in the day. Motherfucker.
Nigga done touched my PS5 and left his motherfucking goddamn initials on it, and then done laced up all my fucking buttons where they sticky with fucking honey mustard shit. Goddamn, the Grey Poupon or whatever the fuck. He is dead to me.
Fucking you got that Grey Poupon. Mustard on my damn controller.
I'm gonna eat all that Grey Poupon. You bougie.
Exactly.
But no.
You're better you than me.
Yeah.
Hey, Better You is a menace. Better You got the plan on top of the plan. Straight maniacal. I got something. I know what's gonna get him. Hey, you know what that is? It's like the equivalent of teaching your son how to ride a bike. Oh, you motherfucker.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Better You, the next time you come up here, your new moniker, you need to be like Hot Sauce. You know how we call this motherfucker Chameleon every day. He come on, and he chop his name. From now on, you better come on Better You, aka Dick Dastardly. We know you now. We forever affectionately know you as Better You, aka Dick Dastardly. That's you, bro. You done told on
Let me tell you that Better You the type to burn out in your driveway and leave the tire marks, right? He don't want to burn out in your grass. You know, the people that's obsessed with making sure their grass is perfectly manicured. He's the one to burn off in your grass. He don't want to pour your beard oil out in the drain.
Nah, Better You like here's Better You. Better You the type, like, did you see the first Home Alone?
Yeah. But I don't remember it that well. Go ahead.
The wet bandits, like the bullshit the partner was doing, like he would leave the sink faucet on. Yeah, that's Better You. Leaving the fucking sink faucet on.
Leave you with a crazy water bill.
For real. What the fuck going on?
But nah, I don't do it if you was tied up too much. If you was tied up too much and I couldn't have my fun, I had to get you back.
Listen to this guy. Listen to this guy. My job is Splackavelli. How dare you, husband? You taking a valuable Splackavelli time. I'm gonna get you back for that.
So it was one thing to fuck my girl. You talking about control though?
Over here deleting accounts and shit.
This is what I don't get.
Somebody's background. And go ahead, Black Roof.
This is what I don't get, Better You. If you trying to maintain that little side booty hustle, why are you trying to blow up the spot?
He's a hater. He's a hater.
If it blowed up, I'm with you coming. 9 times out of 10, I was right.
You know, I mean, and to me, it just seems like the best thing to do is just keep a even ecosystem so you can just get in and get out, get in and get out, get in and get out.
Better You be the type to steal your Listerine.
No, I told you, Black Roof, I told you, Better You says, I want problem always. That's Better You said, I want problem always.
I'm saying, look, make sure you make that bed just the way it was when I first came to
Yeah, you know Better You.
I ain't leaving nothing. I'm not leaving a sock. I'm not leaving a tie or a handkerchief. I'm not leaving nothing.
Better You gonna leave his beard hair on top of your pillow. That's what Better You gonna do. He gonna leave his beard hair on top of your pillow.
Or the mother one. Or the mother hairs.
Oh, not the other hairs. Oh God, not the other hairs.
Or nah, say you leave, or say you have a reclining couch, right? And you always leave it in a certain position. And somehow
and the dude gonna know. He gonna know if that couch wasn't in the proper position. That he definitely gonna know.
Better You the one to form a different mold in your chair. Better you the one to form a different mold in your recliner chair. Oh man.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Yeah, because I got a recliner chair myself, and nobody else uses that chair. So if it's in anything other, if anything slightly out of place, who been in my chair?
Word. I check my I have to check my dog all the time because my dog tends to sit in my seat on my couch, and I gotta check his ass. And my girl's like, "Why you two being so hard on him?" Because I was like, "Cause this dog can literally do a whole lot of shit. But if you sit in my seat, my nigga, we got a problem."
Yeah, but they be wanting that scent, you leave, and so a lot
they
of
drawn
times
to you. I
Afro National says better you using dudes clippers, not the clippers, nigga. Don't go in the goddamn cabin and use the clippers, nigga. Goddamn. Not the clippers.
Not my clippers.
Okay.
He using the clippers. You leaving hairs on the floor in the washroom and everything.
Nah, he was wearing your house slippers. Wearing your house slippers in the house.
No, the clippers. The clippers. Good.
We gonna line at the whole list of debaucherous Dick Dastardly shit when we done witnesses this nigga permanently trying to reset a nigga's PlayStation 5, leaving motherfucking Grey Poupon on the fucking buttons, all sticky here.
I never would have figured.
Hold on. And this nigga said he's taking the motherfucking Listerine. Motherfucker, you got to die. You have to die because of these things. These are all death accountable infractions that you have occurred, sir.
You were dead the minute you touched my controller.
This nigga's still on that one. He can't get
past
the
You put 140 hours in on Red Dead Redemption?
You can't get past.
Wait, AL, wait a minute, because this nigga get even worse. Now he fucking with the RPG games. Say it again in the action games. Say what you just said again. This nigga's maniacal. Go ahead and say that again, better you. Say it again.
Oh, you put 140 hours in on Red Dead Redemption?
Oh, you gonna
This nigga, he gotta die. He got to die. He got to die. He got to go.
He done put in 200 hours on my man in my 2K. He's gonna die. Ain't no gospel. He's gonna die. He's gonna die.
No,
there'll be a new one next year.
And I just bought that controller.
Do y'all understand? And for all of us action game and RPG game heads that you sink hours into a game, better you said, oh, I see 80 hours there. I see 100 hours. Guess what? Delete.
His whole mindset coming in is as soon as he sees that, his eyes light up like he turns into the Grinch with his face. You know how Grinch makes that old smile face and the heart comes above his head with his hair. Yeah, that's how he gets when he sees something. He sees a random nigga's PlayStation 5. Oh, I got it. He ain't gonna steal it. He ain't gonna take it. This whole ass nigga's just gonna reset your whole fucking system. Fucking bastard.
First of all, you touched my controller. You turned it on.
Motherfucking controller.
You turned it on.
You realized you couldn't get in.
And you said reset the factory setting. So
that's the worst.
To sign in, and you turned on my TV. You touched my TV. You touched my TV. You turned my TV on.
You sat in my sofa.
You sat on my damn game. No, you sat in my gaming chair. You sat in my fucking chair and turned my shit on. It just went ahead and just reset the factory settings.
Hey, you know the worst. Let's say tell people who's not gamers how egregious it is to reset my goddamn factory setting, my background, the way I have everything set up, right? My quick buttons, right? Everything, my avatar, all of that shit.
Here's the thing, PlayStation, because I have a PS5 Pro and I did the update because I set up all my widgets. I have my widgets customized. You put my shit back. So now I gotta go back and reorganize my shit.
All them wasted hours.
Hey, Zoomer Doomer said, I got something for your ass, better you. And trust me, better you probably got a plan for this too. He says, better you, the reason why my PC got a long ass password. Trust me, he'll find a way. He gonna find a way.
Take that power supply.
Oh, not the what? Did you say the power server? Nigga? Oh, you the worst.
Take the power supply, nigga. Hey.
Now you gonna take the power supply?
You did all that shit to me, and you stole my power cord, nigga. I am cranking up my Freightliner. With what left of diesel I got in it, I'm going to hunt you down like the dirty dog you is. I promise.
Rabbit season, duck season.
No, it's better you season.
Better you said, what's the plan for tonight? Better you said, try to take over the world. One PlayStation and Xbox, so one PlayStation and Xbox at a time. I'm gonna drive these niggas crazy.
The same thing we do
The
every
thing that's gonna kill me though is that the chick
Every
don't know
night.
you did it. But like your chick don't know you did it. You gonna look at her like,
But she can't fix it. Yeah, but she can't fix it. That's the thing.
Yeah, she can't fix it because she don't know what the fuck she's doing.
Yep.
I'm like, yo, you let this nigga touch my controller?
Hey, she gonna be like, but your chick gonna be telling you that he piped, and you'll be like, bitch, I don't care about none of that. You let that nigga touch my controller.
First of all, the chicks I used to date back in the day was pro gaslighters. I know they probably told her, you know, you be coming in here drunk all the time, messing with everything. You probably delete your own goddamn game, stupid. Yeah, that had a nigga believing that shit too. I get that.
No,
ain't gonna work on me.
She would have got backhanded. She would have got backhanded the minute she uttered out there. Gas like she thought it. She threw that shit up on the wall and thought it was go stick, and wondered why she picking herself up. Hey, why you backhand me, bitch? You thought I was finna believe that motherfucking gaslighting lie you just told? Oh, I was drunk and I fucked. Why would I fuck up something that's more precious to me than you?
Hey, you guys, hey,
more precious to me than you.
Let me say this, because I'm not big on you know the basketball and football games and the 2Ks and whatever, but my JRPGs and goddamn my Forza, nigga, better you dirty dog, you deleted my goddamn settings and my tunes, nigga. You know I have like dozens of tunes for one car, and I have like 300 and something cars in my garage. Nigga, you deleted? Oh!
Nah, hear the worst part. Hear the worst part about it. Hear the worst part about it, Z. You know how controller got a charge, right? That motherfucker ran out the battery on my fucking controller and didn't even put it back on the charger.
Better you. He wants his presence to be felt.
You let my controller die?
You know what? I'm starting to question better you sexuality. This nigga said, "Oh, your chick ain't gonna be the only one getting fucked around here, nigga. Watch this. This is I'm fucking everybody in the house, even if I ain't touch you, nigga. I'm fucking you. Don't worry about it. I got your ass."
I swear to God, I'm gonna shoot you. Whenever I see you, it's gonna be a misunderstanding.
You know,
I like that. I like that.
As I'm listening to you guys talk, y'all love video games more than pussy, right?
At this point, yes.
It is
the principle.
I'm not being critical. I'm just kind of observing.
No, for me, no Black Guru, but it's the principality of the whole situation. It's the principality. It's the principle.
Entire principle of the thing. It's the entire motherfucking principle. You could have just fucked my girl.
Because better you was okay until he started messing with y'all video games, and it just was World War III.
Look, put it this way, you know why? Because I said it in the beginning. Your chick made a choice, and she's clearly not your chick anymore. The PlayStation or the Xbox did not make a choice. It was innocent. It was minding its business.
It was sitting there minding its business, not being played because it only should be played by me. And then
hold on. I'm gonna tell y'all the diabolicalness of Dick Dashley, aka Better You, because he's one of these type of niggas that he never owned a PlayStation 5, but he takes joy in going around and not only sleeping with other niggas' bitches. He don't get off on that. That's like dessert to him to get the pussy. What is the main meal he's looking for in his cheat game apparatus that he's doing this?
Exactly.
Nigga, look, when he's even hollering at the bitches, do your man got a PS5? Yeah, he got a PS5. Oh, good. I'm coming to holler at you. He don't want to fuck you if you ain't got a PlayStation 5 because he's knowing that you got that PlayStation 5.
Exactly.
All right. Getting that pussy is just icing on the cake. His whole purpose is, I don't have a PlayStation 5. These niggas got one. I really can't steal it. So my whole thing is I'm going to go over there. I'm going to play all their games, whether I like them or not. And if I don't like them, then I'm going to start fucking up the games I don't like. But then I'm going to put my motherfucking honey mustard ass fingerprints all over this motherfucker. Sign my initials. Be you in this motherfucker. And then when I'm done, to make it even worse, I'm taking the power cord. That way,
I can't remember. I think it was L. Somebody put in the comments, better you the type to leave your PlayStation 5 disc on the counter. God damn. Upside down, too. Upside down so the freaking.
Oh my God.
So the dust and shit can get on the actual game.
Because here's the thing, because like he just said, here's the thing. You think he cared just because he piped my girl? No, the part he cracking up about, he is dying about, is the fact he did that shit to my PlayStation.
Not the PlayStation.
He don't
have you no mercy, sir? Have you no mercy?
Have you no mercy? Have you no decency?
No decency, sir.
Imagine
the audacity.
Imagine the woman seeing that you would be so much more bothered by the destruction.
Rightfully so. You cheated. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. That's the best get back ever. I'm sorry for what I did, bitch. I don't have to worry about you. You let this nigga touch my PlayStation, bitch. Fuck out my house.
I don't give a shit where he put his dick, but where's my PlayStation?
Right.
No, the fuck
do you know what I did with this? My replays? Oh God, no! The Forza replay. This nigga deleted my Forza replays. Oh God.
Are you serious?
Do you know what it took for me to beat this one car, this one track, and you let him delete the replays? Oh, you dirty bitch! You know what? Real quick. You know what movie I'm thinking about? Top Shotters. When at the very end, when what's his name catch up with Uggs. And he was like, oh, you shot my bitch. For all of us that watch Top Shotters, the very end, you know what I'm talking about. He's like, oh, you shot my bitch. This nigga done tried to kill this dude, and he finally caught up with him. It's like, oh, Biggs, you're gone too far. Biggs, you're gone too far. That's us with that's us with Better You. Not the PlayStation.
You know why? Because her is a nothing matter. You already cheated. You already gonna be replaced. You already on your way out. But my fucking PlayStation, though.
You know what? Here you go, Black Guru. Els Active said it perfectly for us. Els Active says, I don't owe you, ma'am, but I paid for this console in cash money.
In cash money.
I think that's to be frank with you, Black Guru, I think that's the best answer. I mean, you did kind of actually pay for your lady. Actually, you kind of did pay for her. But yeah, no, that's the best answer. Actually, that might actually be the best answer.
Exactly. I don't own you, but I paid for this console.
Yep.
And I've invested a whole lot more in time into this motherfucker.
And she really thought she was doing a number on him. I'm gonna get fucked by this dude.
I got him. I'm gonna make you realize what you doing to me. Oh, don't worry about it.
But then when she realized, why are you going off over this PlayStation 5? Don't you realize I just cheated on you? I just got sucked and fucked in the bed, and he left pubic hair on your bed, on your pillow, and you not tripping on that. You tripping on the fact that he done touch your PlayStation 5. And then when she's picking herself up off the ground, because I didn't back again.
Exactly.
Yep.
First of all, as a
mid-sentence, AL, mid-sentence, that's what I'm doing to her.
He already fired because you were the first line of defense of my shit.
Hey, man, AL, as she's talking and be like, but I just had sex with him.
Bye, Felicia.
Hey, you imagine? No, it's crazy because Black Urus did that, and when you really actually sit down with that idea and like, you know what, that would I cheated on you as some get back or to get your attention or whatever, and your response to her is like, but you let that nigga touch my PlayStation though.
Hold on. This is the craziness of it all. Remember, all right, I'm gonna show you the levels of how this shit went and goes. Black Uru just described to you how discreet and professional and how we was taught in the
Yep.
game
Yep.
from the hours of 2 to 5. This is how you move when you creeping. But what we describing with Better You is how these new niggas get down. So I mean, there's even no more honor in that shit.
Code of ethics.
We had codes back then. These young niggas, they say YNs. Y'all call them YNs now. These YNs.
Don't call them YNs, man. I don't like that.
No. And me neither. I don't like YNs neither. But to be honest with you, no, young players still move the same. Ao. It's when you trying to do extra, when you trying to prove a point. Like this is like, oh yeah, I declare war. What Better You is doing is the I declare war shit.
That's what he doing. Yeah.
That is a line in the sand, dog. That is a line in the sand. You are asking for war.
What Better You has declared this is, nigga, I'm guerrilla warfaring on your bitch ass at this point. I don't care. I know you don't care about her. I know you don't, because you understand the nigga's code at the end of the day. But what I know you truly cherish, I'm going to bomb it like Baghdad. And that's exactly what he said.
I think there need.
But this is no different than
Wait. Give me a second, line, because I think when Indigo sit here, this is a whole goddamn research paper. And it's funny, but it's not funny at the same time. And Indigo says, "Hey, Black Uru, video games give us a sense of achievement and purpose." Ooh, that statement right there is way more deep.
And here comes this nigga with the factory settings.
Reset. I think that something that's kind of like an analog for like Mr. Uru era would be like, because me and my brothers used to collect playing cards coming up. It'd be like you got that 1985 rookie Jordan card.
Exactly.
Well,
and that motherfucker come through, bend that card up.
You know, my best friend has been collecting comic books since we were
knee high to a grasshopper,
8 or 9 years old, right? I mean, like late 60s, right? Or well, maybe 1970. So yeah, if like a woman destroy, or if someone destroy his comic book collection, that dude, that woman, maybe their families are dead. So I guess if I put it in that context, okay, I guess I get it.
Yeah, you understand. We're not saying it's right, but you understand.
I guess I see it from that perspective.
Because
of course, we're talking about this is like 55 years or whatever he's been doing this. So
that makes sense, because think of it this way: we're playing these games maybe an hour or two a day. Maybe you miss a week or whatever, but you play for 30 minutes here, an hour there, 2 hours there. But over the span of 4 years, 3 years of one game, you might be sitting on like Better You said earlier, 140, 150, 200 hours on the game. And so if he was to reset that, it's the time, but it's leisure time. It's not like you investing all everything, but still.
Between the comic books and the video game is, you could potentially recreate the video game. There's no way in his lifetime he could retrieve what he was back 55 years, but so it'd be a little bit different, but
a little bit. The thing is though, like when you talk about some of the hours of some of these games, to get back to that spot where you was, you talking some games, it's not unreasonable to say, like you talking about 3 months of work. Like if you had a 9 to 5, your job was to play this game, like legit 3 months of work. Some folks put in like 300-400 hours on some games.
Yeah, and let's be very clear why that happens. So there is money to be made in video games. Not so much for some of us that are amateurs, or kind of we're good but we're still amateurs. The thing with the video games, especially depending on when you start doing kind of side quests or whatever, a lot of the most in the game is things that you have to really invest time building up your character, leveling up your character, finding the right weapons, all this stuff, right? And so if someone erases your game, deletes the game, or factory settings your console or whatever, that's the time, that's the energy, that's the you barely were able to scrape by and beat this boss to get this weapon, to get that, to move here and do this and do that, and like all of that. You either start over, or for me, I probably would never play that shit again. Be like, you know what? Yeah, I can't do it. I cannot do that shit again. Right? So yeah, there's that part too. Go ahead, y'all.
In the same sense that you talk.
I kind of hope this discussion is clipped of, kind of starting with the video game, because it's been very interesting to.
No, I mean, like, but no, it was funny. It was, we're having fun, but yeah, no, that when you think of it, that is a mindset for a certain number of young men, I would say. Like we're joking, but I do think there's a certain number of young men that and what you described earlier, Black Rule, of y'all sound to be like more invested in this. I would argue that there are a certain number of young men who are not looking for to be married anytime soon. That the 200 hours in whatever game is way more important than the girlfriend. I would argue that's a thing. I would argue that's a thing.
Until that point, look, Z, what you in your early 40s now, right? I'm
no,
assuming?
late 30s.
Okay. Look at it from my lens of my eyes. I'm about to describe to you. I'm 51 years old, finna be 52. The first video game for me was the year 1977-78. It was a Magnavox. I went to Atari and so on. So if you think about it, and I'm what, 6 years old. From 6 years old to 51, I've always had a video game in my head. I've always been playing sports games. So imagine I just took my team to 2 Super Bowls. I'm finna go for my 3-peat. And this nigga, better you, done came in and put his grimy hands on my shit. This nigga done reset the master code, and not only did that, he scrubbed all my games. Unbeknownst to me, look, he took them all out and then reset them and reboot. So when I get ready to release I done cleaned up my joystick. I done smacked her to the ground, and I've done everything I need to do. I done got my game to where I hold my joystick. I done got that right. It's cranked up. And I'm trying to go and play my Madden franchise, and this nigga done erased it. Oh, at that point, I think I'm literally about to either maim or harm this girl, and he's still dead. But she might get maimed and harmed after this. What she got earlier with the backhands, that was just because she was disrespectful. I'm literally thinking about maiming and harming this girl if I could not literally find my goddamn franchise season going for that 3-peat. That's the type of treachery, like he said, he used to have a mindset like that. And I'm like, I mean, bro, I've hung around some dudes. I've literally hung around some dudes, cheat and go and winch with other broads back in the day, man. This is what I'm finna do after leave the club. Like, more power to you, player. Hope you make it home safe type shit. But and they know they was going to cheat on another broad's gal and whatnot, but they didn't have no conscience. But that's one thing. But to do this type of shit and cheat, oh yeah, that's some guerrilla warfare type shit. That nigga there,
let me give my equivalent as a race car game head. So when you race online, there are people that are super difficult to beat, right? You race these people, or you see them occasionally, or they run in packs, or like they have teams. So it'll be like let's say FMW duck or whatever, and then FMW left or whatever. And so you run up on that crew, and you might beat a couple of them, and you definitely want to save that replay. So if I have that replay saved, and every once in a while you just like to watch your glory tapes, like, yes, I beat him. Or you save a replay where you started off in the back of the pack in like 20th place, and you managed to get first, second, or third. It was a hard ass race, and it was difficult, and you barely got into third place, but you made podium. And for better you to delete that,
Yes.
Like,
So you
right?
you understand what I'm saying, Z? We got to kill him. Once he does, we don't give a fuck that he done fucked out there. But you know why you and me, look, you know how you take your two fingers and you look at each other like with the fingers like you see me, I see you. This operation, we killing that nigga. He's dead. We gotta get him. He done put his greasy palmy hands on our PlayStation 5. He's got to go.
It really is what Indigo said earlier, like, you know, a certain level of purpose and achievement. I mean, like, it's not real life stuff, it's not the end of the world, but it is like every once in a while you're like, oh, let me watch my replays of me actually beating some niggas, right? Today was a difficult day. Let me watch something when I actually won some shit, right? And then you don't got it because better than you done deleted the shit and left his BU tag on your shit.
Let me go watch me make Akeem Olajuwon dunk all over Michael Jordan again. I got that on replay. I want to see that. And this nigga done erased it? Oh, no. Oh, no. I done threw a beautiful alley-oop from Clyde Drexler to Akeem Olajuwon on top of Michael Jordan's head, and I can't see my replay? Oh, no. He finna get it. He finna get it. Finna get it.
Yeah, I mean,
let me do this.
We used to play Atari and shit like that back in college, back in the early '80s, but it wasn't quite that deep for us. But
no, I mean, we're not on the level of making money. I don't think anybody here. I mean, some people might amateur play, but like, you know, there is money to be made off of video games now. It's a whole thing now. It's a whole, you know, there's leagues and it's crazy. I'm not there. Not even close. But, yeah.
I actually be gambling on my game. My whole model is I play for bread and meat. I don't win, I don't eat. So I'm not cutting on my game if I'm not gambling. And
I'm not there on Forza because the actual really fast guys, I've watched their replays. Sometimes they post shit on YouTube. I'm like, I'm nowhere. Like I would call myself a solid B minus maybe, but the A plus, you don't appreciate the difference between me saying I'm a B minus and the A plus niggas. Like, you don't appreciate it until you see them niggas on the track. You be like, how the fuck did this nigga take the corner like that? Like, how the hell is he catching me so fast? Like, it's crazy.
See, I used to race that NASCAR 5 that night shit. I was on there doing that shit. I mean, I literally got to see racism up close and first person. Oh, these white boys in their cars and how they feel when they see a nigga out there on a video game. Like how they be talking crazy to you on Call of Duty type shit. Oh, it's 50 times worse in NASCAR. Oh, and my whole shit, my whole car was set up to look like Wendell Scott's car, the first black NASCAR racer ever to win and race NASCAR against these honkies. And so my little tag handle was Jesse James 29 WSR. So, and then what the fuck that WSR is? Wendell Scott Racing. And guess what? We used to have these tournaments every Saturday. And we got like a group of 32 of us in there from all over, white boys, but it didn't matter. We race on Saturday nights. And the track we raced, it was Talladega. But we would set it up for the full race, 100% of everything, damage, everything, this and that. And we would set the computer-generated racers in there against us. So you got 32 real racers and the rest of the pack that made up 43, 44 cars. And we going, it's 200 laps of this shit. So I know exactly what the fuck you talking about. And I literally won. If you win three Talladegas in a row, that makes you a GOAT. The first one makes you a champion. The second win makes you a legend. The third win makes you a GOAT. I was the first to get it. So I hold this over, I lord this over all these motherfuckers. And they can't, and it's been witnessed, documented, it's even been televised. You can go back on YouTube and pull this shit up. So whenever they even utter my name and my call sign, they know, don't talk shit about that Negro. That Negro came out and beat 32 other human beings, 200 laps, we raced for damn near 3.5 hours, 3.5 hours on the steering wheel. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I am a game. I've been a game.
This is why we say winner is here, by the way, Black News, because women can't compete against this.
They can't compete against this because when we lock in and zone in something, we go to a task we want to do and complete, we logically analyze everything we do, and we put our best foot forward in trying to accomplish the goal. From the whole point in the layman's terms, what they say, how to get from point A to point B. Okay, think and ponder on it and figure out how to make it work. Just that simple. And from everything else, shit goes and flows. All right, I want to get from point A to point B. What do? Let me think about it. I gotta walk. If I ain't gotta walk, I gotta run. If I ain't gotta run, I gotta drive. If I gotta drive, I gotta fly. I gotta do something.
Let me do this. And Cyrus Burke says, and thank you for the super chat. All sports games / sims are dog shit. Carry on. I don't know. I see you trying to start some shit. I see you starting to start some shit, Cyrus. I don't know. I mean, like the simulators are the fun stuff to me. Usually I don't like the kind of arcadey games, especially for racing games. I know there's going to be a level of arcadeism or like whatever, but the sim stuff is usually the stuff that I lean towards. I just like the more realistic stuff. I like that you have to brake for a corner. I like that you have to know the dynamics of your car. I like that you have to tune your car for it to be optimum. I like that. I like that amateur racer like that just buys the car, throw a couple of parts on, make sure it fits in the class, and then drives it. The worst that he could do is pit maneuver you, better yet, the first corner, or T-bone you the first corner. But if you can manage to get away from him, that's it, right? The worst thing you can ever do, and I've done this and it's stupid, is make yourself challenged by waiting in the back of the pack. So if you start in 5th place out of 20 cars, you wait until the 19th car goes, then you go. But here's the scary part. You might be the fastest driver on the track with the best car. Getting in front of the first 10 cars, so the cars in the back of the pack, is some of the hardest shit ever, because them trash niggas will try to fuck you up on purpose, and they will fuck you up by accident. They just don't know what they're doing. It's some of the most, once you get into the top 8-ish, you start getting into people that are a little bit more serious. The top 3, now here's the thing. These people are also trying to fuck you up, but not so much. The thing now is they have skill. There's a reason why they're top 3. So you're dealing with this, the fast niggas that really know what they're doing. That's hard. But yeah. The sim racers on my shit. And let me do this. Real quick. Real quick. Chef Butter Biscuits says, "Better you is gonna make a better fool out of you." Hysterical. And thank you for the super chat. Go ahead, Lion. Go ahead.
Dog, you know how many times I died trying to beat that fucking boss? Factory settings, nigga.
Exactly.
That I beat Sephiroth for you.
Oh, I'm gonna shoot
no,
you.
Oh no, he beat Sephiroth. No, oh god, no, you did not.
You did
nigga,
not
I purposely waited.
Better you is that response right there. The only sound is a gunshot. There is no more talking after that response.
I'm just saying, I helped you out. You clearly was stuck.
Hey, Lion. He beat your girl thing up, and he beat your game up too.
Yes,
exactly.
No, that's it. There's nothing to talk about.
So you with us, boy. So you're with us when you say, when we look at each other, with the fingers, and I see you, you see me. You understand the assignment, right? We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it.
And you come through with your greasy powdered donut eating ass hands.
No, they were sticky with Grey Poupon, homeboy. He was hitting Grey Poupon on your sticks.
You put your motherfucker.
I'm gonna leave the Krispy Kreme box on your recliner.
You
oh no. They see what I'm saying, Betty? See what I'm saying, Black Girl? Betty, you said I want problem always.
Now listen, see, you just went from being dead to now it just might be a closed casket. It just might be a closed casket.
What do you mean? It's gonna be.
I was gonna dust you off and kept it moving. I was gonna dust you off and kept it moving. Nah, now you're gonna make me make a whole example out of you.
No. All I was gonna do was pop him upside the head, drag him out to the country to where the hog pen is. And I'm gonna tie him up, leave him hog tied, throw him in there with the hogs, and walk away. All you go see in the morning is a skull. That's it. I tell you, nothing more, nothing less.
I might have grounds for. I officially got grounds for torture now. I got grounds for torture.
Z waterboard us every day. I'm good.
Oh,
He say Z waterboard us every day.
Look, y'all know how crazy they sound, but y'all don't really know how crazy they sound. So I just let y'all know how crazy they sound, right? Especially for the brothers like Saint Cyr that are like, nigga, I haven't touched one of them in ever. Like right now, I only see them as platonic. I'm like, yeah, but the black girl that's sitting next to you in the cubicle, let me tell you what she's thinking when you pull up with the Latina. She'd be like, this motherfucker, nigga, she be sounding like Jesse Jackson talking about Barack Obama. Oops, I said that out loud. Anyway, but yeah, that's how she be sounding.
It be like that though. You do see the you won't see the stares. It's the stairs. It's not the stares. It's the quick looks. It's the quick looks that
the
they
side
see
eyes
you.
and the eye rolls and the neck breaking.
It's the quick looks and then the look away. That is what you see. And that's what I noticed when I started seeing mine. When I was out. We went out to dinner. We went out to dinner somewhere at this Mexican restaurant, and I saw it with the kid. Like it was a whole table of quiches, by the way.
Looking at you crazy because you out there with somebody else.
I'm like,
that part though. The craziest looks I used to get was actually when my daughter was first born. Like she was super fair skinned, and a lot of the ladies that would walk up and compliment me, or they'd always ask, "Oh, is her mama white, or is her mama such and such?" Like, nah, she black. She ain't mixed with nothing. Just black and black. But it's wild though. Some of the looks you'll get out in public.
Elsa's passport to Guantanamo. Not Guantanamo Bay. If I think I heard you correctly. Oh man, but no, look, man. If they say we don't own them, if they say they could do what they want to do, then hey, that applies both ways. Now, doesn't it, ladies? Somebody's over here saying it's not fair. I can hear it in the background. I can hear the it's not fair in the background. Isn't that what the ladies say? They got their own. They're autonomous, right? They got their own autonomy. I'm just saying, right? That's what they're saying.
Luxury. That's not fair. That's not fair. That is not fair.
Boy, that thing.
Just saying.
Yes, it is. Damn, that woman meant that shit. Z, I don't know where you got that from, but damn, that shit is so on point.
Man.
All right, guys, we got to end it out. Z got things to do. Y'all already know. So let's do this. Thank y'all for coming up. Thank you. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We done stretch this as long as we can go. We got things to do. All right, so like, share, subscribe. Thank you, button, for the replay squad. Shout out to everybody who's here. Shout out to the panel. Black Rule gave his benediction like an hour ago. Goddamn, right? And that was great. I'm gonna have to clip out these benedictions. Somebody said it. Like I'm gonna have to make those standalone because Black Rule is dropping the wisdom on us. So let's pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Mr. Z got things to do. We got rush. All right, y'all. So y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Enjoy your weekend. I might stream tomorrow. I might not. We'll see. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out.
Peace.